Good morning. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Good morning. I know you are, those in the room are furiously networking. You're doing the right thing, but we need you to take your seats. We're going to begin. Welcome. Welcome, everyone. If you are joining us online, a special welcome to all of you. You can't see the furious networking happening around us, but people are, there's a lot of energy in the room.
A lot of energy in the room.
I was actually in the restroom and saw people networking in there. That is how much networking is happening at this Devex Climate Plus Summit. So a warm welcome to all of you who are here in person and all of you joining us online. I'm Raj Kumar. I'm the president and editor-in-chief of Devex. It is great to be with you here at COP28.
And I'm Kate Warren, Executive Vice President and Executive Editor at Devex, and also delighted to be here and finally see this great event come to life.
Yeah, I mean, this is something we do at Devex, as you probably know, whether it's Davos or whether it's the World Bank Spring Meetings or the UN General Assembly. We bring our journalism online and on stage at these events because the development and the climate communities in particular here at COP are so interconnected. We thought it was key to have a full day event here in Dubai.
Yes, and we're calling this Climate Plus because we all know that climate impacts all of the SDGs, everything that we're all working on. And today we're looking at climate plus food, health, energy, finance. We know that food and health are officially on the agenda at COP this year, which I think is a welcome sight for many, and maybe it's taken a little too long. And energy and finance have been a huge topic of discussion the past week. So we're going to dig into these topics more and an action-packed agenda today, complete with workshops, more networking breaks, a lunch, and a reception at the end.
So maybe as an incentive for our final people who are getting ready to take their seats, we can tell them some of the crazy things that happen at COPs. There was kind of a international diplomatic incident of the smallest scale that Devex experienced. Why don't you tell people what happened in the media zone?
Oh, yes. So we got a very coveted cubicle in the media center at COP28. And if you've never been in the media center, it's a very buzzing room. Obviously, you have media from all over the world fighting for space. We had our own office. So arrived to go in and, nice Devex sign or logo on there. And then pins scratched out with a Japanese news agency in front of it. I tried to go in the room and they tried to tell me it was theirs now. So we had to get security involved. We were able to reclaim our media room.
The geopolitics that goes into negotiating climate agreements, it plays out even among the media here. Yeah. Well, hopefully that got your attention as we are getting ready to begin. We've got a full day, as you say. Now, an event like this is not possible without partners. And in fact, these are partners who support events like this and our journalism across the board at Devex financially, and they bring their expertise to a day like this. So we're going to have lots of workshops and sessions that are devoted to some of the issues that our partners are really expert in. Maybe you could say a word about who our partners are this year.
Yeah, so we definitely want to thank our partners. We have our innovation partners, CropLife and Syngenta Group. You will learn more about each of them in our program today. We have our ecosystem partners, HSA, who we just heard from this morning, if you're at the session that kicked off today's events, and Open Society Foundations, who we'll also hear about later on in our program, and our supporting partners, FHI 360 and SMB.
Yeah, we really thank these partners for being a part of this, and maybe you can join me in a round of applause for all of them. Just a note of housekeeping. I know you're going to give us some more, Kate, but we are, for those joining us online, we're in a really interesting part of Dubai. We're kind of off the beaten path in a warehouse arts district. There's literally desert out the door if you walk a little bit. And for those of you who don't know, upstairs there's some bean bags if you want to have a comfy seat while you watch this session
play out. Today is the official day of rest, so we thank you all for maybe foregoing your probably much needed rest to join us today. But if you want to relax, no judgment, you sit in the beanbag. It's actually a great view. And there's a bar there in case you need help getting up, which I may or may not have needed when I tested it out.
Love that, love that. Anything else people should know as we get started before we bring our first speaker on stage?
Just that, at Devex, we want to bring our journalism to life. So a lot of the people that you'll see on the stage are probably people you've read about in our reporting, or maybe have read opinion articles from. You'll also see a lot of our reporters who you're probably familiar with their bylines. So it's a good chance to meet them and interact with them in person. And we are building in a lot of time throughout the day to interact with each other, because we know that's also a really valuable part of coming together at global convenings like COP. So definitely want you to take advantage of all of these like-minded people in the room. They're really coming from a wide range of backgrounds, but all care about how climate impacts and intersects with the work they're doing.
And I know everybody in this room is, of course, a subscriber to the Devex Newswire, our daily newsletter, where you figure out what's going on in the development space. But if you're following us online on social media and you're not yet a subscriber, you should sign up to that free newsletter. And consider joining Devex Pro. You want to just say a quick word about what Devex Pro is, since you lead this?
Yeah, so Devex Pro is our premium news subscription where you get full access to all of our insider scoops, analysis, special events. The ProScript subscribers really support our journalism, so we really value our members, but it also gives you full access to all of the great reporting and insights that we produce here at Devex. So definitely encourage you to check it out. You can do a free trial. We actually have a whole series of climate and COP related content that we have coming out this month. So be sure to check that out.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much, Kate, for putting together this incredible day. And I want to get us started with our,
all right.
Thank
you. Over to you, Raj.
Thank you. So please join me in welcoming to the stage Alok Sharma. Alok. Thank you, sir, for being a part of this. I don't really need to introduce you, but you were the president of COP26. So you bring a unique perspective, I think, to this year's proceedings. And of course, especially for the global development community that is Devex, you were the Secretary of State of DFID. So you know both the climate world and the development world intimately. Just at a high level, how do you think COP28 is going thus far? I remember, I'm sure many people here remember that moment, that dramatic moment at the end of COP26 when you were kind of holding back tears. You had worked so hard to drive to an agreement. You know what this process is like. So how do you judge where we are today in COP28?
Well, firstly, thank you so much for having me here. And thank you for coming on what is supposed to be the rest day. No one is resting here, which is great. Look, I was at an event yesterday where I was asked to give a grade on where we are. Yeah. And I made the point that I normally didn't do very well in midterm exams, and that's why I wasn't prepared to give a grade until the end. So we will see what happens at the end. But I think we've had some good progress at the start in terms of the loss and damage fund, the pledges. But just one thing I would say on pledges is that one thing is to pledge, the other is to actually get the money flowing. And we know that there's a statistic that between 2013 and 2021, of all the money pledged by developed nations, only about half of it has actually flowed. So we need to make sure that money flows. We've seen continuation on things like the methane pledge. 150 countries signed up to that. 118 countries so far signed up to tripling renewables. All that is great, some of the finance announcements. But the key issue here for me is going to be finance and energy transition. And there is a reason why so many of us are fighting to ensure that phase out of fossil fuels is in the negotiated language.
Yeah, and do you think this is the year when we get that? I mean, you were fighting for this in COP26. Do you feel like this is the time, even in the UAE, even in a presidency led by someone who runs a major oil company? I mean, do you think it's possible that this is the year?
Well, look, I mean, it took us 21 COPs to get to Paris. I mean, it is slightly mind-boggling. It took us 21 COPs to get to Paris. It took us 26 COPs for the first time to get any kind of language on fossil fuels, that we had phase down rather than phase out of coal. But I can tell you, even up to that morning, that final morning, people were texting me saying, you've had a pretty good go at this coal language, but you're not going to get it in. You do realize. But we did. We pushed and we got language in. So I think in a way, the UAE is in a unique position, given that oil and gas is very much part of their economy, to actually push and encourage others to do more. And frankly, if not now, then when, right? If you're going to cut emissions by over 40% by 2030, we are literally running out of time.
Yeah. I mean, well, you talked about what I call pledge inflation, the challenge of people pledging and pledging, and then there's not a lot of accountability for it. And when you think about your own COP presidency, one of the big successes was deforestation, right? You got a big global agreement, and yet last year, 10% of the world's tropical forests were destroyed. So when you think about what comes out of COP in terms of what's announced and pledged and agreed versus what really flows out in the real world, does that make you a bit cynical about the disconnect between here and reality? Or do you think ultimately these things, including deforestation, will work?
Yeah, so actually, there are lots of people out there, I'm sure no one here, but lots of people say, do these COPs actually matter? From my perspective, they absolutely matter because of the political signal they send to other governments, to businesses, to civil society as well. And, COP26 was the first COP where we actually had the business community present. I actually think that was a good thing. And we're seeing, obviously, the business community very much here as well, connecting these very complex set of negotiations with real world efforts as well. So, I mean, one thing I would ask for, though, is that one thing is for governments to make pledges and agree to a negotiated outcome here. The other is, what do you do domestically? Firstly, could we please be consistent in what we say internationally with what we do domestically? Secondly, if you want to see lots more renewables, you need to strengthen your grids. Right? You need to change your planning rules. Right. You need to get incentives in to get people to invest. All of that needs to happen at a domestic level. And we're seeing some of that, but it's just not fast enough.
Speaking of the domestic politics, what about your own government in the UK, the Sunak government? He's been pretty widely criticized. He came here for a brief visit. He talked about really rolling back some of the commitments that had been made for the UK's own commitments to emissions reduction. How do you judge where the Sunak government is on these issues? I know you've talked about this a bit publicly, but how do you feel?
Well, so first thing to say is that I've not been in government for the past year, so I have been able to speak quite freely about these matters. And at the time when the speech that was made in September, I was at the UN General Assembly at the time, I was very public, which is that I was disappointed. I think the rhetoric was unfortunate. In terms of the actual policy changes, yes, they will have an impact. We need to find emission savings elsewhere if you want to keep to your 2030 targets. But I think it's the rhetoric, the message it sent. And I've certainly heard from international partners that they kind of wish the UK was still at the top table, was still pushing. So for
it's
me,
lost its leadership in a sense on this issue.
Well, let's put it like this: our leadership isn't what it was at the time that we were doing COP.
Yeah, and I mean,
I'm trying to be diplomatic.
I can see that. I think, in a sense, what Rishi Sunak was trying to say plays out in many countries around the world. There's this idea that, and it plays out with this issue of fossil fuel phase down versus phase out, that the domestic politics just aren't there in the United States, my own country, and many others. Do you think there is truth to that? Do you think that sort of the politics are on the side of those who say, don't go for phase out, it's too extreme?
Okay, so I think in terms of the politics of this, you're in a democracy, you're working on 3, 4, 5-year cycles. In our case, there's going to be an election within 12 months. So that is what focuses you quite a lot. But actually, if part of the reason you do something is because you think you will have an electoral advantage, I would argue that doesn't really hold, certainly from a UK context. If you look at all the polling out there, it kind of doesn't matter what people's personal politics is. Climate and environment are still number 3, number 4, number 5 in terms of a list of issues that matters most to them. And as you get down the age group, it matters more and more.
So you can see the direction of the trend.
You can see the direction of the trend. So for me, I think, and actually the other thing that I wish we spoke more about is the economic opportunity here as well, right? Of course, this is about the environment, but there's also a big economic opportunity. And that's why we need to send long-term signals as governments in terms of policy. That's why when there was a rowback from 2030 to 2035, the date by which we would have all new vehicles being zero-emission vehicles in the UK, you saw the auto sector react negatively as well. These guys are investing for the long term. They want to create jobs. They want to invest. But the quid pro quo is you give them long-term policy signals and certainty, and you give them incentives to invest.
That's right. It is, and we'll talk about in a moment why that's such a development topic as well, right? And you know this better than anyone, having led DFID. We have another former DFID colleague with us today. I'd love to pass the floor to her briefly for a provocative question and push to us on stage. If we can bring a microphone. We have Claire Shakya with us today, who is with the Nature Conservancy, where she's the global managing director for tackling climate change. We'd love to hear a question from Claire. Do we have a microphone? Well, it's coming shortly. While we give them a chance to get you a microphone, I'm going to come back to you, if I can quickly, on your relationship and leadership of DFID. You were there in the last year before it merged into FCDO. You know this world very well. We talked about the kind of diminishment of UK leadership on climate. It seems like we've had a similar story on development. When you think about what the opportunity is for FCDO going forward and the importance of the climate issue, do you think climate and development ultimately are sort of merging as issues? Or do you think this is one agenda? Or do you still think there are separate purposes behind these two areas of focus?
No, look, I mean, I think they are very much one agenda. I mean, taking care of climate and taking care of development, I don't think there should be a sort of view that we do one rather than the other. It's two sides of the same coin. So you need to do that. I think on the issue of DFID, since I'm unleashed now, let me give you my views, which is that, look, we're not, I don't think we're necessarily going to sort of go back. I think we're in a position where we've had this for a number of years, things are happening. I just wish at the time, and this is what I had certainly advocated, I just wish at the time we had done this somewhat more slowly, to have a sort of, integration that took place over a little period of time. And I think one of the things that colleagues who are still in the system will reflect upon is that because it was so sudden, that created its own upheaval. And I'm not sure that necessarily brought out the best in the system. But I have to say that, the DFID colleagues I worked with, the Foreign Office colleagues I worked with, some of the most brilliant and committed and dedicated people in the UK government. I hope they can continue to make a difference.
Would you think there's still an opportunity to break FCDO apart and make DFID once again an independent agency and department?
Well, look, I just, it takes a lot of energy to break things up, to bring things together. And, we have what we have now. I mean, I can't tell you what will happen in the future. I'm not in government. I'm not privy to those discussions. I think we need to work with what we've got, and we need to make the best of it. And actually, some years later now, when you have a discussion, it is starting to work.
Okay. Well, we've got Claire Shakya now with a microphone, and you can tell us if we're wrong about that. But we'd love to hear what you have to say.
Thank you very much. So this COP is an important COP for picking up the pace. We are at the time of what's called in the jargon, the global stocktake. This sends the signal for the next update of the national commitments, the NDCs. Whether or not, I mean, we need to see phase out of fossil fuels, as you've said. We need to see tripling of renewables. We need to see delivery on the promises that have been made already, the 100 billion, and we're, the doubling of adaptation, which was one of your great successes for the poorest countries, where we've actually seen a drop in adaptation finance this year. And we also need to see a change in approach, less of I'm the technical expert coming to solve your problems, and much more of working with those governments on locally led approaches that work for climate, nature, and poverty together. And we need a clear priority, continued clear commitment to the LDCs and small island developing states, all of which is hanging in the balance this COP. So what do you think we can do between now and the moment when that final text is agreed to ensure that we see those signals that we desperately need to pick up the pace?
Well, look, I mean, keep pushing your government's representatives, keep telling them why this matters. Some of you will be observers in negotiations. You have a really important role to play. And Claire, I agree with you. I mean, all of the above are needed, but I just want to focus on this issue of fossil fuels and energy transition. If you're going to triple, as I hope we will get, a tripling of renewables capacity, by the way, in Africa, it needs to be 6 times the pace, and doubling of energy efficiency and cutting methane and more hydrogen, that's great. But the other side of this has to be dealing with fossil fuels. And we know that 75% of all global emissions are energy related. So if you are not prepared to deal with this issue of fossil fuels, I think, there is going to be a gaping hole in what needs to be done. And I know there are people who will tell you that technology will save the day. Well, look, carbon capture storage is emerging technology. It absolutely has a role to play in hard-to-abate sectors. But let's not kid ourselves, right? It is not cheap enough. It is not deployed, enough across the world to make the difference where we will be making a big cut in emissions by 2030, just relying on technology. We have to address the issue of fossil fuel production and usage.
And you're privy, I know you're not the president of this COP, but you're privy to some of these conversations that are happening. Do you feel like the message you're sending now is one we're likely to see happen? I mean, this is the title of our session, Will COP28 Deliver? Do you think ultimately it will a few days from now when we know the results?
Look, I mean, it has to. I mean, it really has to. We are basically out of time. And, at the end of COP26, we had the International Energy Agency sort of tot up all the commitments. And they said that, if everything was delivered, we were heading towards 1.8 degrees, right? We've seen the latest UNEP report. We are going to blow through 1.5 unless we take urgent action.
Yep.
And that's not happening. And I get so frustrated because we hear all the right words coming out of the mouths of leaders, but actually, where's the action? Where's the delivery? That's what's missing.
Well, one last question for you. We talked about how the climate and development agendas really are very much united, but I think the climate and development communities are still somewhat different. I meet different people at COP that I might meet at the World Bank spring meetings, let's say. What is your message to the development community that you know so well that might still be working on health or on agriculture in their old ways, in their old silos, given the moment we're in on climate?
Yeah. Well, look, it's not my sort of place to sort of lecture anyone or give sort of unsolicited advice. The only thing I would say to you is that the whole thing is totally interconnected. We know that the impact of climate is making food security, water security, migration issues, security issues, all of that is being exacerbated because of the changing climate. So you have to deal with these two issues together. And please, let's work cooperatively. I mean, the one thing that will solve this, or at least have an impact on it, is governments, business community, but particularly then society, working together on this. If we can do that, we will deliver. And I've got two daughters. I've got a 24-year-old and a 22-year-old. We talk about this stuff. We talk about this stuff. I wasn't talking about this stuff with my parents. And maybe this doesn't happen in every family. But young people now are absolutely, they really care about this. And it is about their future. And that's why at this COP, we need to get this right.
Well, thank you for starting our day off here at Devex's Climate Plus Summit with that important message. Please join me in thanking Alok Sharma.
Thank you for, I think, really helping to set the stage for the rest of the conversations we're going to have today. We are now officially kicking off with our food theme part of the session today. And I would like to introduce my colleague, Ginny Ravello. Some of you may know her byline. She also writes our Devex Dish newsletter, which is our weekly checkup newsletter, which is our weekly health newsletter. But you should be subscribed to Devex Dish, which is our weekly newsletter on transforming food systems. But we have an exciting program for you that Jenny will kick off. So I will just hand it over to you.
Thank you so much,
All right,
Kate.
thanks.
Right. Hi, everyone. So for this panel, we'll be talking about what are the most important fixes for the food systems of the future. And this is going to be a progressive panel. We're going to be talking about how will we address environmental concerns arising from the food sector, but also meeting the growing global demand for food and ensuring everyone really has food security. Let me call on stage Dr. Ismahan Al-Wafi, the new Executive Managing Director of CGIAR, to join us. Well, we've been hearing a lot about food already this morning, right? But Dr. Ismahan, and just to let everyone know, Dr. Ismahan just officially started as the director of CGIR during COP. I think December 1, is that correct? But you've been working in this area for so long. So maybe we've heard a lot about food, but I'd like for you to help set the stage for us. What our current food system looks like and why people are saying it's broken.
So agri-food system, it's the whole value chain and beyond. So it's from before the production per se, the processing, the storage, the supermarket, and the consumption. So this is agri-food system. And we insist on agri because we are talking about everything we do under the agricultural definition, which include plants, animal, fisheries, forestries, and so on and so forth. So it is broken because we are not able to nourish ourselves. That's as simple as that. We have still 780 million people that go to bed hungry. We have still 3.1 billion people that cannot afford a healthy diet. In my time as chief scientist of FAO, we did a lot with the indigenous people. And one of the indigenous communities told me, normally as a community in the indigenous way of doing it, they won't let anybody go hungry to bed. And the why, it's because if somebody doesn't find food, the whole community fails. So that's how they had, this is the indigenous approach to food. If we take it today, we are failing 780 million times per day because there are so many people that are not really having access to the food. And the reason behind it, there is a huge component of efficiency of the way we are conducting our agri-food system. So it's very inefficient. For example, if we talk about trade, WTO says that any commodity cross the border at least twice. So you could be a country that produces potato, it goes across the border somewhere with all the carbon and all the environmental footprint, and maybe it becomes chips and it comes back to your country. So there's a huge inefficiency in the trade, for example. There's a huge inefficiency in the way we are producing. So we are producing with too much inputs. And this is because for the longest time, we were taking natural resources for granted. We didn't really pay attention to the water footprint, fertilizer footprint, and so on and so forth. And it is also, if we look at the inequalities in the agri-food system, they are tremendous. Now that we are looking from the gender lenses, we can find data that showcase that when you have hunger in any community or any region, you will find women that are much more fragile than men, and hence the number of women that are hungry is much larger. You find really a lot of inequalities in terms of underrepresented communities. So in the grand scheme of things, it's broken because it's not nourishing us. It's broken because it's part of the climate crisis. So 30% of the emission of greenhouse gas comes again from the agri-food system. And it is broken because we haven't been able really to use agriculture to uplift people from poverty. And there is data that shows again that the best way really to end hunger and poverty is through agriculture, because we have a large number of rural communities that are working in this sector, and they require a lot of help when we talk about ending hunger and reducing inequalities and poverty.
Let me focus on that 780 million people. That's a huge number of people going to bed hungry. I was reading an article, and maybe, I don't know if this is correct, but the world is producing enough food, they say, and yet millions of people are still suffering from hunger and going to bed hungry. How worse can it get with climate change?
So what we are saying is that the situation gonna get worse as the global warms. So for every half degree more, or even 0.1 degree more, we will see a huge number. So our number says that if we get to the scenario of 2 degrees, we have about 189 million more people hungry. If we get to the 4 degree, we will have 1.8 billion people hungry. So it is definitely a huge problem. And particularly, it's not only the temperature, it's very important and it's very crucial. And the reason why the temperature is very important in the agriculture is, just to give you examples, When we talk about water evapotranspiration, so the plant, the way the photosynthesis work is that the plant takes water and then there is an evapotranspiration. As the metabolism works in the plant, they evapotranspirate. So with a higher temperature, you will have higher evapotranspiration in plant, which means you need more water for the plant. So the plant will require more to produce the same thing. For example, most of the cycle of the plant and animals, as a matter of fact, it's very much regulated by the photosynthesis, how many days, how much light you have, and the temperature. So with 1 degree more, or 1.5 degree more, I think, 50% of the maize in Africa will fail to flower completely. So the fact that our agri-food system, it's so dependent on the environment, so dependent on ecosystem, makes it super, super fragile to the temperature, to the water, and to other natural resources. And that makes it really that it's a sector that, yes, part and parcel of the emission, but it's also a sector that nourishes people. I always say, I definitely can survive without a phone or without a TV, but I cannot survive without food. All of us, we need that food. But it's also a sector that sequesters a lot and we are not recognizing it. So the fact that I always say carbon sequestration, when we talk about where does the carbon store? It's in soils, it's in water, and it's in plants, not only trees, even in your annuals, even in your perennials. So the sequestration capacity of the sector is huge. We are not yet using it properly. So maybe if we calculate the sequestration, we wouldn't be only net carbon. We could be sequestering more than emitting, and we will be in the minus. We will be part and parcel of the solution. And the way we are not doing it is mostly methodologies and capacity to really calculate how much the sector is sequestering. But I'm a big believer that it has to be central in the climate crisis and in adaptation and mitigation to climate change, because the sector is the only one that's sequestered to start with. And that sequestration capacity, we need to calculate it, quantify it, monetize it, pay for it to the farmers that produce food. But also, we could continue to find better methodologies to increase the carbon, that sequestration capacity, and move to better practices, more sustainable, more resilient, to, again, sequester much more than what we are sequestering right now.
How does that fit into your priorities, as director of CGIAR, some of your research priorities?
It's a high priority. So it's a very big priority for us because, we work mostly for the least and middle income countries. I always say we work mostly for the small scale farmers in least and income countries. And those farmers, we have seen them through all the crises. They are, again, the people that get really burned by any crisis, particularly when we talk climate, but also other kind of crisis, be it security or be it other kind of crisis. So for us, climate adaptation, we have been talking about it for the longest time. Because when you talk about climate adaptation, it's a very long-term plan. So when we talk about genetics, you need to breed the crops for +2. You need to breed the crops for +3. You need to diversify your portfolio, because we know that by having monoculture, we are really, again, increasing the fragility of the farmers. So there is a lot of plans that you need to put in place, and particularly on the breeding side, it's something that's going to take a long time. So we have been in the climate change adaptation, programming for the last 20 years, but really going forward with all these data that we are gathering, we are really very, very worried. And hence, we need to invest more in science, we need to invest more in innovation, but we need also to invest more in sharing data, in sharing technology. There is a lot of things that we are missing by not sharing data together and having a bird view on what's happening. And that's where, for us, both the breeding on crops, on fish, on animals, it's very important, but also everything around water management, given the scarcity of water, but also natural resource management and looking at how could we put an innovation ecosystems, how could we help countries to really pick up much better innovation and put SMEs, private sector, public sector, all players on the ground so that we can move from 125 plant species and few animal species to maybe a system that embraces biodiversity, that addresses much more the need in terms of nutrition, that respect more ecosystems. So I always say the ecosystem, it's like our organs. You can't ask the heart to play the role of a kidney. It's not meant to be like that. So ecosystems are best for certain species. And most of those species are local, actually. Most of those species are with the indigenous people. Most of the species our ancestors used to grow. But with the globalization and with, again, this inefficient trade that we have been producing the same thing, and we have been squeezing our ecosystem to produce what we want, not what they can produce. So I think really when we talk about shift and agri-food system transformation, it's a transformation towards understanding nature better and asking from the ecosystem to produce what it's meant to produce, but then bringing technology, bringing innovation so that we produce much more in terms of quantity, in terms of quality by this ecosystem. And that's where a center like CGR that have about 9,000 employees has really the breadth of the number of scientists, of data over years. And we are really trying to use AI, big data, large partners to really get the data together and find the best agri-food system for every ecosystem, agri-food system for every ecosystem.
We have 2 minutes left before we're joined by our other panelists, but I do want to ask you, because we're at COP, if given the chance to address the COP28 negotiators, what's one fix would you like them to do to address some of these difficult, really challenges in the system?
I would underline diversification. I think when you talk, if you have a little money, it doesn't matter how much, you go to a financial planner and he tell you diversify. So what we need to do is diversify our agri-food system. We should really stop producing too much of certain things and not think of many. And we need to do that again by respecting the data, the information, what we know, and by looking at the modeling, how the environment is going to be, so that we are a little bit ahead of the curve. So diversification will be the most important.
Well, I'd like to call on stage. Thank you so much for that, Dr. Isman.
Thank you.
I'd like to call on stage our two other panelists, Dr. Zitouni Udada, Deputy Director of the UNFAO, and Gernot Laganda, Director of Climate at the World Food Programme. Well, let me just move.
It's good to see you.
Oh. Yeah, please go ahead. The stage is big. So, okay, let me start with Dr. Zitouni. The UN says 2023 is the hottest year on record, and we're kind of feeling the heat right now here in Dubai as well. But how has this affected communities in the places you work when it comes to food security?
No, thank you, and good morning, everyone. Basically, climate change now is affecting every one of us. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, these are scientists from all around the world that use scientific evidence and tell us that every part of the world now is affected by climate change. And those who are most affected are obviously those who are vulnerable and in vulnerable situations. So we're talking about vulnerable countries, but also vulnerable communities who don't have the capacity to respond to this increasing impact of climate change.
Can you give some specific examples, like country examples?
Sure. Well, obviously now, as I said, climate change is affecting every part of the world. Actually, all the countries are affected. We used to think that developing countries are the only one affected. That's not true now, because we've seen so many extreme weather events that happened in Europe, in the US, particularly in terms of floods, where there was actually not the response we thought we would have from developed countries to respond to that. So in terms of adaptation, everyone is affected. and obviously developing countries and vulnerable communities are affected more. So, for example, smallholder farmers, since we're talking in the context of food security, they're most affected, they're most vulnerable, and they have least capability to respond and to adapt. They have less means, less infrastructure also to deal with that. That's why in this context, the negotiations and climate change and bringing the food security into the agenda is important, that we think about everyone that we get on board, and not just certain type of farmers, but smallholder farmers in particular. They deserve particular attention. Why? Because they are responsible for a large part of food production. Many depend for their lives and livelihoods on the food that is produced locally. And if climate change is going to affect and continue to affect their farms and their way of living, then obviously they have to be given priorities. And since we're talking also about the finance and access to finance, and as you saw on day one, has been really encouraging to see money going into loss and damage fund. And that's really good to put food security in that picture and make sure that the communities who are most vulnerable benefit from that financing that is going to support communities to adapt to this situation that is becoming real. This is the new reality, and we have to adapt to that. And I think it's important also that we think about the differences in local contexts as well. I think we talk about farming and farmers in general, but there are differences between regions. There are differences even within the same country. And the point I want to make here is that agriculture and agri-food systems in general, they're really complex. They're complicated. But having said that, the development we saw here in COP28 is extremely challenging and extremely motivating in a sense, because at last we have a global recognition of food and agriculture as being an important part of the solution going forward.
I want to build on what you mentioned about smallholder farmers, and right, they're very much important part of our food systems. But often, like I'm based in the Philippines, and often they're the ones that are hungry. They're the ones in debt. They're the ones in poverty. Can you maybe share some solutions, kind of like that make sure that farmers are also part of the solution, and they're not just receiving top-down, decisions from governments or media organizations?
Sure, that's a very good point. Thank you, particularly in this context, for instance. And even I think in countries when we're designing policies and talking about building capacities in developing countries and helping smallholder farmers, we should not do that in isolation. We have to involve these communities and understand if what we're trying to design actually is going to really respond to their needs and their challenges. And for example, in this context here, and it's been encouraging recently that we see more and more farmers come into this gathering, so they can bring the voice from the reality, from the field, and interact with the policymakers, with the negotiators. So in FAO, for instance, we've been paying for women farmers and smallholder farmers to come to this context and understand what the world is talking about, and actually bring in the reality of what they're living, and whether what we're trying to construct is really going to respond to their needs. And just yesterday, I was in a panel with a smallholder farmer from Uganda, and we had also private sector and others. And that was really great, because you need to hear from the people actually who are living there and say, yeah, this is what we actually need. And this what you're working on as an international community, this is what we would like to see in terms of support. And just finish with one point when we talk more about financing and access to technology and innovation. For smallholder farmers, there are certain things that it's just a small support that can make a big difference. So we're not talking about big digitalization and big technology, but it could be just small things that can help farmers, for instance, just to be able to have access to renewable energy, to store a little bit of food, to be able to take it to market, or prolong the lifetime of the food. So there's small things like that that make difference. And these are what the farmers are saying in this context, not me saying that.
Congressman, you want to build on?
Yeah, normally the way it works, normally the National Agricultural Research System, we call them NARSs, are part and parcel of the Ministry of Agriculture, and they work with farmers. So what we have been seeing over the years, there is something that we call extension. The extension, it's actually the technology transfer from the ministries or the research institution or the research, whatever there, to the farmers. And this is one of the areas that most countries are under-investing in it. It almost disappeared in many places. In some places where it's a developed country, most of the time the private sector came in and is providing those extension services to the farmers. But in many countries, it's not the case. So I think the work with the farmers should be part and parcel of it. It's done at the national system. And even when we come from the international, we should use the national system. We should embark in that communication. For example, in varieties, in sometimes the adoption is very low. We release many varieties and many national systems will release varieties, but there is no adoption. If the farmer doesn't know, he or she, that this is a better variety for A, B, C, D, if you don't demonstrate it, and that's why we have on-farm trials and what have you, so that they can see it. If it doesn't respond to their need, it's very difficult. So there is one side, it's a tech transfer, it's the extension, it's the communication. The other side is the costs. In many developing countries, varieties are too expensive. Fertilizer are too expensive. Irrigation is very expensive. So when the farmer have very little return on investment, how could they buy an irrigation system? And I think that cost is very true for the least income countries. And you will be surprised to know that fertilizer in Africa sometimes are more expensive than Europe. It's because of the logistic. It's because most of it is done outside the continent. So if we want to fix it, we need to look at those things. And we need to work with the government to lower the cost of technologies and innovation. And we need to localize a little bit many of those manufacturing. We can't keep the manufacturing in the north sold to the south because the farmer would never be able to afford it. And maybe one of the quick fix that I see, Anyan, the CGR, we have projects in about 90 countries. FAO has offices in about 134 countries. So there is the presence of research institution and multilateral and WFP, I'm sure, in many others. So one quick fix that we can do, it's actually deploy technology right now in the least income countries. If we deploy technology in Africa, we could produce up to 10 times more what we are producing right now. Because the yield gap between Africa and the rest of the world, it's so high because of the lack of access to those technologies that are way too expensive and they are not affordable and in the hand of the farmers.
Well, thank you so much for that. I'm going to turn to Gernot right now. And, we've been talking about solutions, right? But I do want to ask you some examples of local solutions also to the risk food systems, particularly in humanitarian settings where WFP really works in conflict areas, where there's the threat of conflict, but also the threat of climate.
Yeah, thank you for inviting us to this important conversation. It's great to be here. We are widely known as the largest frontline disaster relief organization in the United Nations. So when you see WFP, then usually there's a food crisis of some sort. There is a breakdown of food systems. And this is usually a failure of our international system to predict, to protect, to build resilience for smallholder farmers. So in the places where food security is the worst, there is a big overlap between climate change as a driver of risk, social tensions, institutional fragility. And here in the COP28 discussions, you have seen a day focused on climate relief, recovery, and peace that focused essentially on this very question: how can we get better support and more finance to smallholder farmers, to people who are basically caught between conflict and climate. So the solutions in these places cannot be delivered in the same way like we deliver, for example, humanitarian support. They need to be anchored in local institutions. And the good news is these solutions are neither very high-tech nor require extensive delivery pathways. We're talking about disaster preparedness. We're talking about a functioning natural resource base, about healthy soils, about water resources management. We're talking about early warning systems, access to weather information. We're talking about participatory processes that work with smallholder farmers to basically develop a protective system at the local level that works for them. So an example I can give you is Somalia. Somalia, when you ask somebody what climate action in a country like Somalia would look like, people will really believe you cannot do climate action in Somalia because it is a conflict-affected context, it is a humanitarian context.
Right.
You have 17 million people in Somalia, around 6 to 7 million are acutely food insecure, but Somalia has food systems. 70% of the GDP of Somalia is reliant on agriculture. 80% of jobs are reliant on agriculture. So if these food systems, these localized food systems do not work, and we're talking about crop-based food systems, livestock-based and fisheries-based food systems, if there is a breakdown, then there is a really big ripple effect through the economy. And the way we tend to work in these contexts is usually a layered approach. So the resilience programs that we work on are all integrated. They have a foundation of natural resource regeneration, soil regeneration, water resources regeneration, cleaning up of drainage systems. But on top of that, there needs to be access to information, access to early warning information, and a layer of financial protection, because if you, as a smallholder farmer, based on a flash flood, which we, for example, had just this November, if you do not have any financial protection to recover from this shock, the only other solution you have is to move and to become dependent on handouts. So in November this year, we have triggered, based on weather forecasts, early warning information, cash, and nutritional support to 220,000 people before they got hit by a flash flood. This is, for us, the financial protection element that comes on top of our land regeneration projects, and I think it's a good practice to integrate these layers of defense.
No, I was reading a recent report by WFP. Hunger persists for as many as 333 million people globally in 2023 across 78 countries.
Yeah.
How can COP28 change that? Or help change that situation?
Yeah. To my mind, there are really 4 lines of defense that stand between us as the international community and a catastrophic impact on a vulnerable smallholder farmer in a country like Somalia. The first line of defense is climate change mitigation. And since this is COP28, we had 29 years of consecutive emission rising and temperature curve not bending. So we are failing on climate change mitigation. But this is really the one that I think we need to use as a measurement on whether any COP is successful, because this drives all the other problems that we have in our food systems. Second line of defense is then adaptation. You might have seen the adaptation gap report from UNEP. We have about 1/10 to 1/15 of funding in the international multilateral system to support climate change adaptation. So it's too little, too late. Then we shift into loss and damage, which means already compensating for things that we have neither mitigated out of or adapted to, which is also, we're talking about $600, $700 million that have been pledged here at COP, but it is by far not sufficient to protect people. To my mind, what we need to do is to drive all these lines of defense with the same urgency. That it means we cannot just shift the problem from mitigation and say, okay, we're failing there, let's adapt. Now we have failed in adaptation, now let's do loss and damage. Because ultimately, if we fail in loss and damage, the next thing is life-saving humanitarian assistance. And even there, we work in an international system that is highly underfunded. So we cannot save the lives of everybody who is in harm's way with the current humanitarian aid that is in the system.
I want to build on just the loss and damage, because everyone's been talking about that. How much of that money will actually go to smallholder farmers? Will smallholder farmers be able to access that money?
To whom are you asking the question?
Anyone?
Everyone?
Go ahead.
Do you want to start?
Yeah, I can possibly say with certainty, well, I can say with certainty, that a lot of the money that's pledged here is not going to go, for example, to a smallholder farmer in Afghanistan. People in Afghanistan, many of which are not represented by their governments, do not even have a government representation here, right? So the current multilateral system of climate finance is not piping either loss and damage or adaptation funding through the government, and from there it does not reach the local level. So we do not have connectivity, and we need to use very localized mechanisms working through farmer groups, schools, to get that support there. So there is a disconnect, especially when we talk about the most fragile, vulnerable, conflict-affected countries. Probably the countries that are already able to work through their national governments, where you have connectivity between national, provincial, district, local level, those are best positioned to work with these funds. But it means that we will have a two-class society, a two-class global village, where one set of countries will be able to work with climate finance mechanisms, and another set of countries will be relegated to mostly humanitarian finance.
Me too.
Yeah, you want to go ahead?
We don't have much time, but if you like, just
So
very short.
I have data that shows so far 0.3% of the climate finance is going to smallholder farmers. It's a data that is published, 0.3%. So loss and damage, it's already very good that we are talking about loss and damage. So now we need to raise that funds for loss and damage, and we have to make sure that we have mechanisms to make it to the smallholder. But it's unheard of. It started in COP27. It's a wonderful fund. We need to encourage countries to put in it, and then put mechanisms that will make it go to smallholder, because 0.3% so far, it's zero, actually.
Last word, Dr. Zitsuni.
Just to finish by saying, just put this in the overall context, talking about smallholder farmers and vulnerable communities and all of us. Wherever we do, all these processes and initiatives, unless they reach people and change people's lives, then they're not going to make any difference. I think that's the final test. Everything we do in these negotiations, every work we do, it has to translate into something meaningful in improving people's lives.
That's the best way, I think, to wrap this panel. Thank you so much to our panelists.
I'm glad you said that. I was going to say it. Excellent.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Jenny. So I promised at the beginning of today that you would learn a little bit more about one of our innovation partners, CropLife International. So I would like to introduce to the stage my colleague, Margaret Richardson, to introduce the next session. Margaret?
Is this on? Great. Thanks, Kate. And I'd like to invite Emily Rees, the President and CEO of CropLife International, to the stage, and Dr. Samira Amalal, the Director General and CEO of CropLife Africa and Middle East. So for those of you who don't know, CropLife is the global advocate for the plant science industry and champion of innovative technology that enables farmers to sustainably increase productivity. And before we start, I'd just like to acknowledge it's amazing to be sitting on stage with two incredible female leaders in an industry where so many of the decision makers are still male. So maybe a round of applause for that. Emily, I'd love to ask you just to set the stage for us. We know from conversations happening here at COP and for years now that climate change impacts the global agricultural production and food systems. So give us some specifics. What are the challenges that you're seeing?
So first, I think it's worth it. Thank you very much for having us here. I think it's worth reminding we're going to have the hottest year on Earth, right? 2023, marking a pretty dramatic turn here in this tipping point. We're seeing more climate shocks, and this evidently has big impacts on agriculture, and they're already taking place. We've seen, for instance, drought, floods, changes in rainfall patterns affecting crops worldwide. So, for instance, drop in production in maize in Argentina due to drought. We saw the floods in Pakistan last year also affect the wheat production. all of these are becoming the new reality. And with that, it's not only the weather patterns, it's also what it means for the intensity and the movement of pests and diseases worldwide that affect then the crops, the yields, and the livelihoods of farmers. And so this really is part now of not only the mitigation questions, but also the adaptation questions that we need to be looking at. And particularly, what are the climate smart practices, the integrated pest and disease management that can be put into place to support farmers in this transition.
And can you tell us about some of those climate smart practices that you're seeing? Like, what are some of the solutions that you've seen?
So what we look at is a number of integrated pest management solutions, which really are providing farmers with the right toolbox. And that can be a number of technologies. It can be biopesticides, chemical pesticides, it can be biotechnology, it could be new genomic technique, plant breeding innovations. There is a new level, I would say, of technology and innovation that is coming into this space that really has to be tailored to local requirements, because really we're seeing climate change impacting farming worldwide in very different ways as countries are affected by these climatic shocks in very different ways. And I think with that, one of the elements that we keep in mind is that the big food producers of today might be the big food importers of tomorrow. So we need to build local resilience in production, and we also need to make sure that we can facilitate trade around the world to ensure food security for all.
And Dr. Samira, as the Director General and CEO of the Africa Middle East program at CropLife, you know all about local resilience. I was reading, Africa has an enormous potential with regards to food production, but I was surprised to see that 82% of basic food is still imported from outside the country. I know this is something you think a lot about. Can you tell us why that is?
Okay, thank you. First of all, thank you for having us here today. Before to answer to your question, we can unlock the potential of agriculture in African Middle East region.
The mic.
Yeah, can we get? Hello? Yeah, let's try this mic.
Come on.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I said before to answer your question, how we can unlock the potential of agriculture in Africa, Middle East, allow me to set the context in our region. Our region contributes marginally to the climate change crisis with less than 4% of the global carbon emission. However, our region is faced of increasingly challenges impact of the climate crisis. And this is more true if considering the unique and the local climatic agronomic condition in our region. Our growers are faced of new emerging pests and diseases from desert plague invasion. If we can say that one small swarm can consume per day the amount of 35,000 per people, and it's increasingly challenging as context of food security in our continent. So we are estimating that in Africa, 16% of the population is faced with food insecurity and approximately 13% in the MENA region. And in the meantime, FAO, they estimate to support the growing population by 2050, we need to increase our productivity by 50%. So I believe that plant science technology can really play a role to produce more with less, contributing to food security, to contributing to less importation. And from my opinion, there is 5 key actions that we need to work together. So first of all, we need based evidence of policies contributing to ensure green transition localized to Africa. So when in our continent we talk about to reduce crop protection, when in our farmers still not have access to all innovation, it's not resonate to the local reality. Secondly, we really need to ensure that food security policies are integrated as high priority from our leaders in their policy. We need to enable a legislative framework of agricultural innovation, equitable technologies, access. Our farmers in Africa and Middle East have the right to access to the technologies at the same time, such as other farmers in US and in Brazil. our farmers can benefit from innovation like genome editing to adapt their farming practice face all these climate changes. And also we need to encourage young farmers through growing their agribusiness to have also the ability to trade. So we will ensure that we will keep this ambition, this motivation to continue to be farmers in our region, and in the meantime to encourage trade and access to the market.
And I know one of the things you've been focused on is the launch of the Sustainable Pesticide Management Framework in Kenya and Morocco, which was designed to address the intertwined issues of climate change and food insecurity. Can you tell us a little bit more about that specific initiative?
Yeah, for Sustainable Pesticide Management Framework, it's a concrete action in the ground, led and implemented by industry, and also with the cooperation with several stakeholders at country level, private and public sector. This initiative is strong commitment from our industry for 5 years to be part of the sustainable agriculture. This program is already launched and implemented in Morocco and Kenya, and it's in his way to be implemented next year in Egypt. As I said, this is a real concrete example of action implemented in the ground with objective to reduce reliance on high hazard pesticide, push innovation, and to ensure there is sustainable use of pesticide. We are already observing change, impact at level of farmers in the ground with using more technologies and innovation safely. We are working together with the registrar on legislative framework to accelerate, for example, the biological solution. And we also working with academia and research, local research to explore the potential of gene editing in agriculture in Africa. It's a very strong program, and Emily can talk more on that because it's a worldwide program.
Emily, I'd love to hear from you. This was one of the initiatives we talked about as sort of crucial to this issue. So I wonder if you could talk a little bit about the initiative and then also other biotech products that you're seeing.
Sure. I mean, the Sustainable Pesticide Management Framework is an innovation sprint, and it's part of the Aim for C climate provisions that we put forward. It really is our industry's contribution also to the COP process. Now, it's a $13 million program, so it's a really long-term engagement over 5 years that we're rolling out in 9 countries. So starting with Africa, Middle East, this year expanding to Vietnam, Thailand, and Egypt, and then in the next year to Latin America. And the focus here really is on low to middle income countries. And again, I think it's an extraordinary initiative in terms of ensuring the responsible use and good agricultural practices in the field. And we do that via a peer-to-peer knowledge exchange amongst farmers. And I think that really is what's proving to be the success of this program.
And in your capacity, you see other sort of crucial, important tools for addressing climate change in the biotech. We were talking about one earlier. Do you want to share about the cassava?
So I just came back from the African Innovation Agricultural Conference, and it was just so interesting to see the buzz happening there in the African region about all these new technologies being deployed in Africa to increase the productivity gap that we were just mentioning, right? Some being cassava, for instance, disease-resistant cassava, or drought-tolerant maize are also being deployed in Africa. We've seen some interesting developments in Nigeria with BT cowpea, for instance, which is really a local crop and with huge differences in productivity gains. And speaking to the farmers that have been deploying it, the decision makers in Africa over what they're seeing on the ground is just really incredible. So a lot of exciting, I think, progress happening in that region and where it's most needed, right?
Right. Before I let you go, one of the reasons we bring this issue to the Devex stage is we think this is a topic that needs to be discussed more, and in policymakers' rooms, in our audience. I'm wondering, what would you like the people listening, both online and in the room, what would you like them to know about this? I know it's your last day at COP, but what do you wish people really take away on these issues, both of you?
Maybe as someone who's been through many COPs, I come, I think quite optimistic. Maybe that's just my general optimism, but quite optimistic out of this COP28 in Dubai, particularly on the progress that we've seen in terms of integrating food systems, sustainable agriculture, those conversations, climate smart precision techniques as well, being integrated into the discussions, probably in the first way, in the first more structured way, and that with the UAE declaration now that is being brought forward, 140 countries having signed up. I think this is really big progress. And what it means is that we're going to see by the time we get to COP30 in Belém, countries will have integrated into their national determined contributions, into the national adaptation plans, their own national localized plans for sustainable food systems and agriculture. And that's going to, I think, speed up a lot of the, not only these conversations, but also the localized solutions on the ground.
Dr. Samira, what do you wish folks take away?
Look, it's an amazing platform, of course, COP28, but if I can make observation, often such manifestation and event is more input-driven rather than to be output-driven. So we need concrete action now that will change and impact the behavior of our farmers now in the ground in Africa and Middle East. So there is urgent need to enable policy framework that will help to smallholder farmers to access to the innovation. We need to promote more this cooperation again in the ground between private, public, and work together to achieve the sustainable agriculture and food security. I'm coming from a country, I'm living in Morocco, and I can say you when we have good years is when we have a good agriculture season. We feel the impact in the society. We feel that there is a decrease of food commodity. People are happy. Our farmers can send their kids to the school. They can bring their kids. It's happiness, prosperity. So I believe on the potential of agriculture to unlock the economy, the society, prosperity in our region. And we need urgently to make sure that all the agriculture's policies, access innovation, equitable access to the technology can be fully integrated in the climate action policies.
Thank you both for joining us here at the Climate Plus Summit. We're really, really appreciative. And thank you for being innovation partners to this summit. It's been thrilled to have you here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, we will be continuing discussion on climate and food, and I would like to introduce Devex senior reporter Michael Igo. You might be familiar with his byline. You might also be familiar with his voice if you've been listening to our Climate Plus podcast, which if you haven't, it's a podcast we've been releasing in lead up, and we will be releasing more episodes this week and in the following weeks, looking at the many ways that climate intersects and impacts the SDGs. You can scan, there'll be a QR code at some point you can scan, there you go, to learn more about Climate Plus. But in the meantime, I'll hand it over to you, Michael. Thanks.
How's everyone doing? There's enough coffee. Coffee's holding out. It's great to see you all. I'm Michael Igo, senior reporter with Devex, and I'm joined by just a fantastic panel here. I actually feel really badly because I had to interrupt them in the green room where they were solving problems of smallholder farmers and sustainable agriculture. But I was glad to pull them away and to come onto the stage to share some insights with you all today. Joining me are Dr. Jemima Njuki, who is the Chief of Economic Empowerment at UN Women, Sandra Uwera, who is the CEO of Fair Trade International, and Aloysius Atta, the co-founder and CEO of Farmerline. And we're here to have a conversation about sort of where the rubber hits the road when it comes to climate action. Each of these folks here is supporting, through their work, populations that are uniquely vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, but also uniquely capable of delivering solutions to the climate crisis. And they're all coming at this from different and fascinating directions, and many are engaged very closely in the negotiations here at COP. So thank you all for being here. This is really wonderful to have you. I wanted to start sort of from that point. Each of you is working on an issue that would be challenging and daunting enough without the climate crisis. And yet we have one. So I wonder if you could start just by talking us through how the reality of climate change and the additional pressure of climate change comes to bear on the work that you do in sort of an operational way. How does the climate crisis manifest in either the solutions that you're bringing, the services that you're bringing to the communities that you serve, or just the way that you think about sort of your work from a strategic perspective? And Sandra, I wonder if we could start with you. I'm going to put you right on the spot. You're in the middle.
Well, thank you. So for those of you who may not know what fair trade is the leading social certification mark that looks at enforcing social compliance within the grassroots level. We work with about 2 million producers across the world, in Africa, Latin America, and in North Asia and Pacific, specifically to address challenges that they face within their national ecosystems that look at social governance, good or fair labor practices. We ensure that our producers are able to sell their products at a fair price, gain a premium, and give back to their communities independently. And this promotes decent livelihoods, a decent living income, a decent living wage, and also helps them to understand better how to reinvest back into their communities and become more sustainable and competitive. This poses a lot of challenges within our ecosystems because in this vastly changing world that we're living in, especially after COVID, a lot of businesses are keen to recover, to build back better into their markets. And that has some different challenges. We have seen companies that are focusing on cost leadership, driving more sales of their products at a cheaper price. But we also have seen a lot of businesses that are specifically focusing on social responsibility, business responsibility. So we work with those specific companies who are willing to sell our products at a fair price within their markets so that they can actually give back. Now, it's important to note that a lot of our producers are very keen to sell at a fair price because they want to reinvest, but they work on friction income. This means that they have to consider the day-to-day costs and challenges that they face when they are investing back in their farms. This friction income would go into buying fertilizers or go into buying the right seed at the right time. They also have to consider paying for school fees for the children and also just building into their household income. So the cost of climate adaptation is now being brought to the fore to these producers. And it's not the first thing at the top of their mind to say, let us use the money that we're earning right now to reinvest back into various sophisticated technologies that can help us to mitigate climate challenges on the ground. This poses a big issue. So we continuously call to companies to look at the cost of sustainable production and factor it into the price the price that they put forward when they're selling their products above the chain. And it's a collective responsibility. So we need the buyers at the top of the supply chain, all the players within the supply chain to take this into consideration because the cost of climate adaptation is very high and the producers cannot bear that cost alone. So these are the day-to-day challenges we continuously are working with. So technology transfer, human resource capacity, cost of finance is very, very high for the producers. And I'm hoping we can have a discussion about how to mitigate that.
Wonderful, absolutely. I hope so too. And Aloysius, I think there's a natural segue here over to you, and that's probably why the two of you were conspiring over on the couches there to solve all of these problems. But I'm interested in what Sandra said here about what's top of mind for farmers, right? And in some cases, maybe it's not yet climate change adaptation. Maybe there's an information gap there. How do you think about providing the services that farmers need right now, but with this longer term view towards how the world is changing for them.
Yeah, thank you. So Aloysius, Farmerline, we've been around for a decade. We are a digital marketplace for 2.2 million farmers across Africa. Our technology has been deployed across 48 countries. So the question about what is on top of mind of farmers want to grow more food. They want to make more money. Like when you talk to farmers, that's so that's what we focus on. Focus on as an organization. How do we help farmers to grow more food and make more money? Climate change is really, really affecting them. And I'll give a very specific example from Ghana. So in the northern part of the country, Ghana, planting usually starts in July. But before farmers putting the seed on the ground, they wait for the rains to come. Climate change is leading to late rains and fewer rains, which means that some farmers are planting, instead of planting in July and harvesting in December, they end up planting somewhere late August or late September. Late planting basically means that your yield is going to go down, right? So those are some of and if their yields go down, they make less money. If you want to plant in July without rain, it means you have to find a source of water for planting. Some go and invest in irrigation, solar irrigation. Solar irrigation means higher cost of farming. Higher cost of farming means less money in the pocket, right? So what we do basically is how do we get all the information to farmers, work with other partners and get all the information to farmers in the language that they can understand so that they can better be prepared. Because if they don't have the information, if they don't have new knowledge, they will not be prepared. So we give information to them in their native languages, purely in audio. It's like a 911 for farmers. They can get access to information on demand. And then the second thing is that how do we get them the products and services that they need, but they also make it more affordable. Farmers usually have cash flow problems. They have money 4 months out of 12 months in a year, and 4 months, which is usually 4 months during and after harvest. So if they are supposed to plant in July, they often don't have a lot of money sitting down to invest. So working with banks and other institutions to offer the products, but then also offer flexible financing methods in cases where they have to make very little down payment or no down payment, where they pay us back by the end of the season. All these things must go together. Again, their goal is to grow more food and make more money. So providing end-to-end service around information, financing, but then also connecting them to market gets them closer to that goal. And it takes a team sport. And we're very happy to be working with Fairtrade in Ghana and hopefully soon in Ivory Coast to keep making sure we're helping farmers and putting them in a position to grow more food and make more money.
And just very quickly, to make this sort of real for everybody, when you say information, give us an example? What sorts of information are you talking about?
Yeah, information about how to apply fertilizer, like very simple things like that.
So extension, agricultural.
Yeah, extension agriculture. Working with weather companies to send weather forecasts to farmers in their native language. We are not a weather company, but we work with Dutch weather companies to send that.
Precision.
Precision, so sending information based on the agroecological zone, right? Someone mentioned earlier that farmers are all not the same. A farmer in the south of Ghana and the farmer in the north of Ghana, they are very different. They plant at different times, they harvest at different times. And depending on the crop that you're growing, the kind of advisor you need is very important. Farmers generally know what to do, but reminding them to take action, the right action at the right time makes a dramatic difference.
Right.
Yeah, so those are the kind of information that we deliver to them on demand in their native language.
Great, great. I'm hoping to save some time for Q&A at the end, so please be generating questions in your heads. But Jemima, let me come to you. I'm sure as you're listening to this, the gender dimensions of this challenge are going through your head. I know you've been engaged directly in the negotiations here at COP, supporting a lot of different countries and constituencies. But how do you see this set of pressures playing out from the perspective of women in particular, many of whom are farmers, but also have a number of other climate vulnerable livelihoods and concerns?
Thank you very much, and it's such a pleasure to be here. So at UN Women, we see climate change, we call it a threat multiplier, because what's happening is it is actually amplifying a lot of the gender inequalities that we see. And I'll just give a couple of examples. So as droughts become increasingly frequent, what we are seeing is the amount of time that women and girls are then taking to provide for their families, whether it's in terms of fetching water, whether it's in terms of getting fuel wool and access to energy, it's increasing. We are seeing increases in things like gender-based violence as a result of climate change. Just in the Horn of Africa, the last couple of droughts that we have seen a 20% increase in some countries of child marriage, because as families get pushed to desperation, young girls, some as young as 13 years old, are actually paying the price for climate change. We are seeing such an increase in unpaid care work and domestic work by women that it is actually threatening their own livelihoods and their ability to participate in economic activities. So these are real things for women on the ground. On the other hand, we come to COP, and the same lack of representation we see in other spaces, we start to see it in the negotiations and in the discussions. In the last 10 years, around 2011, 2012, the percentage of negotiators at COP that were women was 30%. 2023, 10 years later, we've only increased that percentage by 5. So we moved from 30% representation to 35% representation over 10 years. So on one hand, we are saying the climate crisis is not gender neutral. Women and girls are disproportionately impacted. And then we are coming to these spaces and leaving the same people out that are impacted by the problem. And for us, that's a big issue. Only 20% of the delegations here are led by women. We only have 15% of climate environment ministers that are women. It is really unacceptable in 2023 to be talking about these things. So what we really want to do is, as part of our engagement in COP, we are supporting negotiations, technical support on gender equality, because we really want outcomes, gender equal outcomes for women and girls, while at the same time making sure that we're calling for what we're calling feminist climate justice. And feminist climate justice basically has 4 objectives. First is that we have to recognize the labor, the rights, and the knowledge that women bring, and women in all their diversity, indigenous women, because we know they are all at the forefront of fighting climate change. The second thing we are calling for is representation, that women must be represented. Climate solutions are not going to be effective if they do not include the voices of those that are most affected. And the third thing that the feminist climate justice framework is calling for is redistribution of resources. Only 3% of ODA that's going to climate right now is going to gender equality, and even less is going to women-led organizations. So we also must redistribute the resources. So here we have a lot of conversations on redistribution of resources between the global north and the global south. We're talking a lot about the way the resources are not enough to adapt to climate change, but what we are not always talking about is how much of those resources is actually going to the indigenous women's movements that are restoring degraded lands, that are defending their territories, that are restoring ecosystems. So we must make sure that we are also distributing the resources that we are talking about here. First day, there was a commitment to the Loss and Damage Fund. We must ask the question of how much of that is going to women. And then the fourth R that we are talking about is, now I don't have my R's right, the representation. We have recognition, redistribution, representation, and reparation. And the reparation is really important, because that's where the issues of justice are so critical.
Great, thank you. Let me do a quick check for questions, and if I don't see any, oh, all right. And I think we have, my colleague Jess has a microphone here, so she'll run. We'll take a question now, and then I'll jump back in.
Ms. Chege, I work for an international NGO called Child Fund. I would want to continue where Ms. Njuki has stopped. the issue of representation of youth and children in these discussions. I think we need to have them on the table. We need to have their voices. Thank you.
Great. Yeah, thank you for the comments. And I wonder, Sandra or Aloysius, how does the equity issue factor into the way that you go about your work? Things like information, things like technology are not equally available to all people. How do you think about that, and how do you try to overcome that challenge when you're providing these services to the communities where you work? Either of you is welcome to jump in first.
Okay.
Yeah, equity. So the way we think about it, or the way we approach it, is usually like try to be very mindful of the geography, but then geography, distribution channel, and then also the crops. So just in our history, first 5 years we're just in the south of Ghana, mostly focusing on cocoa growing crops. Then the last 5 years we expanded to the northern part of the country, so geography changed. We started growing, like supporting more cereals and grains, rice, maize, soybean. Number of women that were increased to 51%, not because of anything like genius that we did, but because we just expanded the crops and then changed the geography, and then and that changed as well. Distribution also, how you select, in the channels that you select to reach the farmers as well. The kind of farmer groups, the leaders of those farmer groups, the kind of agents that you have in your network. Obviously, if you have more women agents, you reach more women farmers. You have males, they get their friends. So just being very mindful about that. And organizations that are also working in the space. Like for us, we always approach this as a team sport. We don't think of it as a winner take all. So if there are organizations that are doing work and they are better in places that we are not, we just we tend to embrace and collaborate with them to get better in places that we are not very strong at. So the way we think about it is mostly geography, type of crop, and also distribution. Just being very mindful to make sure those things actually help us to get the equity that we want to see.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So maybe if we can just give context of the larger ecosystem of agriculture. So about 60 to 80% of agriculture and food systems in the world is driven by small and medium enterprises. Within the small and medium enterprise space, we have small-scale producers and farmers, and a larger percentage of this, if I can talk about our 2 million farmers, at least 40% of them are women. Women and also youth who have actually grown into this business space after being educated about technical engagements, and their capacities have been built to actually become agriculture drivers. One of the key challenges we've noted, especially when women go to banks, is that the banks, the financial systems, and an organic aspect, but the financial systems probably consider men as more credit-worthy than women. So if we make a comparison between men and women who are given loans and credits, women are 5 to 10% less viable to getting a loan than a man. Interestingly, I come from a banking background, but we all know that women are actually trustworthy. When you actually borrow, you do give back, So the rate of non-performing loans from women is actually very low, but still, this directly affects how they access credit. And this is an ongoing discussion within the financial inclusion agenda to see how to strengthen the negotiation power, the bargaining power for women and youth in accessing finance and accessing credit across the ecosystems. Within Fair Trade, we have what we call the Fair Trade Ambassadors Program, where we bring together women and youth from Ghana, from Cote d'Ivoire, from West Africa, from Latin America and India, and help them to engage in advocacy agendas and also to speak up confidently about their business ecosystems, and also to push forward what they think is viable as a solution to addressing the challenges they face. We've also helped them to build credit references, to strengthen their accountability, to put together good bookkeeping services that can help them to become interesting partners in the financial sector. So this is something to continuously pick up. Right. But it's an ongoing challenge that we continuously face. But I'm happy to say that one of our key interests as Fair Trade International is to bring women at the forefront. From Latin America in Peru to India, we have seen that in the coffee sector, a lot of women are in this particular space. Women go on farms, they farm, but they also go back and build a household. And that has also become a very big challenge in terms of how they're able to grow to become more sustainable business practitioners. And so we continuously carry out sensitization within communities and farms on how to give more dedicated time for women to become business owners, business drivers. And also we help husbands to understand the importance of having equity within a household so that there's an equal opportunity for both to balance the households. So these are the kind of works that we actually pick up on at a grassroots level. But it still does have a trickle, it still has an effect on climate change and climate financing. And it's something that my colleague here mentioned earlier. As long as climate adaptation is expensive, it does have an impact on how these businesses are run at a national level, at a community level. One of the biggest challenges we face is that when the cost of fertilizers, when the cost of climate adaptation goes up, it impacts it impacts the pricing of some of these products on the ground. It impacts the performance of the yield of the crops on the ground. And by virtue of that fact, it also removes the players, the women players within the business, within small-scale producer businesses. And that directly pushes back the opportunity for them to participate in trade. And so we need to also consider how there's a ripple effect that is negative that impacts women. Yeah. So we pick up on all these aspects and try to address them at an advocacy level. We bring it forward to our businesses, the companies that are sourcing from fair trade. We bring it forward to policymakers. And we also try to come with a collective mechanism of addressing it. But it's not a one-size-fits-all. So we continuously have to go back to the drawing board and say, how are we pushing forward climate adaptation mechanisms at the grassroots level? Right. Everybody needs to be a part of it. Everybody needs to contribute in terms of financial resources, human resources, and technology transfer that's given back to the producers.
Wonderful. Yeah. I have a follow-up question about climate adaptation, but I want to go to the audience to see if we have any more. Yeah, a question in the middle over here.
Thank you. My name's Keith Wingard with Solar Cookers International. I have a quick question about clean cooking, which touches on a lot of things that you're talking about. It's great that we have strategies to improve yields, but you then still need to cook your food oftentimes if you're going to eat it, which touches on gender because often disproportionately impacting women in cooking food, environment in the demand for wood and other biomass sources for cooking, and economic in that you're needing to spend money on your fuel resources. So my question to anyone who wants to take it is, how does clean cooking impact the work that you're doing going forward? Thanks.
Great, thank you.
I'm happy to take that because it's part of the unpaid care work that women and girls do. And one of the things we've also seen is that a lot of the cooking also has health impacts for women. The pollution, the smoke inhalation, and it's causing a lot of deaths actually. So earlier during the COP meetings, the president of Tanzania actually launched a huge program on African women clean cooking support program for African countries. And so it's very important that we are changing the way cooking is done. Women and girls should not really die trying to nourish the world. And so the use of solar for cooking, the use of stoves that actually use less wood, but also cause less pollution is really critical. One of our programs that we have in Kenya, Tanzania, and Nigeria is a program called the Solar Sisters. We work together with Solar Sisters to actually introduce solar to rural communities as a means of improving cooking, as a means of saving energy. But what I really like about that program is it's also building women's entrepreneurship because the technologies are also produced by women. So we are working with over 100,000 women entrepreneurs who are actually making the technologies and then selling to other women and to other families. So there's a lot still that we need to do there. Some of our analysis is showing that women are actually spending 2.8 hours more than men on a daily basis on unpaid care. And if we do not act on it, by 2050, we'll only have reduced that time by 30 minutes. Yeah? And so some of these technological innovations are really important. But as Sandra said, we also really need to be putting them into the local context in terms of what actually works for different situations and different conditions, because there's also a lot of technological innovations out there that are still out of the reach of many women due to either they're too expensive or they're not fitting within some of their local contexts.
Great, thank you. Yeah. Super quick, go ahead.
Okay, so one of the benefits of digitizing supply chains is, like, from our views, you get to know what's happening, in your supply chain. So, and then you also build the relationship and then the distribution to move product from one place to the other. So from our work, you get to know, like, how much forest farmers are cutting and using for firewood, and you can then work with third-party clean cook stove in service providers to get them these products. So we're working with a company called EnviroFit to distribute about 60,000 cook stoves to farmers without actually building any new supply chain. Just leveraging the data that we have, the agent network that we have, the farm associations, and getting them as much product as possible. It also helps you to think of the farmers, how to support the farmers beyond the farm. They're a whole human being. They need other services beyond just sitting on the farm. They also need to be healthy, as you mentioned. So digitizing actually, like, exposes what is happening, but it also helps to build relationships to get farmers more that they need beyond the farm.
Great. We have to leave it there. Please join me in thanking this excellent panel. Really appreciate you all being here. Thanks.
Thank you, Michael.
My microphone is here. Maybe we sit.
Oh, yes,
this way.
we'll sit here. Very good. Yep. Perfect. Right. Well, I would love to introduce Petra Laus, who's the Global Head of Business Sustainability for Crop Protection at Syngenta, which is another one of our innovation partners today. So first off, thank you for being a part of Climate Plus. So I'd love to start with, this morning we actually had a discussion around food shortages and how climate is exacerbating food shortages. Food needs are growing, yet we know that agriculture can be a contributor to the climate crisis. So how do you think about how we can meet the demands for the food that we need and will need in the future, while also reaching the Paris Agreement and thinking about how agriculture can not just be a contributor to climate change, but maybe even a solution?
Thank you, Kate. Glad to be here. So we have heard about the extreme challenges, right, the ag sector is facing. So we are already consuming about 50% of the habitable land for agriculture. It's 70% of fresh water used. We are emitting 22% of greenhouse gas today, and the sector needs to grow because we need more food for the people. We heard that very loud and clear. And the good news is the ag sector, in our view, there is a way to grow and reducing emissions very clearly. If we don't act now, the soils will be degraded, the emissions will balloon, and we won't be able to feed the people. Now, to get there, we need to be thinking differently about how we consume food and how we produce food.
And so in a recent opinion article for Devex, you talked about how the narrative around some of the traditional polluting sectors like transport and energy has shifted from being seen as a potential solution to climate change, not just a contributor, and how the agriculture sector needs to move along with that as well. Can you talk about this a little bit more and any specific practices, breakthroughs, solutions you see that can not only move that narrative, but actually move the reality of agriculture being a solution and not just a contributor?
So if you look at the energy and transport sector, there has been a huge innovation wave, right? There was lots of effort into renewable energy, electric cars, bike lanes, solar panels, everything. We need the same innovation effort now in agriculture. We need from a climate perspective, we need to achieve three things. We need to reduce emissions on farm, we need to sequester more carbon, and we need to increase productivity, which also is a climate solution. And to do this, in agriculture, we suggest three things. We say we need to boost soil health. That's absolutely fundamental. Soil is responsible for 95% of the food we produce. So we need to invest in more research and understand how the soil health boosting practices like no-till, like cover crops, like crop diversification, how these practices can be better applied in the various local settings, because it's not a simple recipe. So we need research to understand this, and we need to make it attractive to farmers. I liked a lot what Mr. Odada was saying this morning, right? It needs to work for the farmers. So we are not rewarding currently soil health services the farmer is bringing in terms of carbon markets. We can probably talk more about that, but that's the first, is boosting soil health. Second is digital. If you look at innovation, every sector in industry has benefited from the digital revolution. Why can't we do the same in agriculture? The farmer has so many decisions to take. It starts from choosing the right seed. It goes from what is the practice I'm applying and protecting my crop? When is the best time to harvest? What is the weather going to look like? How can I turn all of this into a tool set to farmers to really make it practical and accessible, these know-how, including artificial intelligence? And we talked about smallholders before. You know, digital also is a way to reach farm smallholders, because it's very hard to go to the last mile, and the digital revolution can help with that. And the last, I mean, this is also a lot what we are about, is innovation. Let's embrace biotechnology. Let's embrace biologicals. We see there's a lot of opportunity in better seeds that are resistant to droughts, that are resistant to pests, that produce more on less land. And there's a lot of opportunity in biologicals where we can harness the power of nature to treat pests and to increase nutrient efficiency.
So you talked about soil health and the importance of bringing farmers on board and making sure that there are policies and incentives in place. Also thinking about policies, Biden administration's Inflation Reduction Act that just passed really funds significant funds toward climate smart agriculture. So can you think about some other examples of how policy is helping to really push progress in this area, or what more you'd like to see in this space?
So what policies do in these areas is alignment, set standards, and release incentives for investment, right? And this is what is the beauty of the Climate Reduction Act. So it's really, the Inflation Reduction Act, it's really helping to give us confidence that the investment is going to be supported at the end of the day. And when we think of climate smart agriculture, it's all the practices that either help the farmer adapt to climate change or to mitigate climate change. We heard some of the examples before. And there are many technologies that support these practices. On the seed side, there's seed available that is feed efficient. So you can raise more cattle or produce more dairy with less emissions. It's all the on-farm emissions. And on the adaptation side, there are biostimulants that help the plant physiology to be resistant in drought. We heard earlier today, if the climate is going to degrade, maize is not going to flower anymore. At the same time, you need to look at the productivity of the crop. So if we have biostimulants supplied, the crop can produce, even under very difficult climatic conditions, the same or even more amount of corn to be harvested.
So here we're on the sidelines of COP28, and COP28 brings together many different stakeholders. You have governments, multinationals, private sector, civil society. So what role do you see for collaboration across all of these sectors? And what challenge and opportunities do you see when it comes to climate smart agriculture?
Yeah. I think at the end, it's a huge synchronization effort that is required. So when I joined this sector 4 years ago, I was surprised to see how different the perspectives were between civil society, what farmers actually need, what the world needs, what science tells us. So we need to look at this end-to-end pathway. And our first speaker also was very clear. The agro-food system starts before farm production with the farming, the processing, the consuming. And we need to be mindful of each other, how what we try to achieve in one path is going to be handed down to the next sector. So the alignment on standards, the alignment on outcomes is very, very important. And this is also a key message here at COP. Let us help through the alignment and standard setting and synchronization to try to work towards the same outcome.
And do you think that message is breaking through?
I'm very pleased, like other speakers, we are understanding the need of innovation. We are understanding the need of productivity, which is often underestimated. We heard it loud and clearly, and also the value productivity brings to climate change. And also, we didn't talk about biodiversity yet, but using the cultivated land as productively as possible with the least impact. That is what the ag-food sector tries to achieve.
Yeah, and what do you see as the critical opportunity, and for those in the room that are probably coming from different perspectives, different backgrounds, that we can't afford to miss if we really want to simultaneously make sure we can feed the world while also reducing emissions through agriculture innovation?
I would say we need a strategic approach and focus on the outcome we want to achieve. So forget about terms like organic agriculture, agroecology, climate smart agriculture, region agriculture. Look at the outcome we need to achieve together. And this alignment on the outcomes will actually help everybody to contribute, to think about what can I do, how can I make a difference. Also, we heard it loud and clear in different settings, right? And then we can take this innovative power and have this synchronization amongst the system. This is what we actually need to achieve here today.
And what do you want to see come out of, we have Food Day coming up in a couple of days. What do you hope to see will make you say that this COP28 has been a success?
I think optimism and investment. So let's try and move the things together. Very often I see people are stunned because the challenge is too big. We cannot afford to give up.
Right. Great. Well, thank you so much, Petra, for taking your time today, and to Syngenta for being an innovation partner. And they are also our partner for our well-deserved networking break, which we're about to start here in just a moment before we come back with our health programming. Just also a little plug, you probably saw that there were some stickers when you came in case you want to identify what track or tracks you most identify with that we're exploring here at Climate Plus. So be sure to use those if you want and enjoy this break, and we'll see you back at 1/4 the hour. Thank you. Well, welcome back, everyone. Hope you were able to meet some people, catch up with some friends. We are going to continue with our program, now moving on to our Climate Plus Health track. I would like to introduce to the stage Jenny Ravello, who you met earlier, who also is our author of Devex Checkup, which is our weekly global health newsletter. So hopefully you are subscribed. If you are not, we encourage you to do so. And she will continue on with today's session. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. We'll be talking about emerging responses to the health impacts of climate change. And I would invite everyone to maybe sit down so we can start. Well, let me invite our panelists over on stage, please. So we have Dr. Martin Edlund, CEO of Malaria No More, Alice Bell, Head of Policy for Climate and Health at Wellcome Trust, and Gloria Maymela, Director of Climate and Health at the Wheats Reproductive Health and HIV Institute. Okay, so let me dive in, and I hope everyone can join us as well once you've finished some of your drinks and food. I think, well, early this week we've had Health Day, and everyone's been talking about how historic it's been. After 27 years, finally, health is on the agenda of COP, right? And everyone's saying health is the face of the climate change crisis. I think we've all heard kind of really how much climate change affects health, but I do want to talk at this panel about some of the solutions that we're looking at and some of the ways we're tackling some of these challenges. So maybe I'll start with Martin. So one of the threats posed by climate change and changing weather patterns is the spread of infectious diseases. And that one of the things that we've been hearing about is malaria. How is the malaria community preparing for this to help mitigate a potential increase in malaria infections in those? And maybe you can talk about dengue as well.
Happy to. All the mosquito diseases, give them all to me. So, we're really facing a perfect storm of challenges in global health, including actual storms and floods. But we've got conflict, competition for resources, growing costs, and of course, climate. And as we'll talk about on the panel, there are a broad range of impacts of climate on health. But I do think mosquito-borne diseases are maybe a good canary or mosquito in the coal mine because they are so sensitive to small changes in temperature, rainfall, humidity, et cetera. And of course, we're not seeing small changes. We're seeing really dramatic changes to the conditions that spread these diseases. We're seeing changing rainfall patterns. We're seeing lengthening rainy seasons. So oftentimes there's no break between kind of the on and the off season for a disease like dengue or malaria. We're seeing, due to warming, the mosquitoes that transmit these diseases going to new latitudes and new altitudes and exposing naive populations. And then, of course, we're seeing extreme weather events, flooding events that cause outbreaks. And, it was mentioned earlier, the flooding in Pakistan last year. I think that was probably the single extreme weather event that really arrested the world's attention on health. 2-3 weeks after the disaster of the flooding that put 30% of the landmass underwater, we had the slow motion disaster of the extreme health crisis that followed the extreme weather event. So we saw dengue and malaria outbreaks and cholera outbreaks. Malaria grew 400% in the wake of the flooding. Dengue grew 900% in Pakistan. And it's not like everything else was held constant. In fact, communities were stranded on inland islands where, maybe it used to be a 15-minute walk to the clinic. Now, all of a sudden, they had to commandeer a boat. It took an hour to get to a clinic that, had a 200 or 300% surge in people coming. And so, we're facing what is likely to be the worst dengue year on record. It already is in places like Bangladesh and Brazil. It's a 73% increase in dengue this year. And in terms of malaria, and the latest World Malaria Report was launched here on Health Day at COP28,
The malaria story is a success story over the last 20 years. We've seen 13 million lives saved, 2 billion cases averted, $2 trillion in economic benefits for some of the poorest communities on the planet. But we're now at a point where we risk losing 20 years of health gains, extreme poverty gains, and really putting our goals, like eliminating malaria, out of reach due to the pressures of climate change.
Just building on that, you mentioned about success story, and I think over this past few years, we've had like WHO recommended 2 malaria vaccines, right?
Yeah.
But what are some of the initiatives that are out there? Are these enough? Having these vaccines.
Yeah.
I think Malaria No More is supporting like forecasting tools. Are these enough, or what else is needed to kind of prepare ourselves for this, further spread of these diseases?
I'm really glad for part 2 of this question because I felt like I was pretty doom and gloom in the first part of that answer. So while the challenge is getting a lot harder due to climate change and other factors, the solutions are getting better. I've been at this for 17 years, and there's never been a moment in those 17 years where there's been simultaneously such kind of risk and peril and promise. And it's because of the technology pipeline and some of the innovations we're seeing. So let me give 2 quick examples, one for malaria, one for dengue. One that focuses on people and how you protect them from climate pressures, and one that focuses on the mosquito. So in malaria, we're seeing a lot of variability due to climate change, and it's making it harder to kind of test and treat and do the routine things that we normally see. But there's a really simple and profound innovation called seasonal malaria chemoprevention, which is a mouthful. But essentially, it's a $1.50 pill given to the most vulnerable audiences, children under 5, once a month. And it's caused a 75% reduction in clinical malaria cases. So right now, 49 million kids benefit. We just did an analysis with the Global Fund that showed that as many as 350 million kids could benefit according to the WHO recommendation. So now to the mosquito. So on the dengue side, we talked about all the challenges, reaching new audiences and so forth. But there's a really cool technology, and it's actually something Wellcome Trust has been supporting the research for quite a while, a naturally occurring bacteria called Wolbachia. And if you infect the mosquitoes with this, a randomized control trial in Indonesia showed it can cause a 77% reduction in dengue cases. This is a one-time intervention. You raise these Wolbachia-infected mosquitoes, you release them into the wild, it permeates in the wild population. It doesn't kill the mosquitoes, it has no other adverse effects. Again, it's naturally occurring in insects, but it shuts down not only dengue, but a whole class of what we call arboviruses. So dengue, Zika, chikungunya, yellow fever. And we're looking forward to a WHO recommendation on that soon. And then a lot of countries, as they faced their worst dengue year in history, want to roll out these kind of technologies.
How soon? Because I've been hearing about this, like we're going to get the recommendation from WHO. Is it happening before the year ends? Or?
It's not happening before the year end. What I'm told is end of Q1, but I was told end of Q1 at the start of this year. So we need to see that happen.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm going to get back to you on how we can scale this up and other things about finance. But I do want to ask Alice, Wellcome has been funding research on how to mitigate or reduce the impact of climate change on health. Can you talk about some of the exciting research projects you're supporting, and why is Wellcome doing this?
Why is Wellcome doing this? Well, Wellcome is doing this because the climate crisis is a health crisis. And there's 2 sides to that. One is that so much of the health sector is acting as if we're living in static temperatures. And I was saying this to some people the other day it was at a WHO WMO event. And they were both celebrating how old the WHO is and how old the WMO is, so both the World Health Organization and the World Meteorological Organization. We have not been living in static temperatures since well before not only the WHO was founded, but the WMO. Now, we're only really feeling that in a very, very obvious way the last few decades, but we are feeling it in a really obvious way. Like, I remember being in Europe in the summer of 2003 and being, oh, wow, this is the heat. This is the heat wave that I was told as a child was going to come if we didn't tackle climate change. And I know a scientist who was by then he was already a very eminent scientist, and he was also apparently that summer on holiday with his wife and boring his wife by saying, this is the heat. And that's 20 years ago. We've been living like this for 20 years, and it's getting to a crisis point. And the health sector is woefully underprepared in some places. It's absolutely terrifying. So Welcome is partly engaging this space as a health organization to be a leader and saying, we, like other health organizations around the world, need to be thinking about how all of the investments and programs and ideas and plans that we're making for how we're going to eradicate this disease or tackle inequality in this area or save lives here reflects the fact that we are having all of the challenges that come with the climate crisis. But the second side of it is that the climate debate has missed health. And I think we could be getting to a really dangerous point in terms of decision-making on climate, where we weigh stuff up in terms of carbon, in terms of greenhouse gas emissions. We don't just think about carbon now, we're thinking about the super pollutants, but we're weighing it up in terms of this sort of geochemistry, which is vital, it's central to it. And we're thinking about global temperatures, we've got the meteorology, and then we've got the economic case and weighing up the dollars moving around the world. But we're forgetting the impact on human lives. And we could end up making decisions which seem very sensible in terms of greenhouse gas emissions and money, but are creating new risks. And we know that when we create new risks, it's probably the people who are already marginalized and vulnerable that are going to have to absorb those risks. So when we think about adaptation policies, this word in climate policy of maladaptation, of adaptation policies that we do but actually cause other problems, we know it's more likely to be women and other marginalized groups that are most likely to be affected by that. So for me, as a climate person, going to Welcome, I joined about 18 months ago. One of the reasons I joined the program is that I am terrified about the trajectory of climate policy if we don't include health. And one of the beautiful things this week, and why I'm in a relatively good mood for halfway through a COP, relatively, is that Health Day was, I think, really successful, and I think has helped make the case to the climate sector about what health brings. It's not just health needs to think about its own issues in health systems, but that we have got some really strong evidence and ideas about how to make climate action faster and how to make climate action better. And then quickly to answer your other question about what I'm excited in.
Exciting research projects.
So
just one or two, maybe.
There is, sorry?
Just one or two.
Well, I'm very quick. I'm going to say that I'm very excited about all of our portfolio, which includes infectious disease and heat. So we have people representing them on the table, but also just because we haven't got anyone here on mental health, but it has been a big issue here at COP, is that I'm really excited by one of the projects that we're doing at Imperial College called Connecting Climate Minds. You might well have seen them around COP, and thinking about how we need to build a new research agenda to understand what are the multiple challenges when it comes to mental health and climate, because it's not just climate anxiety, it is huge. And mental health is a really interesting vector to think about health and climate, because you see just the huge diversity of issues that we have to look at. And the thing that really excites me though across all of it is not just the what we're researching, but the how. And that if we're going to have really good health research for the climate crisis, we need to do science differently. We need to be connecting scientists to policymakers. We need to be funding transdisciplinary research that gets people together. And that's the thing that probably drives me more excitingly than the what.
Thank you so much for that. I think that's a really, really good research area, right? Not everyone really understands how, I mean, everyone says, it's important mental health, but we need some data, we need some research, and that's really a really good area to fund and get some more information. I do want to go to Gloria, because you're doing some really good research about, the impacts of climate on maternal health and maternal health. I was reading something, I think something I heard this week about pregnant women are likely to deliver early when it's too hot. And I think not everyone really understands some of these things or kind of realize just how heat is affecting our bodies and everything else. So maybe you can talk a little bit about what is known and not known at the moment when it comes to climate change impacts on maternal and child health, and what are you seeing in your work?
So through our work, we've conducted what we call systematic reviews. And those systematic reviews have shown that there is a link between heat exposure and adverse outcomes in pregnant women and children. So for example, we've seen that women who are exposed to high ambient temperatures tend to have what we call preeclampsia or pregnancy hypertension. They also are at risk of developing diabetes mellitus, with gestational diabetes. But we've also seen from the other side that there's a strong link between heat exposure and preterm birth, low birth weight, as well as even stillbirth in pregnant women. So we know definitely that there is a risk when women are exposed to high ambient temperature. And this is from direct impact of heat exposure. We also look, if we look at the indirect impacts, for example, with climate change and exposure to heat, we have food insecurity. And you can imagine food insecurity and its impact on growing children, which can be devastating. Also, the climate-sensitive diseases, as we've mentioned, malaria in pregnancy tends to be, women with malaria tend to have more complications than before. So we know that there's definitely a link. What we're still investigating, what we're trying, so what research has done is that we've done association studies that says, hang on, there is a link between heat exposure and adverse outcomes. What we're trying to also hone in is to the attribution, because we want to be able to say if a woman has delivers prematurely, we know that there are other factors that can cause premature birth. So we want to be able to say to what extent does climate change contribute to this problem, instead of just a blanket approach to saying that everything is because of climate change, because we know that the solutions are multifactorial. So the attribution studies will be zooming in to see exactly to what extent is climate change a problem. Then the last part is we need to be able to understand the pathophysiology. Like, why is it that when a woman is exposed to high ambient temperature, she ends up with preterm delivery? And we think that it has to do with the inflammatory markers in your body that then tend to result in early labor. So therefore, that's some of the studies, that's what we don't know yet. And we've been fortunately funded by the Wellcome Trust, one of our bioheat studies, to look specifically into that.
One follow-up on that. It's really interesting when we think we know so much about the impacts of climate change on health, and we still don't know a lot.
Yes, sir.
Sure. Okay. Hello. Yeah. So yeah, I think it's just to repeat, it's interesting when we think we know so much about the impacts of climate change on health, and we still don't know much, right? But I just want to follow up on what you mentioned. Are there things already being done to kind of address some of these things that are affecting women, pregnant women, in South Africa, for instance?
Yeah. You see, most of the data has been, generated from the northern countries, and there's been scarcity of data from the African region, and we're trying to change that, and that's why we're leading some of the studies from the south. But we've already conducted some of studies, for example, in Kenya and Burkina Faso, where we've shown that by simply increasing awareness about the impact of heat on pregnancy outcomes has actually led to behavioral changes. For example, in Kenya, women used to walk for miles to go fetch water, something as simple as water, and that was exposing them to high ambient temperature, and we've seen the outcomes. And through focus group discussions, through qualitative research, we're able to discuss the impact, to raise awareness about the risks of climate health, to bring in their partners and their extended family to support. And with the dialogues that began from there were, suddenly male partners were now stepping in to assist. They were kind of like understanding that, there are risks in certain occupations or gender-related occupations that were putting the wives at risk. And by just that simple solution, we started seeing changes in that environment. And those are the kind of interventions that we are scaling throughout the African region.
Right. Thank you so much for that. I'm going to go back to Martin and talk about, scaling up some of the things you mentioned. SMC, you talk about Wolbachia. I know that I was speaking to Peter Sands the other day, and I know that they're channeling 70% of their funding over the next 3 years to 50 most climate vulnerable countries.
Yep.
Right? And one of the things that they're really focusing on is malaria. But I do want to talk about how can we scale up some of these solutions that you mentioned.
It's going to take money, right? We need to invest if we want to scale up. Let me contrast two numbers. So there's an excellent study by the World Bank that shows that by the end of the decade, 132 million people could be driven into extreme poverty by the impacts of climate change. And when they actually dig in and look at the drivers, what's causing that, climate's impact on health is the single biggest driver, accounting for fully a third of those people. So 44 million people could be driven into extreme poverty by climate's impact on health. So health is a big contributor when you look at that. Now, where are we in terms of health financing in the climate conversation? So I'm going to throw a lot of numbers at you quickly. Hopefully these will land. A study just came out from the Climate Policy Initiative that showed that we've doubled climate spending in the last year. That's great news, right? We're up to $1.3 trillion being spent per year. But when you look at adaptation, as we heard about on earlier panels, it's a very small percentage. Slightly less than 5% of that is spent on adaptation. Health is much smaller still. So health, the estimate kind of coming into this year was that about 0.5% of climate financing is going to health. So on the one hand, we're seeing climate's impact on health responsible for driving 1/3 of the people into extreme poverty. On the other hand, we're spending 0.5% of climate financing on health. Now, we did have Health Day this year. We saw a great announcement, $1 billion committed. Wellcome Trust was a part of that, along with the Asian Development Bank, Green Climate Fund, Rockefeller Foundation, and a number of others. $1 billion isn't nearly enough for the scale of the challenge. And so the thing I'm most excited about is seeing the pipelines built between funders. So I'm an ambassador for the Global Fund, so do a lot of work with Peter and his team. And they announced this week an MOU with the World Bank to co-invest on climate and health. The World Bank spends about $6 billion a year on health, so they can work together. They also announced an MOU with the Green Climate Fund. So, you know, the Global Fund has $15.5 billion, the Green Climate Fund has $13.5 billion, and now they're starting to look at common pipeline and common investment strategies. And so the real measure of success here is not going to be how much money flows, but what are the impacts from that. And if we spend the money well, if we learn as we go and refine our approaches, we can save millions, potentially tens of millions of lives from climate's impact on health now. And we can invest in a way that's going to reduce the CO2 footprint, speed the energy transition, and frankly, save billions of future lives by arresting warming.
That's a good thing, you know, unlocking more money, not just beyond the 1 billion we're hearing this week. Alice, you know, Wellcome is, I think, one, if not the only, funders of climate and health research. Can you talk about how we can kind of unlock more funding in that area?
So we're not the only funder of climate and health research, but it is striking that whenever I meet a climate and health researcher, they will have some money from us. And if we go to events on climate and health, it's actually getting slightly embarrassing how many people around the table thank us. And I want us to get to a point where people don't notice me in the room as Wellcome, because Wellcome doesn't need to be noticed. We are one of those philanthropies that is in the beneficial situation where we don't really need to show off our brand. And really what we want to see is the impact in the world, and that impact will be many other funders. So we need to give, you know, people like my friends on the panel, a diversity of options about where they're going to go to get money, but also more money. Because as Martin said, this billion is nothing compared to what we need. And I think the thing that I found when we came in to doing more work in the climate and health field and say, well, we're going to put 100 million a year pounds into this. That's a start. Who else is going to also come to the table? You know, we might be thinking about, well, how are we going to lobby other groups and how we encourage them? How do we use a bit of a carrot of like, look how great this is? And the thing I found is the most powerful is just, we've been funding really fascinating research, and so many other research funders are going, I want to have a bit of that pie. So we are increasingly finding that the NIH, the EU, the other philanthropies, like, we want to fund this. And they all already, it's a great NIH program on climate and health. There's a great EU program on climate and health. Lots of other philanthropies, Rockefeller, for example, are really investing in the space. But I'm really hopeful that by this time next year, people won't be just coming up and thanking Wellcome all the time. They'll have a diversity of people to thank. And we'll also have so many more researchers working because of that. Because one of the things that we've been doing with this research is opening up all the other areas of research. Like we were hearing about the importance of learning about attribution. There is so much work to be done understanding the problem and then working out the solutions.
Yeah. One of the things that you pointed out earlier, I think it's Gloria or Alice, is about, I think it's Gloria, about there's so much data, but it's based on, you know, the global north countries, right? We don't have a lot of data in the global south. I think when it comes to funding, there's always this also discussion about, are global south countries getting that? Are those in the global south accessing those funding? So maybe you can talk a little bit about that, Gloria. Is it easy, or why funders should do more of that in the global south?
Yeah, I mean, Africa is disproportionately affected by climate change. So it has the least resources to cope with climate change, and therefore we need more data to be coming from the
org to see that, and there's a lot of work to do.
Any more? Yes, please. Oh, what? First, and then you.
Hi, my name is Karina Weinstein, and I work for FXB USA. I lead the FXB Climate Advocates Program that works to empower young people, youth advocates with climate solutions. One of the things that we noticed in our cohorts of youth advocates across the globe, global north and global south, that eco-anxiety is a really prevalent mental health consequence of climate change. And of course, for our youth from the global south, there's very direct lived experience with actually impact on physical health, whether it's through food insecurity, respiratory issues, etc. So my question to all of you is, how can young people be advocates for climate and health?
Alice, and then Gloria.
Young people are already being great advocates for climate and health, and I've seen that across so many of the climate and health events that I've been at this week, and also on the lead up to it. So one of the reasons why we've had the success that we've had has been quite a lot of health expertise that is coming through. And I want to emphasize that this is health expertise that is coming with the youth voices as well. They're bringing a generational voice, but many of them are trained doctors, training in other kind of areas of health professions, or just have a real interest and a real knowledge. They bring lived experience as well. And I also want to note just that you said there's climate anxiety on one side, and then you said physical health too. It's not just climate anxiety as a mental health impact. There are a lot of people already suffering a range of mental health impacts, and mental health often intersects with a lot of physical health things. And one of the most shocking things I heard this week, in terms of just to bring that example to life, was in the heat dome that hit British Columbia the summer before last. 8% of the deaths were people with schizophrenia, which is way above the average number of people who have schizophrenia in the population there. And that is an example of how people with mental health as well as physical health conditions are suffering the impacts of climate health much, much worse. And that is the sort of thing that you're hearing. Actually, I heard that stat in a youth event. We're hearing it in the Youth Justice Champion space. We're hearing it with Youngo. We're hearing it with UNICEF. They already are, and I'm really excited to build on it more in the year ahead.
Right. Before Gloria, I just want to give the woman in front a chance to ask her question, and then we can build on it.
Hi, thanks, panelists. My name is Toba, and I'm working at FHI 360, and we are partner with the Devex Summit today. For those who don't know FHI 360, we work in over 60 countries, and we have a very strong global health portfolio. Now, but I'm a climate scientist. And I've been going to COP, and I've been on the climate side. And for the past few years, I kind of migrating into the health side. Now, my question is that when I look at the space of health and climate people in that joint space, where do you think NGOs like FHI 360 and many others in the room would really leverage our evidence, research, data already in the health space and in the climate space? If you look at GCF, for example, how many projects in GCF that funds health NGOs or development NGOs working in the climate space? Wellcome Trust. I know that you talk about research, and we believe that we have that knowledge to action kind of role. Where do you think NGO like FHI 360 can, tap the resources, but bring the evidence to policies and actions?
I can give a very quick answer to that for the Wellcome funding option, and then let others speak, which is that we had a call last year on demonstrating the health impacts of climate change, and that will happen year on year. So that you can look out on our website. There'll be another version of that call in a few months. It's the health impacts of climate change, and we welcome NGOs collaborating with researchers or who are researchers themselves applying to that call. When we say we fund research, that doesn't just mean that we fund universities. And one of the benefits of us as a philanthropy, as opposed to other research funders, is that we would really welcome that kind of transdisciplinary work where we have people who are actioning the work as well as people who are studying the problem. So look out for the impact call. It'll be out soon.
Right. Gloria, do you want to respond to the question on youth?
Yeah, two things. So eco-anxiety is very real, especially among the youth, and how we are trying to address this, we try to get them to be part of the solution. So for example, in my team, I've recruited young people who we call carbon emission interns, and they've become the change agents. They're going out there spreading the word, looking for solutions. And because they're involved, well, it goes to an extent in terms of lessening anxiety. FHI 360, we've had the privilege of in the HIV space, working with organizations like that. And I think how we can work together is, supporting each other, particularly for building climate resilient health systems. I think that's where you come in. Also technological solutions to some of the interventions that we're looking at. I mean, I think there are many, many other ways that we could collaborate and find solutions together. Thank you.
We're very much over time, but thank you so much to our great panelists and also to our audience who asked the question and listened in. Thank you so much. Can we please give a hand to our panelists here?
Thank you.
Well, we're going to break things up a little bit, not with a panel, but with a flash talk from Vishal Kumar, who's the CEO of Waste Warrior Society, where he works to solve the waste management crisis in the Indian Himalayan region. So when we talk about health, waste management is critical for both climate and health. So I'll give the stage over to you, Vishal.
Just have to speak loud, man.
Okay.
That works.
Why reimagining waste management is critical for climate and health. There are three words that we need to understand here: waste, climate, and health. When we think about health, we typically think about health of maybe vulnerable women or poor children. But what about the health of all species on this planet, from the smallest to the largest? These voiceless species are the most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. And who is representing them at COP28 or any of the climate negotiations that happen across the world? Second, climate. When we think about climate, we typically think about carbon emissions. But let us imagine what happens if we magically solve carbon emissions. The problem of carbon. Is the planet going to be livable, habitable for generations to come? We need to think beyond just carbon and look at the complex intelligence of nature with all its abundant natural resources: air, water, soil, and biodiversity. Waste. When we think about waste, we typically think about trash that we throw in the bin. But all resources and energy that we consume, more than what we need, is waste that needs to be managed. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Vishal, and I'm the CEO at Waste Warriors Society. We're solving the waste crisis in the Indian Himalayan region. When we think about plastics, we generally think about maybe a poly bag in a supermarket, but this magic material, which is derived from fossil fuels, can be found now from the highest point on land to the deepest point in sea. Everywhere we've cared to look, be it our rivers, our oceans, birds or fishes, bottled water or branded salt. Microplastics can be found everywhere, including inside the human body. The human blood, human brain, human poop, anywhere we think, including something as sacrosanct and pure as mother's breast milk. What are we doing? Where are we headed as a species? In just 50 years of plastics being around commercially, compared to millions of years of evolution, we have something like a hormonal disruptor in a placenta of an unborn child. For carbon, we have a graph, the Keeling curve, which we've been measuring since pre-industrial times. We've been talking so much about carbon, we understand what the planetary limits are and what its impact are going to be on the environment. But do we know or understand any graph that measures the amount of plastics in all its diverse shapes and forms in our natural resources, air, water, and soil? And do we know what the limits are? Do we know if you've already crossed those thresholds? This is a problem each and every one of us contributes to, and therefore we all need to care. Now let us imagine we are successful in stopping burning of all fossil fuel for energy, which is why we're all here, the energy transition. But what happens is what could be some potential unintended negative consequences of that. And my biggest fear is that this natural resource is going to be transformed into so many forms that are going to be unrecognizable and penetrate every single industry we can imagine. And this is already happening. Almost every piece of textile today is made of plastics, which is derived from fossil fuel. Every drop of paint in the world is derived from plastics. Every industry we can think of, from toys to cosmetics to electronics to food packaging, is now inundated with plastics. Now, where is all of this going to end up? And who is going to bear the impact of all of this? In fact, some of these materials are designed for the dump. Complete disregard to end-of-life management of these materials. In the Indian Himalayan region, where I work, 1 truck of waste is dumped every 5 minutes in the open. And when waste is dumped in these eco-sensitive areas, it impacts the health of all species that are there in the wild. When waste is dumped, it also ends up in our rivers and water streams and eventually ends up in our oceans. Now, what is the point of spending billions of dollars trying to clean up the oceans when every minute we're throwing waste in our rivers from land? When waste is burnt, it ends up releasing dioxins and furans, which are some of the most carcinogenic chemicals known to scientists. And that's the only way mountain communities know to manage their waste. It also releases black carbon, which deposits on snow and leads to faster melting of ice caps. The Himalayas are young mountains, also known as the third pole of the world. Unfortunately, they are warming much faster than the global average, and mountain communities are one of the most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. We at Waste Warriors have taken up this battle to solve the waste management crisis in this specific region. 200 warriors and more fight this war every single day with their blood, sweat, and tears, giving it our all to solve this particular problem. Yet, this is not enough. The problem is growing much faster than the scale of solutions. We need radical collaboration. We need to reimagine how we consume things. We need to change the narrative of climate change. We need to act fast, and we need to act now. But first, we must understand the root cause of the problem in all its holistic dimensions. We must respect the laws of nature and stay true to our moral compass. I've always believed that what's good for us is good for the environment because we are one with nature. Now, will you all reimagine why waste management is critical for climate and health and join us in this war against waste? Thank you. And Waste Warriors always carry all their trash back to where they come from. So we take this back to India every time we travel. Thank you.
Thank you, Vishal. Well, speaking about healthy planet, healthy lives, we're going to continue discussion on planetary health. So I'd like to invite Jenny Ravello back to the stage. If you haven't yet, also check out our focus area on planetary health. It'll be in some of the resources you'll find and the QR codes that are around. But over to you, Jenny.
Thank you, Kate. So the panel before us, we focus very much on human health, right? But there's so much interconnectedness in everything. Our health, our planet, the trees, the animals. So, but before that, I just want to introduce our panelists for this event, for this one. We have Marcin Mitchell, Senior Vice President of Climate Change for World Wildlife Fund in the US. Dr. Alex Deegan, Founder and CEO of Conservation Labs. And Jessica Bigley, Policy Lead, Global Climate and Health Alliance. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. So let me start with Marcin. This interconnectedness, really, from different sectors, can you maybe set the stage for us here? How interconnected, really, all of this are, the challenges and the solutions?
Yeah, so really, having a healthy planet is key to having healthy human beings. I mean, these are the ecosystems that provide us with clean water, clean air, and the biodiversity that we really need to pollinate our food, to do all of the things that we need to have a healthy lifestyle. And so it is interconnected. And then also, and particularly with climate change, as it is impacting our our landscapes and our atmosphere, it also impacts us in health. So in climate, we often focus on carbon, right? This is what we're putting up in the atmosphere. But the sources of these carbon, which is basically burning fossil fuels, also has huge impacts in terms of our, what we're breathing and the other pollutants that are coming into the air. And so I don't know if everyone's aware that every year, over 7 million people die from air pollution. 7 million people. I mean, I hope you've heard that statistic, and I hope you repeat that statistic, because it's something that we don't think about. Many more than died during our pandemic, which was a world crisis. But every year we accept that 7 million people. So it's those same things that we're putting into the atmosphere, we're putting into, for carbon, we're also putting into the air that we breathe. Interconnected.
I'm interested in solutions, right? And I wanted us to maybe focus more on that, on those collaborations. Can you maybe give an example of collaborations that's working really, that's benefiting not just human health, but also the health of our planet?
Yeah, so we have, because it's such a massive challenge for all of us, not one organization, not one country, not one, group of people can do this alone. So we are finding that we're doing more collaborations with people, particularly around the health and leadership. Coming in, sorry, the health and leadership. Can you hear me? Okay, the health and leadership. So WWF and CARE has an alliance, and it's an alliance. One of the programs under the alliance is called Sow for Change. I mean, we're a conservation organization, and we are in rural and natural landscapes all over the world. And we're finding that the climate being changing, particularly issues, and I think was brought up in the last panel, of drought and things of that sort, are really impacting. So CARE and WWF are working with a focus on women and building women's leadership and building their capacity to be able to use their own wisdom, use the wisdoms of their community to lead in terms of climate solutions, in terms of resilience, in terms of reorienting their agricultural systems, which is being absolutely impacted by drought and water, being able to find different livelihoods as well. So those are the type of solutions that are really working, and using nature-based solutions to do this. Often, in the West, we think, let's throw technology at it, let's throw, to come up with things. But actually, nature is some of the best solutions that we have. And by using the traditional wisdom and merging it with technology, we can have solutions that really work for people and for the communities that they're living in.
Alex, I want you to build on that because you work on conservation, you're working on technology. Maybe you can give some, solutions and collaborations happening in the space.
Yeah, so we had built a handheld molecular lab called the Nabbit, and it is accuracy of a lab-based PCR, ease of use of and cost and speed of the lateral flow. And so we're working on wildlife trafficking, fish traceability, timber trafficking, and COVID hit. And we realized having a device that works in the field, no sample prep, a 6-year-old could use, that is low cost and democratized, could actually be very powerful for what we're doing. And we got into this program, Operation Warp Speed. There's 2 sides. People know the vaccine side. There was another side called RADx, which was the diagnostic side. And we developed this test for COVID for under the NIH and working with other institutions to start doing this. And we started looking at spillover and thinking about spillover and emergence. And if we think about emerging infectious diseases, COVID was not our first pandemic. It will not be our last. 75% of those diseases are shared between wildlife, humans, and animals. And they're emerging at faster and faster rates, right? So if we think about COVID, right, we know that why has this happened? It's because we are I'm an evolutionary biologist, right? We are selecting for rapid changes in pathogen biology because of climate, because of habitat fragmentation, because of wildlife trade, because of environmental pollution. And in fact, that speed of selection is actually driving mutation, and that affects vaccine development and efficacy. it is affecting our therapeutics. There's a reason your rapid tests don't work as well. If you notice it and you have COVID, it takes a longer time before it detects it. It's because it's moved on. And we're seeing events like the fact that there was a study by the Carey Institute for Ecosystem Services. They surveyed 5,000 mammals, and they found 2,500 of them were effective carriers of COVID, right? 10% of them, 500 of them, were highly effective carriers. 40% of the deer in the Midwestern parts of the United States carry COVID. 17% of New York City rats. Next time you see a rat on the subway, there's a chance, 1 in 5, it has COVID. They believe that Omicron, the last major pathogen that we had of COVID, actually happened through a spillback event, which meant it originally went from wildlife to humans, then humans to wildlife, and then actually mutated much faster and came back to affect us. So not thinking about biodiversity within what we are doing and not thinking about conservation as a strategy for health is critical, and not addressing issues like climate change that are driving disease spread, disease activities, vector control, regulatory agents, all has a major effect on what we're doing. So we are right now developing tests for Ebola. These are called filoviruses, Ebola, Marburg, Congo Crimean hemorrhagic fever, Nipah, all the winners, right? Nipah, Mpox, and coronaviruses, and are starting surveillance at points of deforestation, wet markets, wildlife trade, to specifically see how we can use ideas of landscape immunity, conservation, pandemic parks, and conservation activities as a global health solution. And those activities are ones that we're doing with folks at USDA and something called the National Bio and Agro Defense Facility. That is probably where the next zombie epidemic is going to happen. When you see the outbreak, it's in Kansas. That is where it's going to, you'll see a film about this. But looking at those areas, like working with them, working with BARDA, which is a biodefense, biosecurity facility within human Department of Health and Human Services, working with USAID to be able to do this kind of partnership across food security, human health, and wildlife is critical for us to be able to prevent the next pandemic, to minimize the costs of spillover. So that's one example of a solution. And we're a small organization, so we've created this idea of an app store to actually allow other people to put their assays on our handheld device to allow us to do this. And ultimately, we want to build this with partners in the Global South so we can start tracking the rate of mutation of these pathogens before they develop.
I love that, focusing on surveillance and not just, I know there's a lot of talk about, vaccine manufacturing right after COVID, but also really looking at how can we prevent, the next pandemic and not just be prepared for that. Jess, I wanna go to you because health sometimes I don't know sometimes, but likes to work in silo, right? But how would you describe collaborations now that we're learning more and more about, this sort of impacts of climate and how interconnected this to different parts? And maybe you can share, some successful collaborations that you know.
So there are so many solutions across sectors that are wins for climate and that are wins for health. If we look on the mitigation side, interventions to reduce emissions in the energy sector, in the transport sector, in the food sector, like transitioning from fossil fuels to renewable energy, like transitioning from vehicle-dependent transport systems to those that promote and enable walking and cycling, like transitions to healthy and sustainable diet. They help us to prevent non-communicable diseases through better air quality, increased physical activity, better nutrition, and that could, that's the vast majority of the global burden of disease, all of that while reducing emissions. The economic implications of that are also really clear. There are parts of the world in which interventions to improve air quality and reduce emissions pay for themselves really, really rapidly. So that's the mitigation side of things. In terms of adaptation, it's also really key that we think across sectors and we strengthen collaboration at national level. And we've already heard a little bit from Marcin, but thinking about how we make sure that sanitation systems are resilient, agriculture systems are resilient. Without that, we're going to see increases in waterborne disease. We're going to see increases in malnutrition, things that global health and development should have left behind decades ago and that are only going to be exacerbated by climate change. Making sure that people have safe shelter, whether that's the building or the wider city that they live in, so that they can be resilient to an extreme weather event. But we don't see this working across sectors. There are tools that can help us to make the case for doing this. There's tools by WHO that help us to quantify the health and economic co-benefits of working across sectors. I think I'll leave it there for now.
How do you think we can do more of this kind of, collaborations? Is knowledge enough, or do we need, these sectors to kind of learn more of this to be able to collaborate? Marcine.
Yeah, I mean, I think collaboration, it's always complicated, right? When you have two different organizations with maybe different areas that they're focused on to collaborate. But as I said, these problems are so big that we cannot do them anymore. Let me give you another example. So with healthcare, and I think you said this very well, healthcare is, important on both the mitigation side and on the adaptation side. So on the mitigation side, and people may not realize, but globally, healthcare contributes 4 to 5% of global emissions. That's bigger than the airline industry, which is about 2 and 3%. So we worry about, traveling and whatever, but healthcare is actually significant. So WWF it runs an organization called America's All In. And the concept behind that is you need all of society in order to solve the climate problem. It's not just federal government or not even states and cities, but everybody. And so it's healthcare, it's universities, it's research, it's, museums, all of those. And so we have this partnership with an organization called Healthcare Without Harm. And we've worked with them to decarbonize their facilities. And that means for them to help them with putting solar panels on the roof and using geothermal, which they happen to be in a location where they can do that, and really working on the cleanest electricity, the cleanest services that they can provide to the things. And so that's a great idea. And then we publicize that. We help everybody replicate that across. This is in the United States, across the United States. So those kind of things to bring awareness to people, to bring education about some of the latest things. And I'll just say one more thing on the adaptation side. So for healthcare, at least in the short term, one of the biggest impacts on human health from climate change is heat. And I don't know if people realize that we think about all these, very dramatic storms and floods and things like that. That's what we see on the TV, but it's actually heat that is the biggest piece. So last year in 2023 in Europe, can you imagine how many people you think died in Europe from heat related? It was like over 37,000 people in Europe. I mean, this is not other places, this is in the Northern Hemisphere, okay? So heat is key. So for healthcare, it's an area of concentration in the early days. We need cooling centers. We need resilience centers. You're in our communities, and this is an area where we really need to be aware of and to reach out to the communities to make them aware. Because if the electricity goes down and you're an older person and it's hot, that's going to affect you. So this is another place where partnerships with community organizations, with health organizations can make a really big difference. And it's kind of one of those hidden things that we don't know about.
We've heard earlier, I think, if I remember correctly, the number of talking about climate finance, about less than 1% of climate finance actually goes to health. But I do want to ask Alex, how much climate finance actually goes to some of this conservation efforts, some of this nature-based solutions?
Yeah, I don't think very much. And, Andy Dobson and a group, Stuart Pym, a whole bunch of very famous conservation biologists did a paper in Science, a series of economists, where they calculated what would have it cost to reduce that risk of COVID actually happening through nature-based solutions, as you were saying. And it was, COVID cost us over $1 trillion in counting. And the hundreds of millions of lives around the world, huge amounts of not just mortality but morbidity in terms of what we've seen. It was 1.1 plus trillion. I think 80 million people went back into extreme poverty as a result of it, and the price was somewhere around $25 to $30 billion a year, which is nothing given the size of what we're doing and the rate at which pandemics are spreading as a result of what we're doing. And so, thinking about finance and thinking about the investment, it is not a very big investment to actually help minimize some of these risks and the co-benefits of preventing deforestation, right? Artisanal scale mining is was responsible under Bolsonaro in the last year for 10% of Amazonian deforestation. It is also the #1 source of mercury pollution in the world. It's driven by the tablets that you're all reading right now instead of listening to us. And the thought is fundamentally, right, we are driving that trade, and mercury pollution also reduces our immunity to the diseases that we're helping spread, and it changes the landscape to 1/3 water that now is breeding grounds for mosquitoes that give us dengue and malaria. So if we're thinking about solutions of how we should address this, we need to think upstream, and we need to bring together. There is, at USAID, I was chief scientist at USAID, there is way more money for health than there has been for climate or biodiversity protection. And you know, they finally just actually are trying to put
How do
climate
you think
change.
we can unlock that? Like,
Yeah.
unlock more of that kind of money instead of just focusing on
100%.
how? Like how?
Well, one of the limitations is actually how we congressionally budget the money. There's limitations on, we can't use health money at USAID for climate change or for biodiversity or for thinking upstream. We don't think about these things. You know, the previous pandemic I worked on at the State Department, we spent like $9 billion responding to SARS, right? And I had written a memo in 2005 that said we need to think about these upstream factors: climate change, deforestation, the pet trade. And I was told at the time it wasn't important. And it was kind of stunning to me, because I sent it back to the person who was head of policy planning at the time and said, hey, when COVID happened, and I was like, do you remember this memo? But I think part of it is like we need to inform Congress. I think the second part is we need to actually transform how we train doctors and how we train development people and how we train conservationists. Conservationists should be trained in health and understanding those spillovers. Development professionals need to break down the silos that exist between these other areas. And our health professionals, right, and our physicians should understand the morbidity and mortality that comes because of climate change and how we think about it, and help being part of the solution, as you just said, about decarbonizing healthcare.
We just have 1 minute, but I do want to ask each of the panel, maybe start with Jess. You know, we heard a lot about Health Day. You know, there's $1 billion that was announced just before Health Day. There was another over 700 million on NTDs. But you know, there's all of this finance being shared. But some people are saying, well, most are saying like it's a big win for health, right? But I do want to ask, like, this COP, did it help in terms of kind of breaking down the silos and allowing for more collaborations? And is that something that we can expect in future COPs? Yeah, Jess.
So first of all, to say that 100 billion that was announced for Health on Health Day is a huge leap forward. And it's also really crucial that we look at where the money comes from and where the money goes. We know that we need action in the health sector, both on the mitigation and the adaptation side. But if we only look at the health sector and financing climate action in the health sector, then we've missed the point. There'll be people at the doors of hospitals way beyond the number that those hospitals can treat unless we take holistic action across sectors. So that finance absolutely needs to address climate action across sectors. And if that could be incorporated into funding calls to make sure that there are joint proposals across sectors, I think that would be really beneficial. It's also really, really key that finance addresses the needs of communities and that it's based on grants and not on loans, because we know that loans with high interest rates are only going to exacerbate cycles of debt and poverty and ill health resulting from that.
Marcine?
I guess if I want to leave something with you is that, you know, the climate change and the health impacts are going to mostly, or first affect, or most severely affect those who are least represented, who have generally hasn't had a voice. We saw this in the pandemic of who was really hurt by this. And so I would really urge that these partnerships we've talked about really bring in the community voices. The health industry has the ability to help bring in these community voices and bring in the wisdom of folks who are really living on the front lines, whether it's in rural areas in the global south, was it in urban areas in countries like mine in the US. Being part of that solution and reaching out to those communities are going to make a big difference.
Alex, last word.
Yeah, you know, we've always talked about in medicine about preventive medicine. I think we have a chance to talk about preventive sustainability. That's what I'd like to see in terms of our thinking.
Well, thank you so much to our panelists. Can you please give a hand to our panelists here?
started today with food, and we're about to actually be able to break for some food. So we're going to move into our lunch networking break. I did want to point out that we have Afrobarometer here, the Pan-African research organization that has some of their data from their surveys and analysis that you can go visit them over there at that table during the lunch break. Otherwise, we will resume at 2 o'clock to finish our day focused on energy and finance, where we'll have some workshops planned in the middle of it. So we hope you can join us for that. In the meantime, enjoy your lunch, and thank you for coming.
of emissions. Outside of that, our emissions, it just doesn't register, right? But it is this energy transition is an economic opportunity for us to participate in this global transformation.
Yeah.
And that is the perspective from which we approach it.
Well, Guyana might register one day.
Not yet, not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet,
but
but
that's
they will
exception
eventually.
that proves the rule. That Guyana and Trinidad are the exception. Is, as you say, for the most part, countries in this region are not responsible at all for the climate change that the world is experiencing, but are getting the brunt of it. So what do we do about this? Like when you're at the Caribbean Development Bank, Joseph, how do you see the strategy? Because what Prime Minister Mia Mottley talks often about is that these countries are stuck. They're too rich for concessional finance. There isn't enough patient capital available for these kind of large transition investments that are required. So they're sort of stuck in this gray zone. How do you see it?
Yeah, sure. So, Raquel mentioned the diversity of the options we have, but the reality is that a lot of it is at the potential level. So the resources are yet to be fully developed, right? We have made significant strides, for example, in geothermal in terms of helping to de-risk that, but we haven't yet had a plant. I mean, we had some very good news over this COP that there was one of the countries that we're ahead, they just signed some agreements that will move to plant construction phase, which is very exciting for us because to the extent that we get that first plant, it will really.
And where will that be?
Pardon me?
Where will that be?
Oh, Dominica. That's Dominica.
Okay, right. Dominica. Okay.
So, but back to your question. One of the challenges we face, well, there are many challenges, but among them, the issue of scale in terms of how you really get investors to be interested in these small markets. And so for us, it's really about how we are going to find ways to aggregate some of those projects. Solar is pretty much, wide scale in terms of its the manifestation of the resource, but you have small markets, and so the question is how do we aggregate so that we can get the kind of credible, experienced investors to support, and we say investors international as well as regional and local, right?
Yeah.
But where we come in, we're really trying to see how we can, one, help to establish the framework that can give the investor confidence. Because we have established that much of the capital that's needed will have to come from the private sector. So that's a given. So the question is, how do we help the countries, the markets, to have that framework that provides that confidence? That's very, very important. And then also providing the kind of instruments that can support the projects at the different stages. And I keep saying, I repeat myself in this regard, that not all the renewable energy options are created equal, right? So some of the instruments you need for geothermal are a little different from solar and aggregation. And wind is a special experience we have had, and we can talk about all of that. And then there are other options, but they are at different stages. So for us as a bank, we have some resources to do some things, but it's about finding the appropriate resources to match those risks and challenges and helping with that de-risking process.
Mm-hmm.
And in that context, we also play an intermediary role. So we are accredited to say the GCF, the Adaptation Fund, the EU SIF. And so to that extent, to the extent that we can understand the challenges, design the instruments to help to make it happen, I think we have an important role there.
So you can get some grant money from the Green Climate Fund. You can mix it with some loans that you can provide, and then ideally attract a private sector partner to come and invest.
Sure. But also debt too, because for example, with the geothermal, getting that PPA price that makes sense for the population is a very important part.
Right, that power purchase agreement.
Right. So we have been able to develop models that allow us to access, as we are doing now, we're hoping to do in, say, Dominica. We're now looking at that project, appraising that project to provide some funding. But the concessionality, so the approach that is taken is that the concessionality passes straight through to the end user. So it's not a question of the concessionality benefiting the private developer. And we have to be very careful about how we manage that process. And so we have developed models that allows us to have that conversation and also implement it. So it's grant, very important, because in some cases, to enable the governments to participate. They need to have a stake, especially in some of these bigger projects where they have to facilitate and what it means for the country and the resource and the risk and how they have to participate. But for them to participate, we have to find a way to be able to help them to do that, and that's where the grant comes in. So we would put some grant resources in there to help de-risk. But that grant resource can then become equity for the government in a kind of PPP arrangement. And that's one approach. So it's both grant and debt, but it's about how you design the approaches to make it most effective and then to expedite and accelerate the process.
Yeah, this kind of financial engineering is key to the success of these projects. Raquel, what do you think when you talk to private investors? Because you're at that intersection of trying to bring in private money. Why are they investing when they invest? Why are they not when they're not? What is the barrier?
That's such a great question. So what we've been finding is that, and we launched our climate smart map last week, which is a way for investors, philanthropists, and project developers to aggregate projects across the region to address this issue of scale that we've not had, right? So it allows you to look at several islands with similar characteristics and evaluate your criteria through a map lens and decide on what are the investments that you want to make. What we have realized in our work since our inception is that, we have a lot of projects and we have a lot of investors who are ready, but somehow they're just not connecting. And we realize that we have a lot of shovel-worthy, but not necessarily shovel-ready projects. And there's a chasm that they need to cross to be ready. We find that when we work with people like Caribbean Development Bank, we can help to do that. There are lots of project preparation facilities that are available. And so getting projects through that, when there is a good policy framework, so CDB with CCSA, we're working on that, making sure that we're evaluating the policy framework, because where the policies are solid and conducive to investment, you see far more investment taking place in those places versus the places where there's some ambiguity around the policies and investors find the level of risk in comparison to the level of reward too high.
I mean, this is like electric utilities, let's say, that are not charging the real price of power to the end consumer. Is that the kind of problem you're seeing, so that an investor says, how am I really going to recapture my investment here?
That can be the problem. When the utility, so I don't want to call out specific markets. So in some markets, for example, you have high levels of theft on the grid. And that makes the cost of electricity that you have to pay much higher than the real cost of electricity that you have to pay. In other places, it's highly subsidized. And so there's an issue with that because you can't make your money back. There are other places where you're not, they're saying we're open to investment and they want somebody to come in and invest, but they haven't set the price as to what you can expect in the power purchase agreement. So it's very, very difficult. And then you have other places where just to explore the resources, especially in the geothermal countries, just to explore the resources are so costly compared to the local usage that it makes no sense unless you're producing those renewables for an offtake for some other purpose.
Right.
So we have no end of opportunities, options, and challenges.
And underlining the last one. You're smiling, Joseph.
Yeah, if I could just come in on that point, because I think the point Raquel made just now comes back to the point that I made earlier about the diversity in terms of some of the challenges. So it seems pretty small. I mean, for us, we have 19 board member countries. You have Jamaica, Trinidad, Barbados, a little bit more developed market. But you have some tiny markets, 50,000 people, still very important in the mix.
Yeah.
They're still our members.
Right.
Their challenges are a little bit
small
from some of those, right? So the point about the utility and the technical and financial health is an important one, but that's one of a number of, and it depends on the nature of the project. And the way we think about the private sector, and this again comes back to the issue of inclusivity. It's international, bigger, established investor, it's institutional, but it's also the domestic consumers. So the question is, how do you get the gamut of those to participate? And in some cases, at the lower end of the market, we're talking about distributed generation and to get the whole solar to install and so on. It's about instruments that can make it easy for them. So for example, there's an approach we're working on called the integrated utilities model, services model. And what that does, it allows us to channel, so work with the utilities to implement a kind of ESCO model approach, where the small business, MSME, or the domestic consumer could access the service, have an installation, and then pay through their utility bill over time, amortize that. So they're an investor, and we have to cater for them too. So the issue, what we have found is that when it comes to the framework, it can present a very complex picture for the governments and the utilities. And so recently, we developed what we call a minimum regulatory function. We're seeking to answer the question, what is the minimum set of critical conditions that need to be present within a market that can give investor confidence? And so that you have mentioned is one of them. The question of the utility, the credibility, the tariff, the issue of some
dealing
kind of,
with theft if there's a lot of electricity theft happening.
among others. And we look at some of the instrument siting issues, the instruments in terms of the grid feeding mechanism, whether it's net billing, feeding tariff, which once you have those things set up, you deal with different segments of the market, and you also have the framework for the larger investors treating with those things that are important. So it's not a panacea, but what it does is give the country something to begin to work with, to say, look, all of the things that need to be done, trying to understand what is best suited for my market. At least there are some things I can begin to implement that can move me very quickly to another level. So it's a range of things. Thanks.
Joseph said there's not a panacea, but Raquel, why can't everybody just do microgrid solar in the region? Why can't you put a solar panel on every house and a battery? Why is that not realistic?
Because that doesn't take into consideration the complexity of our region and our policies, and in some places you're not even allowed yet to generate your own electricity. So it's simpler said than done. Some of these countries have signed agreements with private developers where it's a take or pay. So yeah, you can say, yeah, everybody put on a grid, and then the government still has to pay the utility for the power that they're not buying. Okay. So there is a transition that needs to take place from where each country or territory is to the ideal state. And I know that CDB is doing a lot of work in ushering at least their borrowing member countries along that path.
But I think it's a very, very good question. And that's part of our imagination too, because we have to kind of help everybody to understand the possibilities. But Raquel has said it well. You really have legacy issues. And the fact is the utility, remember, is integrated monopoly utility that have license and how you transition. So even though some of the countries are creative in terms of how they open up that market space. So for example, they may open it up for generation for renewable energy. But the utility has a big role and an incumbent role. But then you also talk about the network itself, the T&D network, and how you treat with some of those if all the generation goes and who pays for that cost. Right. So there are a number of issues there that have to be worked out, and some of it, unfortunately, have to be done on a country-by-country basis because even though they're common, there are different.
Well, it's interesting because a lot of us in this room and watching online focus on the biggest countries in the world, right? Yes. Markets like Nigeria and India. And it's interesting that while there are some unique challenges to massive scale countries, there's also unique challenges to really small countries. And as you say, governments, from a perspective of national security, want to have a utility. And if everybody has a solar panel and they can sell their power back, or they don't have to buy power, how does that utility stay in business? And who's footing the bill?
And maintain the infrastructure that's already aging in many of these islands and subject to damage as well. And
so there's a big movement. I mentioned Prime Minister Mia Mottley. There's a big movement to reform the multilateral development bank system. Your accelerator is funded through the Inter-American Development Bank, your own regional development bank. When you think about this movement, what do you expect it to do differently, these banks in the region, in the Caribbean region? How will it actually play out?
I'd love to see them operate with a little more agility. For sure, because I think, they get frustrated, the development partners get frustrated about how quickly the region moves, but they don't move as quickly as they should either to facilitate the transition that they'd like to see.
Yeah, the World Bank President Ajay Banga says it's been years to develop one World Bank project as an example.
Yeah, and I mean, we don't have that kind of time. You know, we're talking about 2030 like it's 20 years away.
Right.
2030 is less than 7 years away. We really need to.
That's the average time for a World Bank project, so that means you get one.
Yeah.
What about you? So we heard agility.
Yeah, so, well, I think there are a number of issues, but some of them that are top of the list have to do with things like how we treat with development versus climate finance, and the whole question of the common all. And the fact is that it's very difficult to really make that distinction when it comes to the development is directly linked to or the issues around development directly linked to the vulnerabilities, right?
Yeah.
And it's very difficult.
You mean countries like Barbados are too rich, basically, otherwise?
Well, that's the case that's made, but we don't necessarily buy that case because in all of the countries that are deemed to be upper income and so on, based on their GDP per capita, in all those cases, when you look at the vulnerabilities, there are significant pockets of poverty and issues that don't necessarily reflect in those, right? But I'm also saying, when a country is hit, that has significant poverty impact.
Yeah.
It's not just about the infrastructure and climate. And I'm saying it's difficult to separate them.
Right.
So that's the first big issue for us, because when we engage and we said, okay, only ODA eligible countries, we have to, as a bank, make the case for the countries because there are some realities and we have to present the data. So there's that. But there's also the question of how we treat with the impacts, you know, the shocks and so on, and how those are treated in terms of the debt and repayments and so on. And for us to do and afford some of those facilities to countries, it means that we also have to have that facility in the context of the international architecture.
Yeah, and I mean, CDB launched not last year, but their recovery duration adjuster, just saying that you have to assess countries based on their vulnerability. You can't just say, well, your GDP per capita is high, because one hurricane can come through and wipe out everything.
Yeah.
And then what does that mean? And so if they wanted to borrow to build their resilience, and then they don't get that opportunity, then a hurricane comes, then everybody's like, what do you need to recover? Well, no, I don't need to recover. I needed to build my resilience.
Which would have been much cheaper.
Which would have been much cheaper, so that I would have had less damage.
Well, we're going to end on that point because it's a great one, but we've run out of time. But I'm glad that we've brought the Caribbean on this stage here in Dubai, and that we've underlined the issues around an energy transition, how complex they are, and why this new era in climate finance has to look really different than the last one. So please join me in thanking our panelists, Joseph Williams and Raquel Moses.
And thank you, guys.
So we zoomed in on the Caribbean. Now we're going to zoom out and look at how we can ensure a clean energy transition for all. I would like to welcome back to the stage senior reporter Michael Igo from Devex. If you weren't here this morning, I'm also going to plug Michael is the host of our Climate Plus podcast. So this isn't just a one-day event here. We actually have a podcast we launched a few weeks ago where we're digging into all kinds of topics on how climate intersects with the SDGs. So please check out that. But in the meantime, I'll welcome Michael and his panelists to the stage.
All right, how's everyone doing? Got some lunch, got some coffee, good to go. Great to see you all. Great to see everybody joining online as well. Folks back in my home turf are waking up, hopefully waking up to the Devex show here. So great to see you all. We've got an awesome panel, and I'm really excited to speak with all of our guests about the energy transition, and not just the scale and speed of that transition, but also how to make sure it's a transition that works for everyone, and particularly those on the front lines of the climate crisis. So I'm joined by Sarah Jane Ahmed, who's an advisor to the vulnerable group of 20 finance ministers. And we've had the pleasure of speaking before at UNGA. Brings an incredible perspective, from that sort of position of a finance minister who's faced with hard choices. Andrew Herskowitz is the executive director of ODI North America, and before that, in a previous life, directed Power Africa at the US Agency for International Development. And Nanette Royo is the executive director of the Tenure Facility. So I think we'll have a great, well-rounded conversation here. Just to start, this goal to triple renewable energy by 2030 is really one of the headlining targets, I think, of this COP, and clearly one with an enormous amount of ambition behind it. Sarah, I'm curious how the ministers that you advise look at this pledge, tripling renewable energy in just the next few years. Is that an ambition that makes sense for them in the current moment? And has it come with adequate support to make sure that this is a pledge that really applies in an equitable and broad fashion?
Yeah, so finance ministers are economic managers at the end of the day, and financial or risk managers too. And I think we're seeing, and we know this, that fossil fuels have spelled financial troubles, especially during the pandemic and the wars that are around. And there's a lot of inflationary pressure that governments are facing. So this tripling of renewable energy, I actually, as this target was being crafted, I had a look at the climate prosperity plans of the V20 countries. So we have Sri Lanka, Ghana, Bangladesh with climate prosperity plans, just to see if did the 2030 target, when we maximize the development outcomes, have the tripling. And I'm happy to share that it does have the tripling. So I think the tripling target does match with the development prospects, meaning job opportunities, as well as reducing, inflationary pressure. And the other point is that to make the tripling of renewable energy work, the way that we're doing it today is not going to cut it for development. To be part of the supply chain. Those that are manufacturing the relevant renewable energy components or grid components, they could diversify in the developing countries so that it is more inclusive and is a key driver of growth as we try to move forward away from the pandemic and now enter a higher level of warming where we're supposed to breach where we're on track to breach 1.5 by 2030. And so with that, we will need more resilient grids, job opportunities, and we will also need to match the energy transition with food security opportunities.
Great. Andy, you've been in a position of trying to make these deals happen and trying to build out a sort of project-based approach to this. When you hear the words tripling renewable energy by 2030 and you think about that experience that you've had trying to put this portfolio of projects together, where do you see the biggest gaps? I mean, what's going to stand in the way of tripling, not just globally, but in the specific markets and countries that we're talking about?
Yeah. So let's start with saying that tripling renewable energy isn't a goal. Okay, that's not a development goal. That's an approach. It's an economic projection. It's something that's just going to happen anyway by looking at where markets are going. If you think about it, how much investment is going in to battery factories in the United States? They're going to have to market as there's obviously economic projections that there's going to be demand for these things moving forward. My concern, though, is that the market's going to push us to tripling renewable energy, which is great, but you're going to need baseload energy to support that renewable energy because wind and solar both require some sort of baseload energy, and batteries are one solution, but they're not necessarily the least expensive solution. But I'm also concerned that when you look at where the manufacturing for the tripling is going to take place, it's going to be taking place in the G20 in the G20 countries, right? They're the ones that have the market, they're the ones that have the scale, and they're the ones that are implementing the industrial policies so that they can produce solar panels, they can produce batteries. And what you're going to see is that the most vulnerable countries in the world aren't necessarily be able to participate. in this massive new manufacturing boom that moves forward. And they'll say, we want to be able to participate, but you're going to see an increase in the income gaps between the G20 countries and the least developed countries in the world. And there's this huge temptation to say, we're going to achieve our climate goals by focusing in these large economies because we can have the greatest impact. But what does that do? It's the same thing that's been happening for the last 60 years in development finance, development space, where you've only had 5 of the least developed countries have emerged from LDC status in the last 50 years. So what is the offer for the least developed countries in the world? And I do have hope that we can accelerate the energy transition in those countries, but that's going to require a different type of development finance that's fit for purpose for those countries and not the current offering.
And we're going to dig into what that looks like. And also, I should say, I hope we'll be able to take some questions here, so start thinking of those. But Nanette, I suspect a lot of this resonates with you. We're talking about raw materials that are often, derived from places where indigenous people live, or from the climate vulnerable countries that we're talking about, and yet the benefit of those actually accruing elsewhere, the sort of extractive approach that has sort of prevailed for a long time. What do you see as some opportunities to get past that, to really sort of achieve the kind of inclusion and mutual benefit that Andy is really presenting as sort of a giant global opportunity here, but that we need to figure out how to realize?
Yes, just before I answer that question, just to say, Tenure Facility is a dedicated mechanism that reaches out to indigenous peoples, local communities, and Afro-descendants in the developing countries, especially in the tropical rainforest countries. And it reaches out through finance. And it's a larger amount of financing for the next 5 years for every indigenous organization directly to secure their land and tenure. And the idea really is for people to participate in projecting targets. And if they participate with essentially in evidence that they are the ones that should be participating because it's their territory that's at stake. And the territory is in the map, and the map is recognized by government because it's developed within the policy framework of the government that respects those rights. So to answer your question, there are 3 areas that really are crucial. One is partnership, and that really means inclusion. Yeah. So what does it mean? Well, we have to basically look at the land use and talk to the people who will be involved in that land use plan, and then do exactly what is required, respect the process, and consult and talk to those individuals that can provide input and their traditional knowledge. So innovation is the second point here. Innovation does not exclude traditional knowledge. And I think we've all known that. We've said that several times in these meetings. And that knowledge is not easily acquired if trust is not available. And that really looks at essentially passed on from generation to generation some of the insights of the people who are in the area. And we can talk about the details of that, but it has come up several times, and many of the delegations here have talked about that, especially the delegation from the Amazon, because they have examples of it. And the third is finance, and that to us is significant in a way because we're in partnership with philanthropy. And because we receive and give large investments with the communities that could be at the table, that have political capital and talk to their governments and can be influential, it's very important that that then becomes the sort of the de-risking process of the private sector. See, when we're not doing collective work and planning on this, we end up with conflict. And a huge amount of energy and investment goes to waste and in the courts. And many, that's been studied. So this is avoidance. This is actually really preparation. So those 3 are really important.
And also makes the projects less financeable, right? When you have that higher level of risk. And yeah. But I want to stick with you for a minute. So it seems to me there's an enormous amount of pressure, energy, I suppose, to drive this transition quickly. And maybe it's the case that it's moving quickly, whatever, regardless of what we do or what's discussed in the over in the Expo Center. Does that concern you? Is there a tension between a fast transition to renewables and a deliberate planning process that includes the people on whose land this is going to have to happen?
The thing is, it is really fast now because the pressure has moved and everyone's convinced. It's almost like our net zero and all the work that we've done in the space. Indigenous peoples have felt this. So the idea of essentially pacing with the speed is to just doubling up on conversations and consultations and information. So access to really good information is important for the communities to be able to look at their scenarios. And this is not just information, just, oh, go get it because we need our EIA. But it's really about, okay, what types and what's the level of expertise and the trusted interlocutors in this process that can translate these conversations such that it becomes really practical and meets those needs. Because there are needs out there. Just in Panama, the network of indigenous peoples have told me, now we have our tenure, can we just talk to you about our solar panels and these huge amounts they need? They said 20 years ago, there is a hydroelectric dam upstream. 20 years ago, it hasn't reached us. But we need this for our students to learn because at night, there's no light. And so what they need is someone to trust. Said, like, you know, we're not those people. We would like to bring those people to you. So like, but we trust you. We don't know how to trust them. So that's not something that we cannot solve. That's something we can solve. There's so many. Philanthropy, Open Society is one of those that we were talking to help, you know, just de-risk this process, impact investors that are willing and able and want to come in. There's that conversation. It needs to happen. This is complex. I've heard just the problems on its own at that side, but the social side is so important to push the process along. And these are huge territories that are now under their domain. Yeah, so it's those land territories and resources under UN DRIP. They can assert those. So then we get into a clash if we don't talk about it.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's talk about the financial side of this. Africa currently only attracts 3% of global renewable energy investment, and we'll need to double those investments by 2030. Sarah and Andy, and feel free to jump in here, whichever of you would like. I mean, what needs to happen to drive more of the renewable investment to the countries that have been left out of that picture so far? Is it a problem with the structure of climate finance, or is it a problem with how the sort of project level investments are being put together?
So I can address that. There are several key constraints, and I'll talk about the three biggest constraints that I see. One is political will, two is capacity, three is currency. And so if you look at when we were doing Power Africa, there was a period of about a year where almost no deals moved forward on the entire African continent. I mean, very few. You're seeing a lot of the project developers now, instead of trying to do power purchasing agreements with governments, instead they're choosing to do what are called commercial and industrial projects, essentially going to big companies who are tired of dealing with the grid, who are now been given the ability to just produce their own power. So project developers say, I'd rather just deal with the companies than deal with government. So political will comes in two ways. One, you either don't have all the ministries aligned to say we're all going to row in the same direction. And so sometimes having a strong head of state that says, all right, we're all going to do this, we're going to move fast, and it'll happen. And that's what you see in certain countries. Some countries that tend to be a little bit more autocratic, so you have to be careful. Political will also can derail investment in a country, because countries will say, you know what, that deal that we negotiated previously, it wasn't a fair deal. Now we're going to force everyone to negotiate. That's the fastest way to scare off investors. Capacity comes in two forms. One, a lot of ministries just don't have enough bodies. I remember we were working on this project to try to scale solar, mega solar with Power Africa in Botswana and Namibia. And I asked my successor, I said, why isn't this moving forward? And he said, the same guys that are focused on trying to scale hydrogen are the same guys we're supposed to be talking to about scaling solar. Just don't have enough people. So a lot of countries don't have enough people, and they also don't necessarily have people with expertise in a lot of the areas that so we have to, it's philanthropy and governments and the world gap, there's demand for that. And the third constraint is one of the problems is if you're going to finance a 20-year power project in a country, what does that mean? If you look at the currencies of countries throughout Africa, the Ghanaian cedi has declined something like 90% against the US dollar since like 2001, all right? If you finance that project in dollars, but they're charging for electricity in local currency, as the dollar appreciates or the local currency depreciates against the dollar, you have to raise electricity prices. And so the whole reason that you're doing a power project, a public institution, whether it's the World Bank or IFC or DFC, is that you're doing it because you're trying to provide inexpensive electricity in a country that doesn't have reliable electricity. You're trying to provide it to people who've never had access to electricity before. If you're setting up the deal in a way that the cost of power is going to keep going up over time, that's not achieving your development goal. So one of the things I've been pushing for is that we really rethink development finance architecture in the poorest countries in the world, and we do some local currency financing, or at least take on some of the risk of the local currency financing, keeping in mind that the reason you're doing the deal is not to make money. You're not a bank. I'm sorry. The World Bank, really, it's not a bank. It's a public institution whose goal is to do development. But you throw the name bank in there. And then development finance institutions, they all have credit ratings and shareholders all expect some sort of capital preservation. But where is the agency that looks at a development problem and says, all right, I'm going to take some grants and some financing to make the most efficient use of development resources. And we're going to structure a deal that's going to lead to the best development outcome. And I don't care if I only make back 80%. We're going to structure it to achieve the best development outcome. We have to change development finance architecture. And that means changing the attitudes of the shareholders, which include, people in the United States, the member governments, and realize, stop trying to make sure that you preserve a return. Do development the way that it should be done. Prioritize the outcome.
Yes, Sarah, what does that look like from the perspective of the finance ministers that you work with? Are those the constraints that they see, the sort of orientation of the institutions that they're dealing with on the development finance side? Or is it just the constraints of having limited resources domestically? I mean, what's where do you see the biggest obstacles?
Yeah, I think in addition to those pointed out, permitting is a key constraint for domestic and international developers. There are about 100 permits. I think they're in the Philippines, it's around 180 permits for renewable energy and 40 for fossil fuel. So cost of time. The other thing is power purchase agreements. There hasn't been much innovation in the space. There is a risk-sharing element where some of the pricing is paid in local currency, and then maybe 50% is US dollar based. So that means that people are facing higher cost of electricity because they're absorbing that currency fluctuation, which is why, as he was pointing out, the local currency financing element is really critical. And PPA innovation, where there is risk sharing, as opposed to what we were sold by the Western bankers many years ago, is we need baseload contracts or baseload supply. But this is actually just a business deal. What we have is baseload demand, firm demand. So what we need is firm renewable energy to come in. And that requires innovation in the way we contract, and also ways to support countries to, let's say, refinance or maybe swap out their not so good fossil fuel deals that they were locked into, because again, the theory was you need to de-risk the entire thing so that the investor will come in. The other point is grid access. The grids need to modernize. We have very old grid technology in many of these countries, and at the same time, if we look at Africa, there's 600 million people without electricity. That means we need to have 80 million per annum by 2030 to reach that target. So that's a huge target, not impossible, but we need to change the financial system to be more long-term in financing and also local currency. And at the same time, the permitting process, the way we can get renewables into the system have to improve so that all the entrepreneurs in our countries can participate in this. Because for our colleague on the left here mentioned about land tenure and the local indigenous population, they could participate in this transition. They could, in theory, own the plant maintain the plant, operate the plant. It's not rocket science. I remember I put together a solar contraption when I was 16, so it's not difficult. It's possible, and I think we just need to seriously reconsider who can participate in this transition. It's not just going to be international corporates. There's a lot of domestic corporates who can participate, and people, communities who could be part of this.
Yeah, that's great. I want to pick up on this point about what kind of energy we're talking about and for whom. You know, the scaling up renewable energy does not necessarily equate to scaling up energy access for people who don't currently have it. So what needs to happen to bring those two goals together? You know, one of the sort of underlying bases of this event is that development goals and climate action are sort of increasingly finding themselves in this overlapping space. But in this case, you know, you could presumably triple renewable energy without making a gigantic dent on modern energy access. So how do we make those two things more the same? Sure, anyone.
So this is like my sweet spot, right? I wrote a piece this week that wasn't not meant to be controversial, but it's just trying to be honest about how do you get people access to the level of energy that they need to live a modern lifestyle. So when we think about energy, there's electricity, you know, your lights, and you're charging your mobile phone and watching TV. And then there's energy that you need for cooking. And there's energy you need for heating and cooling and for more productive uses. And so a lot of the solutions that are offered, the small solar home systems, are fantastic for lighting and mobile phone charging and television, but it requires, like, you can get by doing that with like an 80 watt or even a 40 watt panel. It requires 700 watts of electricity to boil one pot of water. And you've got 3 billion people globally who still use biomass, charcoal, and wood for cooking. And so you need to come up with cleaner solutions. And while gas is not an ideal solution, it's better than chopping down a tree, which then has a carbon impact, and then burning that tree to turn it into charcoal, which has another emissions impact, and then burning the charcoal for cooking. And so we have to think through, how do you get people, at least from a transition standpoint, until the grid can get to them, or a sufficiently inexpensive mini grid can get to them, that they can have a productive modern energy lifestyle to increase their incomes, which then allows time for some of the more innovative solutions for the cost curves to come down. And then we can truly have, you know, a renewable system. The other key point is, I've defended fossil fuels. I've described it as, right now we're more in the Toyota Prius stage than the EV stage. You still need a little bit of gas to get where you need to go. You need baseload power in order to sustain solar and wind, which are both intermittent sources of power. You need to make sure that there's electricity available when the sun goes behind the clouds. And so you've got renewable forms of power, of baseload power, in geothermal, which the Philippines has and the East Africa has, in hydropower, nuclear, where there's not so much. And certain countries in Africa are blessed with those renewable forms of baseload power, but they're not interconnected to the countries that don't have those forms of renewable baseload power, which is why it's absolutely critical that you focus on the cross-border transmission infrastructure. We will see a point when you don't need the fossil fuels for modern energy future. But until we focus on building the infrastructure and taking advantage of all those renewable forms of baseload power, we're not going to get there. And you're going to have to continue to use other dirtier forms of baseload power to sustain the grid.
Annette, do you want to jump in on how you sort of think about the connection between land tenure and access to energy?
I think the question of access and accessibility is an important one. There's a realization in the remote places that they need access to energy, but their needs are not as big. And they do have, and the several, IFAD has many projects. They even awarded one from the Cordillera, where the community is very happy in maintaining its own mini hydro. And they're spreading, because there's so much modeling of this, that they could essentially pay to keep it. And so capacity is being built. The upstream rivers are being protected, the watersheds. So there's kind of, it's interconnected, and they're just showing themselves that, they're giving themselves the confidence that this can be done. Now, of course, there's the other part of this. So what are the aspirations? What are the needs that then the other energy systems can feed into? But for now, especially for the transition, I think we're learning as well. So we can contain, and these are the types of needs, and other types of needs are for the future. But for now, for that to happen, it can be done. So I think
mini hydro is such an exciting solution, though. I think a lot of people, it's being underutilized because there's so many rivers and streams out there, and because hydro provides baseload power, it's a way of providing the type of electricity that people actually need to meet all of their needs. So
yeah, so there's that, and yes, so I think there's a meeting point here. Yeah, and yeah, of course, there's also our own needs that we probably need to sort of look at.
Yeah.
Right? Our own consumption needs. Yeah.
Let me turn to the audience. Any questions out there? We have a mic floating around. No? If not, I've got more. I'm curious to hear how you all reflect on the COP process. I mean, let's sort of bring it back to Dubai for a second. Lots of discussion on climate finance. Do you see this COP process bringing us closer to an energy financing system that works for people in communities that have been kind of left out of the renewable revolution so far? And whether or not you do, what's still missing from the conversation, the financial conversations that are happening here? Sarah, do you want to jump in?
Yeah. So I think for the COP process, it's the only space where a variety of groups can come in. Like usually we're not in, V20 is not in the G7 meetings, the G20 meetings. We don't have indigenous people entering those spaces, but everyone is here at the COP. So I think this is why it's important to set the targets and the trajectories where we want to go. But what's also, I think what's missing is that the discussion around wealth and development is not really maybe front stage. It's more about emissions, which is important for developing countries that we stick to the 1.5. At the same time, there's so many, we can actually reach a sharper, I think, cut down in emissions by maximizing development. And how we do that is maximizing renewable energy wealth. Solar, wind, geothermal, all of these composition or portfolio of renewable energy. I was meeting with St. Kitts colleagues, and they've just found almost a gigawatt of geothermal opportunities. And I suspect the renewable energy wealth opportunities in developing countries are far more than what we think. And with that, this issue of variability may not be as big an issue as we think, assuming we look into a optimal portfolio of technologies. But this will require the grid operators to really use technology. I mean, it's not like we can't predict wind or solar. We can. This is how countries that have more of that are able to bring in another technology to fill if there's a gap. We also see in the small island grids that are mostly diesel, they could have solar and wind and then use the diesel as backup. So this transition...
They also could use, and I think like there's long duration energy storage, which I think the islands are the perfect place for trying to deploy and scale those technologies.
Yeah, there's a lot of innovation in the battery technology as well. I mean, I think just generally, like, we should try to figure the composition of tech.
I wonder where you see kind of the most promising institutional work in this area on, building out an energy project portfolio like the one that we're describing. Where is that taking place? And do you see the sort of system shifting in the right directions?
Yeah, I mean, so one of the things that was special about Power Africa was that we had a view over all of the different US government agencies, and we tried to tackle problems from a transaction by transaction approach with a very common goal, saying we're gonna try to get megawatts and we're gonna get connections and everything's gonna be focused on that. So we could take a deal, for example, there's the Kapeto wind farm in Kenya that had gotten stuck. OPIC was providing financing for it at the time, and it had gotten stuck because there was an issue with a migratory bird species. And so we said, wait, we got to pause on this and figure out how we mitigate this issue. So AID was able to step in and take some money and pay for that plan. And it was important that aid pay for that plan and it didn't fall on the project developers, because if the project developers had to then come up with this money, it would have reduced their return and would have made the project less attractive to them. So a lot of people will criticize saying, well, you're just going to subsidize private sector. It's like, no, you're not really subsidizing private sector. What you're doing is you're leveraging private sector. You're getting them to do deals that they otherwise wouldn't do, because if they can't make the numbers that they need to achieve on a transaction in Kenya, they will turn back domestically to the US or go someplace in Asia or Latin America. So you really do have to have this partnership where you're working hand in hand. Everybody's bringing something to the table. I'm going to share just one quick story with you. I tell people when Power Africa, when I was there, we helped 120 power projects worth $20 billion get across the finish line. And it only cost us $500 million to do that. And everybody's like, wow, that's amazing, like a $1 to $40 leverage. If I were to tell you that when I was at DFC, we helped 120 power projects get across the finish line worth $20 billion, but we lost $500 million on that portfolio, everyone say, why did you lose that money? It's the exact same story. It's the exact same story. So the DFIs and its shareholders need to get past this idea that they need to be at capital preservation in a few percentage points. They need to be willing to think of that money as leverage for getting the private sector where it needs to go.
Last chance for, yes, we have a question here.
Thanks very much. I have a question about blended financing, actually. About 2 weeks ago, before COP happened, we convened a virtual roundtable. We brought together 15 stakeholders, and they were the Global Environment Facility, the Climate Investment Fund, the World Bank, many of the UN agencies, CPI, Convergence, etc., all of them at the table. And I think a couple of them actually said, how come we didn't know that you were doing this and we should be collaborating with you? So what came out of it for us was that there's a realization that while we have a very complex challenge that is global in scale, that is a system, we need to take a systems perspective in addressing it. I feel like it's a very fractured global ecosystem. So the information is not shared among all the key stakeholders. I mean, these people are holding the key to unlocking hundreds of billions and even trillions of dollars. So why are they not coordinating and talking to themselves, among themselves? Why do we have to wait for a COP event to happen? So what, from your perspective, can be done at the global level to diagnose where those gaps are and how to bring the right stakeholders to the table?
And then presumably ministers of energy and finance have to figure out how to navigate that whole fractured system as well. So yeah, great question.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was trying to, when you asked, where's the space where everyone can be informing each other about where they're at, where are the gaps, and what would be a good way to carry this forward. We still speak in our own silos, and somehow we are very comfortable with that. And the idea for this meeting is for us to, but then we have our side events. It's really, you can imagine, my experience is that we just run from event to event. So where is this place? And I think that would be up to some of us to actually think about that. It's an open space, and maybe it's like this, but it is like you provide more time and have really concrete conversations.
Yeah. Last word to either one of you. Sarah, on the fragmentation piece of it?
Yeah, I mean, I think the process, the access, they all have different processes and access points, so it's challenging to navigate. It's a lot of cost and time effort. I think if these banks, investors, banks, DFIs can get together, MDBs, and just have like a standardized way of access. I think it'll alleviate some of the pain on the side of the government or even private sector that are trying to access these.
Great.
So my last words would be, stop chasing announcements, chase results. And results aren't numbers, they're not dollar figures. I don't really care how much money you've committed, and I don't really care how much money you've spent. I want to know how many people have gotten jobs, how many people have gotten access to electricity, how many tons of carbon have been emitted. I don't care about numbers. Numbers are absolutely meaningless. And all of the financial institutions and everyone, how much money they're going to leverage and do this and that, just what are your results?
Great call to action. All right, please join me in thanking this panel.
Well, if you want to dig into that issue more, just a reminder, we will be having some workshops starting shortly where you all can collaborate and talk more about a just energy transition. I now would like to introduce our next speaker to this stage, who you maybe have read about in Devex reporting as an example of how we bring our reporting live here on stage and vice versa. But we have James Mwangi, who we've written about, who has a vision for turning Africa into a climate innovation hub. He's the founder for Climate Action Platform, and he's going to share a few thoughts with us. James.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. It's the lull after lunch. It feels like still. And it's also the lull after a week of COP. And with the stock take and the heat and all of the press releases, I just saw a picture just now that was talking about like where the expectations for the outcome of this COP are. And it was like the various layers of the crust all the way and like right down there, like expectations are somehow, people are low. And so I wanted to come in with a little bit of an exciting energy, because the last year, the last 2 or 3 years actually, of looking at the climate challenge and how it intersects with other development challenges in Africa has actually left me quite excited. That might either argue for my insanity or that we may be looking at things a little bit differently. Because in addition to the stock take on how far behind we are with our climate goals, we're really far behind on the SDGs, right? Particularly the pandemic didn't help, the current economic state of the world, conflict, and so on. So what I'm going to put to you is that there's a massive opportunity that is shaping up that allows us to not just think of the parts of the world that have been excluded from shared prosperity to date as victims, but as critical parts of the solution. And we often say that, but we don't really mean it. We don't really mean that the villagers in Western Kenya are going to be a big part of the global carbon equation. We mean that they'll be a part of fixing their own small part of the problem. And that is wrong. So why is that? Well, when you think about Africa, biggest victim of climate change, no resources to react to it, did the least to cause it, low emissions. Also, poor countries, because most of Africa adds very little value to anything it exports. It's at the bottom of every value chain it plays in. How do you begin, and so we need to send assistance, we need to send support in getting to adaptation and resilience. We need to actually compensate for loss and damage. That is correct, that is true. Please keep advocating for that. But it is an incomplete story. It is leaving out the fact that we need to do 3 critical things if we're to avoid human catastrophe between now and the end of this century. We need to protect and restore our existing carbon sinks and actually expand them, our natural carbon sinks. The biggest net positive carbon sink in the world is the Congo Basin, and there are many others in Africa that are providing essentially a free service to all of us today. The second thing we need to do is we need to decarbonize rapidly in every sector of human production and consumption. That means new industrial processes And it also means doing things not just differently, but in different places than we've done them in the past. And finally, we're going to need to remove at least hundreds of gigatons of greenhouse gases from the atmosphere and put them back into the ground somehow between now and the end of the century. Amazingly, Africa, and for Africa, read in many cases much of the global south, because it's the tropical band around the world, is really well positioned to play a critical role in all three of these aspects of the journey. On the first one, in terms of managing our carbon sinks, if we can actually get to a place, and I know that the words carbon markets are one of the likely ways to get you burnt at a pyre or start a riot in certain circles, but we need some mechanism for transmitting value from those who are emitting and causing the problem to those who are being good stewards of our nature, our biodiversity, our natural bounty. They need to be compensated. And refusing to monetize or value that is basically saying we value dead trees that are chopped down more than we value live forests that are being cared for by indigenous people. So we need some mechanism for that, and we need a mechanism that's not just about leave it as it is, but here's an incentive for getting really good at expanding it. We want a generation of agronomists and soil care experts really going into that. That's one. The second thing, we're doing stuff in the wrong place. Energy, renewable energy is hard to move around. Fossil fuel energy is easy to move around. Africa has 40% of the world's critical mineral raw materials, 60% of the world's solar energy, and yet 4% of global industrialization. By the way, dominates global future labor force. It's obvious we are industrializing in the wrong places. The future of green steel, green aluminum, green hydrogen, the entire new chemistry of how we're going to run our industries needs to shift to energy-rich, raw material-rich locations. That's their comparative advantage. Just changing the way we manage aluminum, stopping shipping 25% of the world's bauxite to be refined elsewhere in the world and then brought back to Africa as Coca-Cola cans. Just that one change would cut 1% of global emissions right there. And that's just the easiest one to do the math on, because aluminum is bauxite plus electricity. I can do that for iron ore, we can do that for hydrogen, and so on and so forth. So green industrialization, major part of this, creates jobs, transforms economies, and shifts the way we think about where value is created. And the third thing, removing carbon and scale. Part of that is part of the first point. How are we expanding our natural carbon sinks? But you look at the quantities involved, and that's not going to be enough. We have left it too late. Nature alone is not going to be able to get us back to 1.5 degrees. So we need to keep on cutting our emissions, especially by moving more of the world's energy-intensive value-added industry to Africa. But we also need to start innovating in ways to accelerate carbon removal from the atmosphere. And I can tell you the businesses in Africa that are beginning to excel at manufacturing and spreading biochar as part of a regenerative agriculture agenda as organic fertilizer. How do we move that from tens of thousands of tons to tens of millions of tons per year? How do we embrace technologies like enhanced rock weathering, taking the right kinds of geology in Africa, crushing that rock, spreading it over the soil, solving our soil acidity problem, and boosting agricultural yields, while again, removing gigatons worth of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. And finally, the one place in the world where thinking about large-scale energy-powered direct air capture actually could make sense is Africa. And why is that? Because it's a really energy-intensive exercise. It requires a very particular set of geologies, and you should not do it with energy that could be used to retire fossil fuel-emitting plants. I'll give you the example of my country. Some of you may have heard me talk about this. Kenya alone has hundreds of gigawatts of untapped renewable energy potential. The Rift Valley has the capacity underground to store hundreds of gigatons of carbon. It'll be expensive, which is good, because no one should think of this as a cheap excuse for not cutting their emissions. So anyone who says, oh, we're going to use direct air capture to do this, I say, write the check now. If you want to emit while paying to remove CO2 from the atmosphere, you really must want to lose money. But as a last resort, we are going to need that as well as everything else. And the beauty of it is, while the estimates say that if we were to use these energy-intensive methods alongside everything else, you'd need about twice global electricity demand by 2050 to do that. The good news is Africa alone has 17 times global energy projected demand in 2050 in renewable energy potential. So yes, we will need to build a whole lot of renewable energy. Yes, we're currently building it in the wrong places. You get about 14 times more power from the same 14 times more baseload quality electricity from the same combination of battery and solar panel in Tanzania as you would in Germany. And yet Tanzania has less than 1% of the amount of solar deployment that we have in Germany. That's humanity being stupid. Not just because the Tanzanians could use light in their rooms, but we're getting a lot less energy for the industry and the transformation we need by virtue of going with where we used to do stuff, which feels like the right place to do it, rather than where we should be doing stuff. So plan for the future, not for the past. Embrace new technologies. Be rigorous about how we're thinking about the stack to net zero and drawdown. And I guarantee you, you will suddenly look at Africa and other places in the global south, not as the places where the young people who are the victims of climate change reside, but where the mass of people who will save the planet currently reside and are waiting to be mobilized with capital, with trade rules, and frankly, with higher expectations of the potential that they can bring to the problem. They are not people to be acted upon. They are solution makers waiting to be unleashed. That's a challenge I leave with you. That's a challenge I hope we take away from this COP, regardless of whether we agree to phase down this year or next year or the year after. The implementation of this is going to involve actually investing, actually implementing, and actually innovating. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Have a seat. Well, we're going to continue now with a conversation I've really been looking forward to. I'm joined by Jonathan Pershing, who is the Program Director for Environment at the William and Flora Hewlett Foundation, but he's so much more than just that title would suggest. If you find yourself confused by COP, as I often find myself, we've got the antidote here. Who here has been to the first COP? Maybe this is your first COP. Anybody for whom this is the first COP? Several people. Who here's been to like more than 5? A couple? Anybody 10 or more? 22? Okay, we've got you beat. We've got you beat. Jonathan's been to all 28. He's been to the predecessors to the COP. What was it called?
The Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee.
And he hasn't just been there hanging out as an observer going to nice events like this one. He was a key negotiator for the US government on the Paris Agreement 2015. He's served a number of roles in the US government, the State Department, as an advisor to the White House. He, in fact, left his current job for a year or so to work for Secretary Kerry in Glasgow to lead some of the US work there. So you know intimately what happens at COPs. Now, this one's a bit different, 100,000 people. What was it like in the early days? How many did you have?
So the first INC meeting, which people probably aren't aware of, was held in Washington, D.C. It's not really common knowledge. That's where it started. George Bush the first was the president, and he goes to the UN in December and says, "This is a good idea. I'll host it." Except that I was at the State Department at the time, and he had not told anyone who's planning to do that, and we had no venue. So there's a hotel not far from Dulles Airport that was about to be opened, and we got them to open 2 weeks earlier in order to host the first meeting. We had about 1,000 people from around the world, almost only government people. There were only a handful of non-government participants, and we met at this very upscale space just outside of Dulles Airport that still had fresh paint on the walls.
Wow, and you've seen this evolve since. So I want you to kind of take us through the arc, right? So 2015 was the big moment. It felt like, you know, the world has come together and agreed on a trajectory, on a target. Where are we today when you look at this COP and the ambitions that were set in 2015?
So I actually don't think you want to start just with Paris. I think you want to start a bit before that. And if you think about a longer term arc of the conversation, I would juxtapose 2 parallel conversations that have been underway. One conversation was on the urgency and the science and an understanding of the agenda. And that more or less parallels the IPCC and the articulation of need. So the first report comes out in 1990, and the first report inserts a great deal about what we know and what we don't know and where uncertainty lies. And that becomes the framing for the original framework convention under which we're still operating. Fast forward, a bit more certainty, another IPCC report, and that gets us to the Kyoto Protocol. Fast forward, another IPCC report, 7-year cycles. That gets us to Copenhagen. 5 years forward, another IPCC report that gets you to Paris. At each stage, an increasing level of certainty on the science, an increasing level of certainty on where damage inflection points occur, when things are worse, when they get much worse, you have to do. An increasing level of certainty on solutions. So it's not just the problem articulation, it's what can you do about it. And in the meanwhile, a now outside and parallel objective and framework around investment. And you start seeing clean energy, you see electric vehicles, you see discussions on land use, you see market orientations, and those start coming together. So if that's the arc, today then represents the current point in that longer trajectory. And where you are today is essentially, we've done pretty well in one metric. When we began working in the IPCC report, we looked at 6 to 7 degrees of warming. That was the trajectory we anticipated absent action. Today, if you take the most recent set of operations that we've been in, we're saying we should get to well below 2, but the current expectation, if we did what we've promised, we'd be at about 2.5. That's an extraordinary shift from the original place we were. It's not enough, and the damages have become more explicit, and the concerns around really much more than 1.5, forget 1.5, we're at 1.3, 1.25, and look at what we're seeing today. But we've come a long, long way. The second thing is that we've got massive investments. We're over $1 trillion a year of clean energy investment. When we first started this, we were at a few billions of dollars, and they were outliers for remarkably expensive opportunities. You wanted to buy an electric vehicle or a hydrogen vehicle. I drove one in New York State in the early 2000s, and they actually had to have a tow vehicle go with us. So we had both the hydrogen vehicle and a tow vehicle because we had no confidence it would get to where you wanted to go, and that cost $1 million. So here we are with a radical shift in technology and in policy and in global commitment. That first meeting that I talked about back in 1989, 1990, we had no heads of state. The US offered to host, and the president was otherwise occupied. We had 125 heads of state showing up here. This is a fundamentally different conversation at a scale that's quite remarkable.
So more certainty, more political attention, and certainly a much bigger market and industry. But is it fast enough to bend that curve?
So I think what you'd have to say is it's not fast enough to do what we think we have to do. It's not that it hasn't moved. It's not that if we keep going at this rate, we won't continue to move. But if we look at the damages we're trying to avoid, we have not yet achieved the rate of change that we have to achieve. So this is really about acceleration. This is about what else do you have to do? What are the barriers to more rapid change? And it's probably useful to look at a couple because they cross all of the sectors and all of the technologies. So we're doing pretty well on electric vehicles. You can now buy one, and its long-term operating expenses are probably less than an internal combustion engine car. But we're still at pretty modest penetration rates, even in places that are pushing it. California, where I happen to come from, on the order of 20%. That's a pretty good number, but it's only 20%. China's faster, probably 30%. That means 2/3 are not yet where you want to be. I take a look at solar panels, available now at pretty marginal operating costs. In fact, according to the International Energy Agency, the green alternatives are more economic in almost every country in the world. But there's an incumbency question. There's a question about retiring old capital stock. There are commitments that have been made for contracts. There are questions about jobs and economic development, which are tied back into infrastructure, which are in turn tied back to political economy. Those have to be adjusted, and that's slow at a moment where we have to accelerate and need more speed. So yeah, this is a tension, not between where we're ultimately going, but between where we are today and how fast we'll get to where we need to be.
There is a narrative that there's a kind of backsliding happening exactly on the point you just raised. This politics around phasing down and maybe ultimately phasing out fossil fuels, right? We've seen it in places like South Africa with the coal labor unions, right, where they're trying to make a transition, but it's very tough politically. You see it in the UK Prime Minister we talked about this morning, rolling back some of his commitments in that country. Do you think this is just a blip, or do you worry that we may be in a moment where there's an actual backlash to significant further reduction of fossil fuels, including coal, and that dramatically slows us down from the trajectory we're meant to be on?
So I think there's an open question as to how you read blip. I think there is clearly a backlash. I don't think any of us can look at the current politics around the world and say there is not a reaction. There definitely is. But I think it has to be juxtaposed against the other pieces that we also see. The first half of 2023 was a record in terms of clean energy investment. A record. At a moment of increased backlash. More now than in any other 6-month period ever. Over $350 billion, according to Bloomberg New Energy Finance, in clean energy finance in the first half of 23.
And that's a time of increased interest rates, which makes it much less economic.
Absolutely. So these things are juxtaposed. It doesn't mean there's no backlash, but it also means the trajectory probably is inevitable. The question is speed. Can you speed it up? The things we're trying to avoid are not by getting to net zero by 2100, it's by getting there by 2050 and getting a trajectory by 2030 that's just much more ambitious. And that rate of change can be slowed by local politics. I look at the dynamics right now of what happens in terms of gas volatility and gas prices, not least because of Ukraine. I take a look at the dynamics of what's going on in terms of the fluctuation of critical mineral supply and constraints in terms of supply chains. I take a look at what COVID did in terms of supply of parts. Those are all things that are driving down the rate of penetration, down the rate of change, and we have to compensate for those if we're going to try to make the kind of progress we want.
So you now, in the hat that you currently wear, you run a grants program, right? You've got a portfolio. We just had James Mwangi on stage saying, look, there's critical minerals, there's all the renewable energy potential on the continent of Africa, and by the way, there's an enormous labor force too. We also have heard this term earlier in the conversation about de-risking. That's come up many times. How do you take, what is a large by philanthropic terms, but a modest in the scale of climate grants portfolio and actually deliver it knowing what you know about the space?
So I'd say a few things. The first one is that the scale is disconnected. So we are not, as a philanthropy, really able to make project investments. It's too big. We have a couple of $100 million at our disposal. If you look at all of philanthropy, which funds everything from academic institutions to civil society to think tanks to some of the press programs, the entirety of climate philanthropy is measured in the single-digit billions of dollars. We're looking at trying to create change that is $1 trillion per year. So we're just about 1,000-fold off. That's a small error. But if you look at that, what can you do? What you can do is you can inform the system. You can think about where is that money going and why is it not moving fast enough? What are the barriers to investment? What are the barriers to good jobs and to training? What are the barriers in countries that have access to resources that with the right kind of lever you could unlock? That's where philanthropy is catalytic and can play that kind of a role. So I see very much the portfolio that I carry and that my colleagues carry is helping the community, facilitating a transition not through direct investment, but through supporting those voices that can articulate how change is made, how we open up the door to these next significant shifts and try to remove the barriers that we see. What does that look like? For example, how do I think about whether there's going to be additional capital from the development agencies? That's got to be a political voice. That's civil society. How do I think about whether or not, if I'm an investor making a choice, there's a risk that they are publicly aware of for making a high emitting investment versus a low emitting investment? That's going to be a voice of the press. That's going to be a voice of civil voice in society. How do I articulate the development of a new battery technology? That's an academic and R&D agenda for which philanthropy can facilitate new investment. So I see us playing this catalytic role, but it's ultimately about you. in the community and our ability to leverage that capacity into social change.
Last question. You sound optimistic or at least constructive on climate mitigation. What about climate adaptation? We, again, just heard from James about the opportunity to take this energy transition and turn it into not just something we have to do to keep the planet from warming too much, but actually turn it into an economic development opportunity for the continent of Africa. Are you equally constructive when you think of adaptation, when you think of this climate plus agenda we're here talking about today at Devex?
So I would argue that the climate adaptation agenda is a relatively newer effort than the climate mitigation agenda within our community. It's not that it couldn't have been a big deal, but it began as a moral hazard concern. I basically heard voices saying, listen, if you do adaptation, it means I can continue to emit because you can fix whatever damages there were. And that was an enormous concern for the environmental community and for the philanthropies that have backed them. What we are increasingly seeing is that the problems are no longer future ones that we can avoid, but problems that we have to manage today. This is where the development conversation and the climate conversation intersect. And the question for me and for philanthropy broadly is which part of our community does this? So my philanthropy does work on development. It's not in my portfolio, but it intersects a bit with my work. We do work on women's gender empowerment. We do work on development issues in West Africa. We are fundamentally interested in how that community thrives and prospers. And increasingly, the risks to that community are from climate. And so as we think about those, they have to be intersecting. But I also note that it's not exclusively a transfer payment program. Let's for a moment take away the communities and the countries that really are the least able to do much because of a capacity constraint. And there are many. But that leaves at the top the OECD and the wealthy nations, let's call them 50, and the bottom, let's call them 50, 100 in the middle. That 100 is actually making its own investment in infrastructure. It's making its own investment with its domestic capital in its energy choices. It's making its own investment, often with tranches of foreign capital, to elevate productive activities in industry. How do we play in that space? Why is it that an investment in infrastructure, which is good for 5 years, is not counted as a loss instead of counted as a gain because it has to be rebuilt after the next hurricane or the next flood or the next drought? That's an increment that could be managed with private capital in a way that we're not really tapping well. Those kinds of discussions are just now starting in a way they weren't happening 5 years ago or 10 years ago, but were happening on the mitigation side. So this feels like the direction of travel, which this community, which are larger 100,000 people sitting behind us, are going to increasingly have to take up. And where I think philanthropy might be one of the catalysts to help drive that forward.
Well, I said at the outset you were going to help clarify the complex COP process, and I think you have absolutely done that for us. Thank you so much, Jonathan, for being a part of Devex Climate Plus today. Thank you.
Thanks. Great to see you.
Well, if you want to dig in more into how philanthropy can be a catalyst for climate action, we actually did host a panel earlier this week in the Innovation Zone with Andrew Steer from the Bezos Earth Fund, Elizabeth Yee from Rockaway Foundation, with Sonali Patel, who you'll hear from this afternoon from Bridgespan, and Helen Muttenford from the Climate Works Foundation. We'll be sure to share the recording of that. Some of you maybe were there. But we also will be sending out a special edition of our newswire next Tuesday, which should hopefully be the last day of COP. We'll see. We'll be rounding out all of our insights. We've had reporters on the ground all week, so we'll be able to share all that with you. Make sure you're subscribed to Newswire for that. We are now going to move into our workshops. We'll get a chance to connect and kind of really think through some of these big challenges and solutions. If you want to stay on the energy topic, we'll be talking about how to move to just energy transition upstairs here. So you can go up the stairs right here, and that will be led by Raj Kumar. We also have experts from the Climate Action Network East Africa and UN Refugee Agency. Right here in the main level, we're going to start digging into finance, and we're going to have that moderated by Michael Igo, but how climate finance can reach communities on the front lines of the crisis. And we'll have experts from BRAC, Climate Policy Initiative, and Mercy Corps, to name a few. So you can pick which one most interests you, and go upstairs energy Here's finance. For those of you who are joining online, we also are going to have a special live podcast recording. I've mentioned we have our Climate Plus podcast. We have our host, Michael Igo, right here. So we're going to be recording a session with EBRD President Odile Renaud Basso with a senior reporter at Boss Ollinger. So for those of you who are tuning in online, you can also go ask questions, but you can listen in and get a peek. If you're here live in the room, don't worry. If you feel like you're missing out, it'll be part of our Climate Plus podcast. Without further ado, just pick where you want to go for a workshop, and then we'll re-go in a minute. Thank you. Catherine Cheney, a senior editor here at Devex. But first, I have to say that if you've enjoyed today's program, give a special thanks to Catherine, who is one of the key masterminds behind our program today. So she's been a little bit behind the scenes, but she's been a real key leader in bringing all of our journalism to this stage today. So please thank Catherine for that. Yes. Over to Catherine.
Thank you, Kate, and hello, everyone. Hope you're enjoying the day. So in this next session, we're going to talk about what is essentially climate justice. When we ask, how do we move from risk to resilience, dignity, and prosperity, we're talking about climate justice. We've heard in today's program here at Climate Plus and throughout COP28 how countries who have done the least to cause the crisis we are all facing of climate change are suffering the most from its impacts. And we've discussed different mechanisms to address that. But I know that both of our panelists here today have argued that the mechanisms we're currently working with are not enough, and that we need to actually make systemic changes to the way climate finance and development finance work in order to support these countries to weather the climate storm. So today I'm joined by Hannah Ryder, just to my left. She's the CEO of the International Development Consultancy Development Reimagined. I'm also joined by Yamid Danyet, Director of Climate Justice at the Open Society Foundations. And this conversation is actually organized by Devex in partnership with Open Society Foundations. So thank you to OSF for your support in pulling this conversation together. We were meant to be joined by the Minister of Finance and Economic Development from Tuvalu. Unfortunately, as you can understand, government ministers, like all of us, but especially government ministers, are pulled in many directions here at COP28, so he could no longer join. But I actually did want to put the experience of a small island developing state front and center in our conversation. And I actually want to ask Yamid about this, because Yamid, we'll get to your important work on climate justice in a moment. But I know much of that is inspired by the fact that you are from Guadeloupe. And Guadeloupe is an archipelago in the Caribbean, one of those countries that is quite literally sinking. Parts of the country are quite literally sinking, you hear. And we hear those words and it's hard to wrap our heads around what that really means. So can you tell us a little bit about where you're from, what the climate crisis looks like there, and how that inspires your work on climate justice to start?
Well, thank you very much for the questions, and it's good to be here and to share also, why the call for climate justice make me a climate justice avenger, like many, including, Hannah here. So I come from Guadeloupe. It's an archipelago. The mainland, it looks like a butterfly, and one of, the islands, smaller islands of the archipelago, the island Carrette, is going to disappear in less than 10 years. And this is not an island that has been inhabited, by people, but it's a UNESCO biosphere reserve. And that has been also a place where, my family, people could go to spend some time, to have a picnic, and also it was very important for ecotourism. It was very important culturally as well, and for education. All of that is going to disappear, and this is, something that are coming, to the population on top of a slave cemetery that is also getting underwater. So, which brings also the issue of cultural heritage. And I know that, the minister could not be there from Tuvalu, wanted to also discuss about, the impacts that are both economic, non-economic, cultural, and, imagine what would happen, for an island that is actually inhabited, 12,000, people also living and depending, on this island. And, what does it mean for democracy 2.0? Is it going to be a digital economy? And what we hear is also how those small atoll nations, small islands, should not be seen just as small. because they're ocean states that are actually very big. And they have been always part of the solutions. We should not forget that if it was not for them, there would not be a 1.5 in the Paris Agreement. And who knows, therefore, where the threshold and the push would have been. So I think that, it begs us to, yes, we have been those who have contributed the least and suffering disproportionately of climate impacts, but we are as much part of the solution. And, especially when we have the chance to be at the table, when decisions are being made.
So sticking with your work for a moment before we bring Hannah in here, I want to hear about some of the responses you're working on when it comes to supporting ocean states and other vulnerable states through this crisis. I know one of the things, for example, you've worked on is the Pacific Island Communities Climate Fund. Maybe you could talk a little bit more about that. But you said that you want these countries to be part of the solution, and we hear that a lot, but what does that really look like in your strategy?
So yes, I think we're here at the COP, and the reason why COP matters is because the multilateral forum is really the place where vulnerable nations have a seat on the table. And the way they do that forcefully is by coming together. And one of the activities that we've been invested upon is really to empower such groups and such coalitions. And one of them is, for example, the V20. The group of finance ministers that started with 20 countries, and actually now it's 68 countries, representing 1.5 billion of the population and the world population. And they have been pushing the boundaries, really moving the discussions on financing above their weight because of that empowerment. I can say more, but they came after you heard, the Prime Minister Maya Motley with the Bridgetown agenda, really provoking a rethink of, what a financial institution that's been established after the World War, especially to benefit the developed world, how to make it more relevant and how to really go to the core of what it is to really make it, benefit also countries like hers and, most of, the developing world. So I think, empowering them is one of the things that we do. Also making sure that we look from the international to the local. And the example of the Pacific Island funds for sea level rise that has been actually launched at this COP with a capitalization of 14 million after our chair at the UN General Assembly started to seed, was the first to pledge grants for 1.5 million. This is what also philanthropic organizations are about, to be the first movers in order not to be the last. So to create a catalyzing effect, to really bring to scale the level of solidarity that we need. And this fund is about creating the possibility for accessing not tons of millions, but making sure that some of the communities that are so core to really make the levers and to create the change on the day-to-day life have access. It could be 50,000, it can be 100, but this is how it's going to be catalytic also there. And therefore how to bring those examples to inform the loss and damage fund that has been also operationalized and capitalized to make sure that the amount of money that needs to be mobilized is also will go to where it is needed the most.
So you mentioned the loss and damage fund. I want to jump in here for a second if I can. Of course, that's the big headline from COP28, right? The loss and damage fund, and no one expected such progress on that fund to happen on day one of COP28. And yet, I know, Hannah, that you have a view that when we talk about innovative financial mechanisms, the loss and damage fund has the potential to be one of those innovative financial mechanisms. It's an opportunity for innovation, but perhaps we haven't yet met the opportunity. So can you talk a little bit about the loss and damage fund and what will it take for that to really realize its potential to be an innovative financial mechanism?
Yeah. Well, so as you mentioned, it is an obvious win. There is no other presidency that's been able to get countries together to make that kind of decision so early on in the process. And I think UAE they've had that kind of role in the UNFCCC process of being able to bridge. There's a handful of countries that can bridge in that way across the world, and UAE is definitely one of them. So, kudos, of course. At the same time, there's still so much work to do. Yes, there have been some pledges, but that doesn't make a fund innovative. Governance structure. Loss and Damage Fund has the same governance structure as the Green Climate Fund. Now, the Green Climate Fund was an innovation in governance. When it comes to World Bank, IMF, lots of multilateral development banks, the way that they work is the governance is determined by shareholding, whereas the Green Climate Fund is determined by an equal participation of developed and developing countries. So that was an innovation at the time. Loss and Damage uses that. But it's also a kind of backwards move with regards to the Green Climate Fund, because the Green Climate Fund has its own independent secretariat based in Korea, whereas Loss and Damage, the idea right now is for an interim secretariat being the World Bank, and that has and that comes with its own baggage, of course, as many countries have talked about, and we might even talk about that a bit later. So where could the innovation come from? And what kind of innovation could there be in the next year, for example, to really make Loss and Damage Fund innovative? And the answer is about the financial mechanism. If you have a financial mechanism that is that it's not reliant on just pledges from this country and that country, which we know, I was one of those people that worked on that 100 billion commitment, which was a great win in 2009 and 2010. But we've seen, and it was an innovation too, but we've seen that it hasn't delivered. And so since we've had that experiment, let's learn from it. So what we need are financial mechanisms that are predictable, that are not linked to immediate government decisions and random government decisions. For example, things like financial transactions taxes, a whole range of different types of mechanisms. And that's where the innovation could come. And that's what the work should be over the next year.
Yamid, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. I know you were just starting to speak about the Loss and Damage Fund. Do you largely agree with what Hannah's saying? Do you want to build on that, push back on any of that?
I would only build on that because I think she's right. I think, we just reached the beginning of a journey. And I would just step back and to say one of the things that OSF has been contributed to even get to that level was to also empower and to support, some of the countries and some of the decision makers who need the capacity to really attend all those events, the financing. So it was really an investment into the ecosystem, the movement building, the science and analysis to come up with some options and solutions, the narrative building, communication, and also the capacity building for negotiators and other key stakeholders. Having said that, I totally agree with Hannah. Building on what she said, there's going to be a lot of discussion next year to make sure that where the sources of funding is going to come and how systematic is going to be so that we don't rely on pledges just every year. Therefore, this is also why we've been supporting efforts through the V20 and others. Okay, what could be some trigger-based, this is when you will hear, trigger-based mechanisms that are a little bit more automated. What will be the role of insurance companies? Can we just rely on that? And this is a difficult conversation, for some countries, but with everybody on deck, is to really think what could be the trigger, the push, and also Hannah mentioned the tax, processes, the polluter pays principle. How are we going to make sure that windfall profits by those who are actually responsible for where we are, the fossil fuel companies, but other very intensive sectors like aviation, maritime sectors, how they can contribute also, for eventually a tax process to this. And another question, getting more money systematically, how to make sure it goes to where it is needed. So the access, who will get it? So I think, and then to create the accountability mechanisms to make sure that actually what we said is going to happen. So transparency, accountability, would matter.
So you mentioned the people who are responsible, and I want to ask about that because this kind of helps us transition into, we're covering two big topics here. One is supporting countries in building their climate resilience. And then this other big topic, which I want to hear Hannah's take on, is not just reforming, but perhaps reimagining the global financial architecture, which is a big task. We'll hear about that in a second. But speaking of who's responsible, I do want to ask, when it comes to the Loss and Damage Fund, I was speaking with a colleague who was talking through these issues with me, and we talked about, there's the matter of practicality, getting these things operationalized, but then there's the matter of principle too, and calling out who's responsible for what. And often the Loss and Damage Fund is framed as reparations. So I wonder, to what extent, how do you strike that balance between principle and pragmatism and practicality in operationalizing some of these funds? Any comments on that with the Loss and Damage Fund or any of these mechanisms to help these countries weather the storm?
Well, I think we have to start calling spades in this world, because we've been in a space, in the multilateral space, in climate finance, where we have been kind of beating around the bush on a whole range of issues. And that has delivered the outcomes that we're talking about today. It has exacerbated inequalities, even if there's good intention behind it. So at this point, I think we are a mature enough world. We are all adults, and we're trying to look after our children and the children in future. Let's really start to take responsibility. And so if it's a case of let's call it reparations, let's call it loss and damage, let's work with countries that need to build capacity on speaking to their domestic audiences on, how to explain that, how to explain what reparations is. Maybe that's something open society can work on, of building that kind of capacity, right? Because there's elephants in the room, but if we keep on beating around the bush, we're not really going to make much progress.
You want to build on that?
Yes, I agree with Hannah. We need to come to a stage where, as intended by the global stocktake that is happening right now, 8 years after the Paris Agreement, to look ourselves into the eyes, to see, okay, this is where we are, but this is not where we need to be, and this is how we need to get there. Having said that, for me, it matters less what you name it, but you remain consistent, by what you want to achieve. So call it global solidarity, call it the due reparation and, debt, or the matter is, you cannot just, hide like an ostrich. You need to face the fact that we need to really mobilize and not just pick and choose who we're going to support, but create the enabling environment that will address historical missteps to really leapfrog and springboard into the world that we need to see. So I think there's an example where we've been fiddling with the name, like the IRA, not being called a climate, bill, or in the US, fine. So we could learn from this, but to remain consistent, and it's patient capital. And as Hannah said, something that, philanthropic organization or other organization can also step to do, because we've been very bad at, we've been talking a lot about numbers, about modeling, about, science, but not about what it means for people and why it is so important for people, to look at themselves with a solidarity lens, with that justice lens, and to show the win-win of this spirit.
So soon I want to bring in some audience questions. So if you have questions here in person, be thinking of them. Same goes for online. I don't like to do this, but I'll actually glance at my phone to see if any colleagues are passing questions from online. But I did mention earlier, not just reforming, but reimagining the global financial architecture. This is something that I know, Hannah, you've been very vocal about. And I wonder, again, when it comes to what does this mean for people?
Yeah.
First, let's just expand on the constraints of the current system a little bit and what that means for people. And then let's talk about the kind of reimagination you hope to see and what real impacts that would deliver for people.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I'm an economist by training, so I always like to bring economics into what I work on, and I like to apply economic principles to the international financial architecture. And I think sometimes we haven't done that enough. And that's where I do become vocal, because I think we need to understand the international financial system not just as it is, but what could it be if we were designing it today from scratch, right? And that needs to be the benchmark. And there's some really, I'll just give you one example of some of the, I guess, to put it colloquially, messed upness of the existing system.
Yeah.
But just a really simple example, if you are a low-income country and you're expecting to become a middle-income country, when you apply for World Bank financing, as soon as you get into that middle-income country threshold, you're suddenly having to pay more interest than you were as a low-income country. So you don't have any incentive to even declare that you're a middle-income country, or even kind of actually aim for that, because you're immediately going to be paying extra, which is a very odd situation. We can understand the reasoning why that might have been logical in the past and why that has emerged as a particular system. But when you look at today, and if you're designing it for today's problems, that's a system that doesn't work. So that's the kind of work that I do, that my team does, and I think we have to do more of it, and to really explain to publics as well, not just policymakers, but to explain to publics why that then means we have to be working on reform and what that would mean for citizens, really.
So then connecting it back to this framing of from risk to resilience, or in other words, climate justice, how would those reforms help to enable climate justice and support the most climate vulnerable countries?
Well, I think there's lots of different ways they could. So, I mean, just to give that example, there's lots of small island countries that are middle-income country and don't get access to cheap concessional finance, but they still need it. My country, Kenya, we are just about a lower middle-income country. We really have to work really hard to just get 300 million US dollars for one project, but we need, at least 4 billion a year in order to be able to get to the kind of development goals that we want to make sure that what every single citizen really is entitled to, access, education, health, internet, simple things, just the absolute basics, and we don't have it, but we have to work so hard in the system. So I think what all of those changes are aimed at is, and you can't just have one change, and you have to really look at it as a whole, as a holistic picture. What those are aimed at is to provide exactly that justice, so that it's not, we have to have a system where the countries that are most vulnerable, the countries that need the most, are able to access it faster than the countries that don't need it.
I want to go to philanthropy. And in the context of climate resilience, and I know that's part of your portfolio.
In many of report some of the that you really It is difficult for some countries. And the reason why it is difficult is the necessity to look at and to come up with an alternative of revenue alternative when they feel that they didn't have the same chance to even develop.
Right.
So how to create space to look at it from an equity lens, a justice lens, social, economic lens, and look at the value chain of, of what it takes. So one of the areas that we look at, we've been exploring, was on critical minerals, because hopefully we will get some targets. There's been a push of, 3 times tripling renewable targets. But hey, how much transition, rare minerals will we need? What does it mean? Can we make sure that it does not create more deforestation? Can we change the way mining is going to happen so that it is more responsible? This is a question of justice too.
Yeah.
But also, can we make sure that those resource-rich countries are not just extracted upon? And when the manufacturing and the products are all produced in the consumption countries, that actually there's a sharing of benefits throughout the value chain, and that those research countries can really move up the ladder of prosperity. This is why this is an example of, from dignity to prosperity, to rise in a way that is win-win. So I think that's also something that we're looking at.
In a way, that's also the lesson from COVID. We saw African countries, for instance, also small island countries, really unable to access vaccines because they didn't have local manufacturing. And that, that was a lack of health sovereignty. There's a new issue being possibly created of a lack of environmental sovereignty. And so we can get ahead of that problem. We can start to think now, how do we deal with that? Yeah. And let me just put a statistic there for you, right? The African continent, we're talking about energy sovereignty. The African continent has 13 gigawatts of solar. So if we're talking about, renewable targets look very nice. 13 gigawatts of solar across the continent, most concentrated in North Africa. Japan, a country 100 times smaller than the continent, has got 79. So if you have big renewable targets, you need to have a financial architecture that enables those 79 to also be on the African continent and much bigger. And this is part of the challenge, that our system just isn't designed to give the kind of scale to be able to redistribute the normal finance that flows around. Yamin's saying there's finance there. Yes, there's finance there, but it just doesn't flow to the places where it's really necessary.
I want to see if I can fit in one audience question here, if there is one. I want to give an opportunity. Otherwise, I have one building on some of the audience questions I'm seeing online. I see Amy has a question here. Can we get her a microphone?
And there's another one over there.
There's some over there as well. Could you introduce yourself as well?
Yeah,
and we have to
sure.
make it a pretty quick question, but go ahead.
Oh, quick. Okay. I'm Amy Kokenauer. I'm the CEO of Cadasta Foundation, and we work on land and resource rights globally. And we've been in most of the spaces we've been in this week are with Indigenous and local community organizations and alliances. And my question has to do with, with regard to climate justice. You're sort of talking at the country level. You're talking about the disparities between global south and global north. But just kind of even inside countries, the most vulnerable people, there was a statistic of the $1.7 billion that was pledged toward forest communities, for example, at COP26. Something like 2% has actually gotten down to the communities, which translates into indigenous groups receiving something like less than $1 per hectare
Yep.
to do conservation, to do all of adaptation, mitigation, everything. So I just wanted to raise that in here, what your thoughts were about, not just about country at the country level and economic systems there, but also sort of at the most vulnerable people level for the stewards of the land and the resources.
Thank you, Amy. Let's close with that. Zooming in from the country level, not just to the most vulnerable countries, but the most vulnerable people. Any final words to close our session?
I'm so glad that you asked this question because it needs to be, at the end of the day, at the heart of what we do. It's about the people. And at the Open Society Foundation, there's two dimensions: protection, even of those unsung heroes. You know, when we are asking for pushing the renewable revolution, actually very often those at the front line and fighting for these are indigenous people. And sometimes they are doing that at the risk of their lives. Actually, the number, many of them, the trends of environmental defenders being killed is increasing. And it should not be the case. So there's the protection. And I'm really glad that, you know, one of the reasons we are not yet, we have supported a lot the development, the launch of the Loss and Damage Fund. But now we're waiting for really looking at what it's going to say to make sure that this funding is going to go to communities and parallelly to test how it's going to look like. And this is where these Pacific Islands funds, or, you know, with the V20, this is co-designed actually by the communities themselves. These Pacific Island funds, you know, there were youth involved in designing it, indigenous people, and we need to learn from them. We need to learn from cash transfer that goes directly, you know, to the communities. So there's a lot of learning to do. Thanks. It's very important.
Thank you for the question. We'll close with that. I'm sorry we're out of time, Hannah, that we couldn't give you the last word, but thank you, Yamid. Thank you, Hannah. And please join me in thanking our panelists.
Thank you. Thank you.
Again to Open Societies Foundations for being our ecosystem partner today. We are now officially in the finance portion of our agenda, which climate finance has been a huge topic of conversation, of debate, of promises being made this week at COP28. So we'll be digging into these issues, looking at development finance, loss and damage, and how we can make sure leaders are actually good on their promises. I hope you all are subscribed to our Devex Invested newsletter. That is our weekly newsletter where we dig into all things development finance, innovative finance, business meets development, new ways to be able to fund the massive needs that we have on all of the sustainable development goals. But without further ado, I'd like to hand it over to Michael Igoe.
Hello again, everyone. Hello, everyone online. I'm Michael Igoe, senior reporter at Devex. Delighted to be back up on the stage for this portion of the day. Particularly excited because I know we have a room full of development finance experts based on the experience I had earlier observing one of our workshops here where we just had a really vibrant discussion among 3 different groups about how they're working to ensure that climate finance makes its way down to local communities with maximum impact. So I'm hoping that you all will bring that experience to bear for this panel, get some questions ready, and I'm just delighted to be joined by a fantastic group here. Aparna Srivastava is the Deputy Chief Climate Officer at the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation. Kome Ojegbo, down at the end, is the VP of Product Solutions and Sustainability at Africa Finance Corporation. Neha Sharma leads the Evaluation and Learning, excuse me, the Evaluation and Learning Initiative at the Climate Investment Fund. And Faten Aged is a member of the African High-Level Panel of Experts on Reforms of the Multilateral System. This is a high-powered group, and I really appreciate you all being here. development finance institutions are in the spotlight here at COP as key pieces of the puzzle when it comes to getting more money and expertise to climate investments. I'm curious, what does that shift look like in reality from focusing on development to focusing on development plus climate? And Aparna, I wonder if you could start from your experience at the DFC.
Yeah, it's a good question, but I think overall, it's really hard to kind of untangle really development and climate. And so I think at DFC, it's been very clear kind of from day one. I and my boss joined as kind of the climate unit within DFC about 2.5 years ago. And one thing that was clear was that climate wasn't kind of an individual vertical. It was something that actually cut across every single sector that we were looking at. And so I think it was actually a pretty natural transition. It wasn't anything along the lines of kind of like taking from another sector by any means. Because I think, you know, let's say maybe 5-7 years ago, when people were thinking about climate finance, especially on the investment side of things, it really was just clean energy and kind of solar and wind. And that is absolutely an important part of the kind of the solution set. But when we joined, I think one of the most critical things that we were thinking about was how do we really broaden that definition to incorporate the wide-ranging impacts of climate across every sector, and by virtue of that, also all of the different kind of opportunities there were for kind of positive impact in terms of financing. And that was, so beyond just clean energy, solar and wind, we're also looking at electric mobility, agriculture, food security, nature-based solutions, health, really kind of every sector of development that DFC was already engaged in.
Wonderful. Neha, how do you think about this challenge of ensuring that development finance and climate action are working in tandem? You know, Aparna talked about there isn't this trade-off. These are in some ways one and the same challenge. But, you know, for an institution like SIF that has climate as its core mandate, but yet is operating sort of within the broader landscape of development finance institutions, how does that add up to something that makes sort of coherent sense?
Yeah, thanks for the question, and thank you for Aparna for starting us off, because I completely agree with what she was saying about the false dichotomy between climate and development. So I'm coming from the Climate Investment Funds, which is one of the largest multilateral climate funds in the world, with close to $12 billion pledged. And we operate through 6 multilateral development banks, and they're development banks. So really development is at the heart of what they're trying to do through their finance. We were very curious to see in the Climate Investment Funds how our projects had led to development outcomes from climate investments. So last year, we actually ran a mixed methods evaluation across our entire portfolio. And what we found was intuitive, but incredible to have such quantitative and qualitative evidence to back what we thought we already knew. And it proved that false dichotomy, but it also gave us lessons on how to plan better for climate and development together. And the key headline messages coming from that evaluation included, you really need to plan upfront to realize and maximize the development benefits from climate investments. So while we can't take it for granted that just because you have a solar power plant, you're also realizing or maximizing the development impacts. You have to plan for these upfront. So this upfront planning came out as a big headline message. The second headline message I want to emphasize is using a backcasting approach. So identifying in advance what development impacts you want to achieve and then planning for those. And when you plan for those, you need the tracking mechanisms, the data, the analysis, the diagnostic work up front, and then the data collection throughout implementation to be able to then measure the results. The last thing I want to add here is we also found in the evaluation what we started calling internally as super development impacts. And what that meant was there's some development impacts that if realized synergistically, really maximize the benefits. And these include a focus on gender and social inclusion, a focus on capacity development, a focus on skills development. I'll just give one short example. Our investments in Brazil, in the Cerrado biome, we focused on gender and social inclusion, and we found that when we incorporated women in trying to build their capacity on taking up sustainable agricultural practices, where women were involved, in families where women were involved, they were quicker to adopt these new practices than when it was just men. So there's just a lot of synergies, and I completely agree with what Aparna said about the false dichotomy between these two goals.
I love the notion of super development. We might need to make t-shirts after the panel. But I guess both of your comments sort of beg the question for me, if there is no false dichotomy, if there is the opportunity to use climate finance to generate development outcomes, then who cares whether it's climate finance or development finance? Is that more at the institutional donor level so that we can do the accounting to see how much climate finance we've spent? Or does it make a difference to know whether you're working on a climate project with development outcomes or a pure, I don't know if there's such thing as a pure climate project without development outcomes, but why even talk in these terms in the first place? I'll throw that back to either one of you before I move on.
I mean, I think for us, development is in our name. And I think what that means practically is that there has to be a development outcome in every transaction that we do. And so, yeah, I guess for us, there's not really an accounting that kind of looks at projects that aren't developmentally oriented. Yeah.
I would just add that the reverse of what I said is also true. So if you only have pure development programs and projects ignoring climate, you're not automatically going to realize the climate benefits, which is why that upfront diagnostic ex-ante work is so important.
That's why that planning process.
Yeah, and just to add on that, I think the intentionality is super important.
Exactly.
Because there's so much more that you can kind of supercharge with it. Because I think when we think about climate transactions, it's about jobs, it's about cleaner air. It's like the development outcomes are very much integrated, but we can very much kind of amplify them if we're intentional.
Let me turn to you. And this is a sort of big menu of things that development finance institutions can focus on. It's also a large set of challenges for governments to face, pursuing these development impacts, development outcomes, then also taking into consideration the climate pressures that they're facing and how to add that additional benefit to these projects. How does that happen in a fiscally constrained environment that so many finance ministers that I'm sure you're talking to on a near daily basis are facing right now?
One has to be creative. You have to think a little bit differently about the type of solutions that you're offering. As an institution where our mandate is to close the infrastructure gap on the continent and to ensure that we do so in a sustainable way, you do have to think about that, right? Sustainability is not just about, from our perspective, is not just about the development and the climate impact. It's also thinking about how do we support these public institutions continue to grow mindful of the climate issues, given the debt burdens that they have, right? And I think one of the ways, actually two ways we're doing this. One is we launched the Infrastructure Climate Resilient Fund. They are currently fundraising. The target is $750 million. And I think GCF, the Green Climate Fund, has made its single largest investment through this fund with a commitment of $240 million on a first loss basis. So I think that is one innovative financial instrument that will help support what is happening in that space. Specifically with government, some of the work we're doing is looking at blended financing, again, working with institutions like the Green Climate Fund, ensuring that you are taking them away from financing in the markets where you're looking at yields of 12 or 14%, and you're able to help them raise the additional capital they need to focus on critical issues like development and climate with financing facilities of 30, 40 years with margins closer to 2%, right? When you talk about fiscally tight situations, it doesn't get any tighter than this. You have African countries that are coming out of a post-COVID era that have spent more money than they had or should have been spending, but needed to spend. Then you layer on the effect of higher interest rates, and overnight their their debt service and debt burden has gone up, right? So you do have to think about how can you continue to support these sovereigns in a way that is constructive and sustainable, but still helping them, focus on the really critical issues that are happening on the continent. It was funny listening to the question about development versus climate. In Africa, we don't have that luxury of saying development versus climate. You have a population that doesn't have access to energy, that doesn't have the infrastructure it needs. You have 50 to 70% of the population that are youth under the age of 20. You need the infrastructure. And then simultaneously, having contributed the least to greenhouse gas emissions, we are suffering the most. You see what's happening in Kenya and a lot of the East African countries with droughts and the poor outputs in agriculture. So you have to look at it. It's sort of inevitable for us, I would say.
Absolutely. And Fatsun, I mean, part of this involves development finance institutions reorganizing or restructuring themselves in order to be able to be responsive to the governments that we're talking about. There's been an enormous amount of focus on MDB reform, the Bridgetown Initiative, the various roadmaps to squeezing more lending capacity out of the big development banks. I wonder if there are pieces of the MDB reform picture or the multilateral reform picture that you think aren't getting the attention that they deserve, but that might bring to bear opportunities to unlock more finance for this dual challenge of development and climate.
Yeah, I think I'll pick up also from the previous point, in that I think there's been so much focus on the reforms of the MDBs as part of the conversation around climate finance, and particularly a focus on the World Bank Group reforms. And even then, without $5 billion per annum of revenue, and that's based on the 2021 GDP levels. And so, when the fiscal space is restricted, when revenue was restricted, where international financial institutions are slow to reform. I think we need to look at all options that are before us and not just one component. I mean, obviously the MDB reforms is very critical, but that's just one aspect, one piece of the puzzle. So we need to leverage the different areas for maximum gain.
Right. Anyone want to jump in there? No, I'll get to
I mean, I would even take that one step further. I mean, I support everything you said. I would say instead of necessarily creating new institutions to channel these funds through, why not work with established existing institutions that are showing that they have a clear track record and capacity to implement these solutions, right? Instead of creating yet another entity for Africa, again, that is the context of the AFC, give us the money to do the work, or come co-finance with us, right? Or any of the other African institutions that are closer to these issues and have a better understanding of the risk, right? That would be my suggestion.
Yeah, and I think you rightly sort of question the dichotomy between climate and development, but maybe more to the point is this fragmented landscape of climate finance institutions, development finance institutions, different funds. How can we get to a point where there's a sort of comprehensible system for finance ministers to be able to understand who's providing what type of finance for what type of need, and to know where to go to access that? What's the sort of, how can we sort of shift things towards something that's a little bit easier to navigate?
Yeah. One thing that one approach that we use from the climate investment fund side is what we call the programmatic approach. And the intention of the programmatic approach is to make large-scale investments by bringing together quite diverse stakeholders together upfront in the beginning. And the intention of working through the multilateral development banks is to not work through just one MDB at a point, because we know that they can have some siloed approaches, but to bring MDBs together upfront in a country-led process and through multi-stakeholder consultations. So that programmatic approach that can really get to identifying the structural or foundational systems level needs of a country. So it's not just project by project in a fragmented way, but a comprehensive set of projects that are really getting to the underlying systemic injustices or structural changes that are needed to move the system in an incremental and transformational way. And our intention of the programmatic approach is to achieve that by bringing all these stakeholders together around an investment plan, which is the beginning of any type of investment that we do from the climate investment funds. So that's one approach.
Great. Yeah, great. I'd love to see if there's a question from the audience. I'm going to ask one more, but if you want to be thinking of them now, please do so. But Aparna, I was struck by your point earlier that climate finance used to be renewable finance, mitigation finance. Now it pretty closely resembles development finance, and we're talking about health, we're talking about gender equity, and all sorts of things that development professionals have long been focused on. At the same time, it doesn't seem to me that the climate finance has necessarily followed into those domains. I mean, we've heard a lot this week about how adaptation is still severely underfunded. So I guess I just wonder, is there a mismatch between sort of supply and demand here?
Great question. I mean, I think if you look at any of the estimates around the financing needed for mitigation, needed for adaptation, we are woefully under-resourced at the moment. But I'd say that, I think there's quite a bit of, I guess we have to think about it kind of taking a step back, when kind of from the USG perspective, the US government perspective, on the adaptation and resilience side of things, while an institution like DFC might not have as much happening in terms of adaptation deployment, there is a lot more maybe coming from USAID or MCC, and I think that really is kind of a result of the financing tools that we have at our disposal. DFC only has kind of debt, equity, technical assistance, et cetera, to provide, whereas USAID can come in with grants. But I'd say from that perspective, we also recognize that there is a lot more that needs to come from the private sector, specifically on adaptation. I think CPI's report just in the last few weeks had reported that we are at an all-time high. We're at the highest levels. I think we're at $68 billion in terms of adaptation and resilience financing, but 98% of that is coming from public sources. And so we do need to kind of drill down on that. And I think for DFC, the way that we're thinking about kind of the adaptation finance side of the things using our tools is a few different things. So one is we've been involved in a few different debt for nature swap transactions, so specifically the Belize Blue Bond transaction in Galapagos as well. That has enabled the unlocking of significant amounts of capital. And then the other kind of mechanism that we're looking at is funds and financial intermediaries that can really kind of provide the smaller ticket capital that SMEs, for example, that are looking at adaptation solutions might need, just given that our ticket sizes can't get that low. But in terms of the sectors, ag, food security, water, built environment, health, those are all areas that we are looking at investments to really kind of help scale the adaptation finance from our balance sheet as well.
Welcome anyone else to jump in on that set of issues, but let me just see if we do have any questions from the audience before we... Yes, there's one in the back. Darshan. I think we have a microphone floating around. We did. Oh, sorry. I didn't. Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Nana Yirinchi Oforiota. I'm from the Development Bank of Ghana with the climate finance team. And I just had, I don't know, I wanted to know why don't we take a page out of the history books where we look at the US stepping in World War II for Europe and developing the Marshall Plan to really structure the EU to create, essentially what they are today. I fear that we may be tap dancing around the conversation a bit in terms of the funds are raised, but there's a problem of it being channeled into the right places. You hear of $100 billion being raised, but what, $2 billion is available? Or the exact specifics, I don't know, but there's this, it doesn't get to where it's meant to get to. So why don't we structure the AU a full capacity where the funds go, or that we seek can be obtained.
Conversation about that, right? You have an abundance of climate finance that is not going where the availers of the funds want it to go. And that is the fundamental issue, right? If we, again, look at Africa, which is my area of expertise and focus, it is the third largest emitter. So we are really not getting to the heart of the matter if we want to. And this is why the climate funds are really going. I'll quickly wrap up. The first we put out ahead of COP27. We need to localize, do things at the source. We have to develop thinking about climate, come up with innovative financial instruments, which we are doing. Just a few
Deputy Director at the International Center for Climate Development in Bangladesh, which Salim will have said. Of course, we're very close with him. And in this conversation, we'll be talking about how his legacy can live on, what ICAT is doing to carry forward that legacy, and what others can do. So I want to start with this question for you, Mizan. Much has been said in the weeks since Professor Salim's passing about his legacy. In fact, we had a Devex story that really framed it as this: ensuring the most vulnerable countries have a seat at the table. And indeed, he did do that. But with all that's being said, I wonder what you would highlight and perhaps help us get to know Professor Salim a little bit for the person who he was, in addition to all of the change he helped to create.
Thank you. When talking about Professor Salim, I get lost where to start from or where to end up with. I have been working with Professor Salim for the last quarter of a century, but formally for the last 5 years. As the title rightly mentions, Salim was the voice for the voiceless, for the most vulnerable, who were often voiceless. Let me mention that as a kind of a climate negotiator, he is the only person, rare species, who attended all the 27 COPs. At this COP, he was supposed to attend at the, as the advisor of the COP president. And recently, he was appointed also as the climate advisor to the UN Secretary General. When after 1992, when negotiations started from 1995, he saw that the G77 countries are dominated by the bigger developing countries. So he was instrumental to form the LDC group of negotiators, so that the LDC groups have got greater voices. They get, incapacitated, And then again, he was instrumental in forming the Climate Vulnerable Forum. Again, a group of countries who are extremely vulnerable, now 48 countries. And then again, for capacity building, for example, these voiceless needed to be capacitated to articulate their demands in the global fora. So he was again instrumental in establishing the LDC Universities Consortium on Climate Change, which is now an official program of the 46 LDC governments, where I have the privilege of serving as the technical lead. The only purpose of forming the LAC, that capacity building that was initiated earlier, that was done earlier under the technical assistance program, was not doing the right thing under the fly-in, fly-out consultancy mode led by foreign consultants. So he suggested that universities should be the central hub of capacity building in the developing countries. And just this only with this one line thesis, he pushed me to Brown University. I used to visit Brown University as a visiting professor. So I wrote a book out of this one sentence of 250 pages where he is a co-author. So he was kind of an institution builder, and always he was kind of a relentless warrior to ensure climate justice for the most vulnerable, for the least developed countries.
So for those who are not as familiar with ICAD, can you briefly tell us a little bit about your work as an organization and how your work is really ensuring that his vision continues to come to reality?
Yeah. ICAD was established in 2009 at Independent University, Bangladesh. And at ICAD, we have many different programs, for example, and projects on climate finance, on loss and damage, on capacity building. And I believe that ICAD, we will try our best to continue his legacy, but not just ICAD. Salim is many, many times larger than his life. So all over the world, he has institutions which will support to carry forward his legacy. We carry, today I have missed it, we carry the Salim's mobile office, the pen that he used to carry at the COP. He never attended COP as a party badge, with a party badge holder, but he molded the negotiations, remaining always outside the official negotiation halls. This is what Salim is. And I believe the youth leadership particularly, he was an ardent advocate of promoting youth leadership because he was a visionary. He foresaw that this young generation will face more suffering due to climate change than our older generation. We are outgoing. So his one prime mission was to promote youth leadership. And all across the world, these youth organizations will carry forward his legacy together with ICAD.
So I want to bring in a question from the audience. And of course, ICAD is based in Bangladesh, as is BRAC. And we have Isabel Wisson here, who's the head of policy initiatives at BRAC. Isabel, I know, of course, you've worked with Mizan and you've worked with Professor Salim, and would love to just go to you for a perspective and a question.
Thank you. Hi, Ms. Anbay. Good to see you. So I'd actually love to reflect a little bit more on the case of Bangladesh, where Salim Bhai was from, where we're from, where BRAC has its largest footprint. Bangladesh is a country with a population of about 170 million people, which is about half the population of the United States, but it is squeezed into the space of about just a little bit smaller than the state of Wisconsin. Because of the climate crisis, Bangladesh is projected to lose about 17% of its land. That's about 13 million people displaced. And this is roughly by 2050. We're already seeing that. So as of, we're already seeing about 2,000 people arrive in Dhaka city each day that are coming from mostly climate vulnerable areas of the country. And so Salim Bhai was very aware that while adaptation is really important, that was not going to be enough. And so the world needed a loss and damage fund. I wondered, Ms. Anbay, could you reflect on the announcements that have already been made at the beginning of COP on the loss and damage fund being set up? To what extent is that a hard-fought battle won? It's a battle that Salim Bhai pushed for decades. And where would he want us to be really unrelenting and continued advocacy, recognizing a lot of the details still need to be worked out?
Yeah, thank you, Isabel. Yes, you are absolutely right that Bangladesh is the ground zero of vulnerability that I have mentioned in my book, first book published by Routledge from London and New York, because of the sheer population density, But again, Salim always used to project Bangladesh as kind of the adaptation capital, because historically Bangladesh had been the model of disaster management, and we are the #1 most resilient nation on earth. 170 million people living in a land 65 times smaller than America, but still from big disasters we have just few deaths, for example, compared to the neighboring countries. Even India, for example, more people die out of any disaster than in Bangladesh. So Selim used to project Bangladesh as the adaptation capital, from vulnerability to resilience. That is what his motto was. And our Prime Minister also has accepted that idea. Now, about this loss and damage fund, Selim was an ardent advocate. He was the pioneer in promoting and pushing forward loss and damage. And now I believe that his soul will rest in better peace once this few hundred million money, dollars, for example, though peanuts compared to the needs, but still, if this money goes to the most vulnerable, for whom he fought for his whole life, this is what we expect, that his soul will rest in peace, only if we can ensure that.
And moving forward, I mean, that's a call to action in of itself. But just to close, to ensure that his legacy lives on, the Loss and Damage Fund being one example of that. But any final words for this group or others tuning in online and others at COP28 about how we can all carry forward his legacy?
Yeah. Our message from ICAD and on behalf of late Salim is that let us carry forward his fight for ensuring climate justice for the most voiceless, most vulnerable. And that is where climate change, these negotiations will have success. But I'm not very optimistic about this official process of negotiations. So I believe that what you are doing here, for example, or on the ground in other less developed countries, most vulnerable countries, there's INGOs, for example, and the also official development assistance, putting money down to the local level. That is where resilience building will come forward, not through centralized management, through the centralized government, because most governments in the developing countries are very centralized. So money does not flow to the local level where the need is the highest. So if we can ensure that flow of money, now as BRAC tries, to put money into the hands of those most vulnerable, then they can create miracles.
Well, I think his legacy is very clear on the stage today here at Climate Plus and throughout COP28. And thank you for joining us to take some time to celebrate his legacy. Please join me in thanking Mizan.
For that very important conversation. I'm glad we were able to honor his legacy. So next, I would like to re-invite my colleague Michael Igo up to the stage, who again is the host of our Over to you, Michael.
We're getting towards the end of the day. It's been a really exciting one, and I'm just really excited for this conversation. You can see we've got a collection of perspectives here, all of them focused on this question of how we can fill what is truly a staggering climate finance gap. I was really struck by something that USAID Administrator Samantha Power pointed out yesterday at one of the events that she participated in, which was that if you took all official development assistance and redirected it to climate action, it would only account for 1/6 of the need. And that's not to mention the fact that all of that development assistance is already being used for extremely important things. So we wouldn't want to do that. It's just a staggering amount of need that's out there. But we also know there are big untapped pools of funding available, potential funding available from private investors and philanthropists. And the question is how to bring them into the fold more effectively while also keeping a sharp focus on these commitments that have been made, which are largely centered around public finance. So I thought maybe we could start with Harjeet, because Harjeet is someone that I've known for a long time, and I've known him really as a person that I rely on incredibly to tell me what's going on inside of the negotiation halls. And I thought maybe you could just sort of, since we're getting towards the end of the day, our rest day, I hope you've all enjoyed your rest day. Before we gear up for getting back to work tomorrow, where do things stand right now? You know, broadly speaking, without getting into sort of the wordsmithing of the documents, how are you feeling about the state of climate finance and the state of this sort of question of trust between the global South and the global North over these commitments that have been made?
Sure. Thank you very much, Michael, for having me. Such a pleasure to be with my co-panelists. First of all, let me say that when we talk about climate finance, it's not about business opportunities. It's not about investments. It's about delivering climate justice. Probably 30 years ago, we could have seen it as an investment. But now where we are, when we are living through climate emergency, it is about justice. And this is the issue that has seen least progress over the last 30 years. And the reason we are facing this climate emergency because climate finance has not been delivered. Let me put it that straight. It is at the heart of the issue, yet gets very little progress. And the numbers that you mentioned, you pick up any issue and you will realize that we have actually been dragging our feet, in particularly rich countries who are supposed to be providing that money. Adaptation Finance Report, GAP report, what does it say? The needs are 10 to 18 times more. The current commitment of doubling adaptation finance is going to only meet 5 to 10% of the deficit that we have in terms of adaptation gap. Let's talk of mitigation. How much is the investment flowing? $400 billion a year. What we need is more than $2 trillion. And that's also an underestimation. So where are we in terms of ambition? We are not going there. Loss and damage. We finally got traction on day one, historic, unprecedented money, $700 million. We welcomed. Now we are beginning to find out that a lot of money is also going to funding arrangements and a lot of insurance is being put into the package. So if you don't provide money, so why we come to UNFCCC? And again, your point on trust, Michael. We are coming here because a bunch of countries and corporations are responsible for the climate crisis. We are here for climate justice. We are not here for an expo. If we need to only have conversations and share learning, we can do it anywhere. We don't have to come to COP. COP is about justice. COP is about some are responsible, they are obligated to pay, they are supposed to pay, period. Now these hoops and loops of conversations that are happening are distracting us from the core issue of climate finance. We're talking about developing countries. The reason they are developing means they don't have resources and they're making choices every day. we can keep talking about, those technical advancements and, tinkering here and there, and we'll make it investment friendly. That's not helping. We need to take the money to several times, only then things are going to change. And that has not been happening. So when developing countries have to make a choice, they have to make a choice between feeding people, building a school, or putting a solar panel. So where are we in terms of issue? Trust. Rich countries have not allowed us to have a definition on climate finance. Why? So that they can count anything and everything. That 70% of money that has been provided in the name of $100 billion is loans. It is going to exacerbate the debt crisis, and the previous panel was talking about it. You talk about mitigation, it has become a workshop and keep talking, and that's exactly what happened June this year, when agenda was not even agreed until the last day. Why? Because we are expecting developing countries to deliver on mitigation without providing any money. And now the money that has been pledged in the name of loss and damage finance, we know that adaptation is struggling. So they are going to take money from the mitigation pot or adaptation pot and give it for loss and damage, because there's huge political pressure now. What does it mean? You're actually intensifying climate emergency because you're not working on mitigation, adaptation enough. So there's a massive trust issue.
I think the day of rest may be over, our chief. Okay, there may be some disagreement on the panel here, and I would welcome that. You're rightly keeping us focused on these commitments that have been made. At the same time, it is the case that there's a big emphasis here on crowding in additional funding in recognition of the fact that those commitments aren't coming through. One potential source is philanthropy. Sonali, I wonder if you could just talk to us about where you see the opportunity to build a better on-ramp to crowd more philanthropic dollars into climate action, recognizing the fact that we still have to keep an emphasis on the bigger picture and the trust issue and the past commitments that have been made on the public side as well.
Yeah, philanthropy can't fill the gap. Philanthropy probably can't fill the gap that public dollars can fill, but philanthropy can play a really critical role. And I think increasingly you're seeing more and more people come on board to climate philanthropy being part of what their portfolio is. And I think that's really important. And you're also increasingly seeing philanthropists who are in the global north recognizing that philanthropy has to happen in the global south to actually combat this crisis. And so I think that also is really critical at this moment. The tricky part is there are a lot of commitments that have been made and not a lot of money is flowing because it's really difficult to figure out what the on-ramps are to actually start to give, and particularly given the global south, which is what you were talking about. And some of the things that we've seen and what we're trying to encourage philanthropists to do is one, just to start by experimenting. And you can experiment in a few ways. One is to work in collaboration. So there are a lot of funds out there that actually have expertise and know proximate organizations on the ground and can help commit dollars to those organizations, even if you as a philanthropist don't have a huge staff that can go out and do the diligence and the research yourself. So I know Laura from Global Green Grants was here earlier. That's a great example of one that works at the intersection of gender equity and climate equity. But there are many others. And so we encourage people to do that. There are also big global funds that are giving money. So go give to ClimateWorks or go engage CLI and learn from them on how you can give money effectively and efficiently in the global south as well as elsewhere. The other place where I think it's really important that philanthropy has a role to play is now in implementation, because oftentimes when there's a gap in implementation funding, philanthropy can fill that initial gap, especially if they crowdsource funding in. And I think we saw that with the Kigali Amendment years ago. After it was passed, it was actually philanthropy that came in and said, we're going to help support this in developing countries. And then, which I think is really important. And then the final role is oftentimes like just basic research or small grants are needed just to prove that models work. And philanthropy can do that. a small grant of a couple of $100,000, $1 million going into the global south, proving that these innovations work that are happening in the global south can help crowdsource in other funding. And so I think that's a role that philanthropy can play in supporting the type of development that you're talking about.
That's great. Yeah, I want to build on something that you said there, Sonali, and come to you, Arsalan. The implementation piece and the filling these gaps to figure out what actually works in financing these kinds of projects or funding these kinds of projects. We hear a lot about the quantity of funding that's needed, the quantity of need and the gaps. At this COP, I've been struck by hearing quite a bit about the quality piece of this as well. So Arsalan, I know you've done a lot of work on sort of building out tools for those who might invest in climate projects to actually have the ability to see that those investments are achieving the impacts that they got into it in the first place to achieve. Can you talk a little bit about what that looks like and where you see some of the opportunity to kind of build that integrity into the process? So it's not just people, investors throwing money at something and saying, hey, congratulations to me, and then walking away, but actually making sure that amounts to something real.
Sure. To the point that for sustainable development and for climate justice that you mentioned, private sector obviously has to be a big part of the solution, and there was conversation in the previous panel about the financial architecture as well. Now, the amount of capital that currently the private sector holds that is under some measurement of ESG is over $40 trillion. But if you think about what are the measures of ESG they're using, and they have good intentions, they're like, I'm going to put money into green companies. But then who are the greenest companies? These could be insurance companies. These could be tech companies, just because their operations don't actually have a carbon footprint. Now, if you move down the scale towards being more intentional around actually making a difference, then you get into sustainability strategies, then you get into impact investing. And there it is about making a difference. And sometimes that difference does require you to invest in a maybe brown firm, but with one that has pledges to reduce their carbon emissions, reduce their carbon intensity, and provides transparency on actually how much they're making that movement. So what we do with our clients is to bring much more measurability and specificity around their intentions for incremental impact towards the development gaps, including obviously climate action, but also all the SDGs. And on the previous panel with the development banks, these two are very interconnected. And then have a commitment to ongoing monitoring and reporting against that progress. And that brings not just more capital from the sustainable investors, but to your point, a different quality of capital. Type of investors that actually want to engage on these topics, want to make that difference, are more towards the impact and sustainability scale of that spectrum, and now have the fact base they have to engage with these with the management of these companies on these type of conversations and ensure that they make good on the promises that they make.
Yeah, absolutely. Joab, I'm curious how you sort of bridge the gap here. We've got, on the one hand, a public finance that is built around responsibility, justice, as Harjeet said. But then also, it does seem an opportunity to use some of that to leverage additional funding and to bring in investors, philanthropists. Do you see a way to do that without sort of diluting the original intention of those pledges that were made? How do you think about sort of the innovative piece of this? Does that work with the original sort of climate justice framing of these pledges?
Yeah, thank you so much. I think the myth that we need to bust, first of all, is that there's not enough public money to deal with the climate crisis. We need to bust that myth. When you look at the COVID-19 pandemic, by 2021, the world had mobilized about $33.3 trillion in global stimulus. Most of that was public money. When we look at the financial flows from the global south to the global north, It's massive. Africa alone loses about $88 billion annually. If we reverse those flows, we'll have enough money to deal with the climate crisis. And what we are saying with the increased call for private sector involvement is basically developed countries running away from their responsibility and socializing risks, because they're calling on governments to de-risk the private sector, socializing risks and then privatizing profits. Private sector making massive profits from climate investments at the expense of countries, at the expenses of people. Then we're privatizing services and passing on that cost to actually the people. We're seeing countries actually borrow to de-risk the private sector. And that is problematic. Look at the debt situation that we have to deal with now, and how even the climate impacts are causing countries to go into more debt. Colombia just recently signed the Fossil Fuels Non-Proliferation Treaty. And immediately we are seeing credit rating agencies downgrading Colombia. That's problematic. We saw Kenya, for example, when the president was talking about reforming the global financial architecture. Immediately, Kenya's credit rating agency, credit rate went down. So this is a problem that we need to fix. We need to deal with the global financial architecture that has been structured in a way to benefit the wealthy. People here at this COP, there are discussions about how to make super yachts sustainable. If that is what is dominating conversations at COP, then why are we here talking about there not being enough finance? Countries like Mozambique, for example, building bridges, they're being washed away by floods. Malawi trying to get its population to get access to electricity by investing in green technology, building hydro dams so that it can supply power to its population. At first, there's a drought, so the plant can't work. And immediately after the drought, there is flooding that then washes away this hydropower plant. It used a loan to build that plant from the World Bank, and the World Bank was ready to give another loan so that it can rebuild. So those are the issues that we are facing. The developing countries are already paying the price, and we just need justice and rich countries to honor their pledges. From the 1970s, when they committed, for example, to provide 0.7% of their GDP towards overseas development assistance, we've not seen that happen. It's more than 50 years later. They're only spending 0.3%, yet they're spending 2% of their GDP on military. That's not acceptable. We just need to prioritize. We just need maybe a change in politicians. I don't know whether we have that in the global south. Politicians who value other races, because it seems the black race, people of color, are not valued anymore. And that's why we're having to take a whole day to negotiate about whether a comma should be there or not. Thanks.
Thanks, Joab. In a minute, I'm going to ask someone from the audience to weigh in here. But Harjeet, let me just ask you to sort of circle back and reflect on a few of the things that have come up here. I mean, is there a way to, can you imagine a way to take all of these different approaches to climate finance and still build them under the umbrella of climate justice? I mean, is it not sort of beneficial to have lots of people wanting to fund climate projects? How do you sort of square the circle there?
No, so Michael, when we say public finance is needed, we don't mean that private sector doesn't have a role to play. And it's not an antagonistic relationship. I think we need to get the sequencing right. I'm glad Mizan is sitting here from Bangladesh. Let me give a non-climate example. Bangladesh has massive garment industry. Do you think it just happened because private sector suddenly one day decided? Government played that role to create that infrastructure and training people and striking deals with governments to make sure. I come from India. Pharmaceutical industry, IT industry, do you think they have grown just like that? Sequencing is first you make public investment. You create those kind of policies and basic infrastructure and human resource, and then private sector thrives on that. Here, if you don't have public finance of hundreds of billions, how can you attract trillions? You are talking about trillions, but we have not seen those trillions being made work for climate action. And the other thing is, as I said, we've reached a point where we are living through the climate crisis. We have to start looking at climate action as public good. And even private sector has to look at how much profit they can actually make. When we say, let's make technology freely available, let's reward the innovators. We are not saying let's not do that. You can use money from the Green Climate Fund and reward innovators. But we are living through the crisis now. All countries should be manufacturing solar panels and putting up wind farms. We need to be seeing that revolution. But that is not happening. And of course, their private sector will have a role to play. But our leaders are not recognizing that there is this sequence involved. They have to put money on the table, and that's how things are going to work, and that will catalyze those trillions of dollars that are needed. So it's not antagonistic, but it's thinking that only private sector will do. And there are countries like the US particularly saying everything for private sector. And let me give you data. Adaptation. Private sector's contribution is only 2% because they don't see any opportunity to make money. Even on mitigation, the recent OECD report says that they have not been able to mobilize private finance for even mitigation. Forget about loss and damage. So governments have to play that role. Public money has to be put on the table. Only then rest of the financing streams are going to work.
Right. Does anyone else want to jump in? Yeah. Arsalan, why don't you go first?
Yeah. I just wanted to build on the point around sequencing. So one of the constraints we see for especially climate change mitigation is the availability of bankable projects. So from the position of an investment bank, we cannot raise capital for a project that hasn't yet developed the feasibility studies, the environmental and social impact studies, the offtake agreements, all of the infrastructure, the studies and paperwork that is needed in order for it to be bankable. And there, the public sector can support and come in as a sequence first to help make those bankable projects. Then the private sector could come and finance them. So I think that sequencing there could really help mobilize the private sector. I don't think all of the private sector, what it needs from the public sector is necessarily concessional capital and blended finance. And that's another point I wanted to just make, is that a lot of sustainable development can happen commercially. There is risk-adjusted returns in developing countries that also have development impact, and yet there's still not enough capital flowing to those opportunities. And that's part of the raison d'etre of my team at JP Morgan, DFI, to originate and structure more of those opportunities for the investors that want to deploy sustainable capital but just don't see enough investment opportunities.
Great. Joab, let me press pause just to invite in a question, but then you can respond to that or respond to the question as you see fit. But I want to just really quickly kick it over to Tauran Zaman Raya, just to focus us a little bit on another aspect of this challenge.
Yeah, it's a very invigorating discussion. So I'm from Bangladesh, and we are known globally for our efforts to actually successfully battle climate change, being one of the most vulnerable countries. But even then, even despite all our efforts, in 2022 alone, we had 7.1 million people being displaced due to climate change. And it's been estimated that this number can increase to up to 13.5 million by 2050. So, it's the even if the finance is coming, the loss and damage and the impacts of climate change will multiply at a much higher rate. So it's the need for the climate changes, the need for climate finance will only increase, and so the leaders don't only need to make good on their past promises, but they'll have to make more promises, and they'll have to deliver a much higher rate of climate finance. on that note, Bangladesh, we have a lot. I work with ECAT, and we work with the local actors a lot, and we have a lot of examples and case studies of successful locally led solutions which have helped them, local communities, to actually adapt to climate change and become resilient. And we have had examples of farmers losing their farms, losing their productivity, but then because of their local knowledge and traditional knowledge, they've been able to actually diversify their livelihoods and actually recover from the damages. And that's been helped by the local government, domestic resources, and also the local NGOs like BRAC. But the problem is that they're not able to upscale it to different regions. It's just, remote regions are working towards remote solutions. And that's where the gap comes in, because they don't have the resources. Even the government, national government, does not have the resources to actually upscale these solutions. So but then you have the Green Climate Fund, which actually is known for its, Green Climate Fund. Bangladesh is one of the highest recipients of the Green Climate Fund money. But then we have organizations complaining about the GCF, how stringent its rules are, because GCF wants to ensure that the money actually goes to the people who need it the most. But when you on that hand, what happens, because of these rules, the efficiency and the speed of the money is slowed. So it's a very double-edged sword. On one end, you want to ensure that the local people get the money, but if you set in the rules and different stringent measures, then the efficiency becomes slower. So it's very important that the leaders not only increase their the delivery of climate finance, but it's also important that they ensure that the local communities get it efficiently without any delays. So yeah, I want to know what the others have to say about this. Thank you.
Yeah, so sort of the clear manifestation of the gap, but then also how do communities actually access this funding. Job, I don't know if you want to jump in there and respond to this question about local access, or if you want to go back to the point that you were going to make earlier. We're close to out of time, so
yeah. No, thanks. Just to quickly on the point earlier, this year we celebrated 70 years of Germany's debt cancellation, and when you look at Germany, they didn't only cancel debt because that would not have taken them away from the hole they were in. There was massive grants-based investments in Germany, and that's what has led it to be the industrial power that it is today. And so when you are in a hole, you just don't need water and bread for you to survive for another week. You actually need a ladder to come out. And for Africa in particular and developing countries, all we need, the finance we need, is a finance that delivers the economic transformation that we need on the continent. A transformation that will enable the global south, for example, my country, Kenya, to produce the grains instead of moving grains from Russia to the port of Mombasa, emitting all the carbon while moving that. So that is the kind of finance we are looking for, and we don't think that the private sector will deliver that kind of finance that is required for economic transformation. On your question about community access, this is very, very important, and structures have to be put in place. There are countries where these structures are already existing. For example, my country, Kenya, we have what we call locally led climate finance that is devolved to the community level. The communities where you have we have a devolved system of government, and the different counties, they're called county governments, have passed a law that requires them to actually allocate 4% of their budget towards climate action. And the communities get to decide how that money is invested and in which projects that money is actually invested. And I'm happy to say that actually Christian Aid piloted that model, and it has now been taken up by the national government.
Great, thanks. I'm afraid we have to leave it there. We could go on much, much longer, but please join me in thanking the panelists, and please try to connect with them afterwards. I know there's a lot more to talk about. Thank you all. Thank you.
All right, well, we have come to our final talk for today before we break for reception. And we've spent today looking at how climate intersects with food, health, energy, finance. But now we're going to take a look at gender equality and making sure that we are creating climate solutions that work for women. So over to you, Raj.
And please join me on stage, Rima. Please. I am, please have a seat. I'm thrilled to end the day with Rima Nanavati, who leads an organization that I think all of you know by reputation. It's a legendary organization, Seva. I know it's India's largest association of informal workers. That must make it the world's largest association of informal workers. I think it's 2.5 million women.
As we speak, it's 3 million.
Is it 3 million? Yeah, it's a scale that's hard to fathom. But
still, for a country where 93% of the workforce is in the informal sector, we still have a long way.
There's a long way to go, but you'll get there. It's an organization that's been around 5 decades. You've been there for, almost, I don't know, 2/3 of it, almost 4.
That's right.
And for those of you who are following along online all over the world, I think some of the conversations we've had today have dealt with policy and finance, as we just heard, but we wanted to end the day in part with you, so we could ground truth a little bit about what we're talking about. Right? The climate crisis is not off in the future; it's here right now, where you live in Ahmedabad. The women you work with every day. Give us a sense for what does the climate crisis mean for them today, right now, as we sit here.
First of all, I will speak here on behalf of all those 3 million women workers. And let me bring them into the room. As you have just said, what does the climate crisis mean for them? Let me talk about Savita Ben, who's a construction worker herself. And we had a heat wave where the temperature was 51 or 52 degrees centigrade. And she was working high up on the scaffolding, carrying bricks on her head to the 5th floor of the building. Am I making this noise?
You might be making that noise, yeah. We get a handheld mic instead, perhaps? That's easy. Let's try that.
Thank you. And, you know, carrying head loading bricks on the 5th floor. And the temperatures were 51 degrees centigrade at that time of the day. And there was absolutely no water available on the site to keep her dehydrated. There was no hydrated. There was no shade available. And having worked for about 2 or 3 hours, she just fainted and fell down. And she constructs our homes, but who would look after her home? So let me also take you to the salt pan workers who toil for about 8 or 9 months of the year in the desert, producing rock salt. This is the inland salt, not the sea salt. And we again, during the heat wave, the temperatures were 52 degrees centigrade. And one of the salt pan workers said, whether you drink tea or whether you drink water, it's the same, as the water was boiling. And their working hours reduced because after 9:30 in the morning, it's practically impossible to work. So I think this is the reality of the women workers in the informal sector. And one study that we did, where during the heat wave and then suddenly there was a cyclone and then unseasonal rains, the income of the informal sector workers decreased by about 80%, and their working hours also reduced by 50%. As a result of that, while they were having 3 meals a day, they could only afford to have 1 meal a day, and children had to be pulled out of school. The health episodes increased, like dehydration, fever due to heat and heat rashes and the related other health complications. But the families just couldn't afford to go to have access to healthcare services. And then there was severe tension whether tomorrow they'll be able to work for long hours, not work for long hours, whether they'll have enough income. And that led to mental stress and mental illnesses. So this is the reality, and therefore an urgency to work on how do you build not just adaptation and mitigation, but how do you build resilience of these workers in the informal sector?
So the women who are members of your association, for them, the climate crisis is very much here and now. I'll tell you a story I heard from UP, from Northern India, and you tell me if it tracks with some of what you hear. A professor from UP told me that a lot of women who work in the fields, as the temperatures are rising, were coming down with significant health issues, urinary tract infections, rashes, blisters. And his thought was, well, why couldn't they just drink more water? Right? If you drink a lot more liquid, it should help, even in very hot temperatures. And then when he talked to the women, they said, well, the fact is we don't have proper bathroom facilities. And so, men might be able to go in the field, but it's not safe for us. And so there was a gender dynamic there that maybe wasn't immediately apparent, but that's affecting many, many millions of women who work in the fields. Can you just take us through a little bit how some of these dynamics connect to each other?
As you rightly pointed out, it's lack of sanitation at the work site. And also, as I was saying, what happens when women are in their menstrual cycle, or when they are, newly becoming mothers for the first time. And in such situations, when there's a heat wave or there's an cyclone, and there's no electricity supply for a week or 10 days, there's absolutely no water supply for a week or 10 days. And how would these women, or there were floods and women had to sit on the shelves for at least two to three nights. And when women are going through these kind of natural processes, how do they cope with the situation? And therefore, I think what we all need to really understand is that innovation is their survival and coping strategy. It's no longer a luxury, for these women workers. Also, even if I have water, where do I store that water? Because I live in small huts, or I work in the fields or on the construction sites or on the waste dump, where it's all out in the open. And the earthen pots that I carry in, or in the metal vessels, the water starts boiling. So even if I have to drink water, how much of hot water can one drink? And as they rightly said, that there's no sanitation facility available, and that is one of the reasons why dehydration becomes a major issue. And lack of sanitation, lack of proper facilities compounds their health issues, on top of reduction in their working hours and income.
We just have a couple of minutes left, so I just want to first get your take on this year's COP, right? You're here with a very different perspective than we just heard in the last panel. Some people talking about how to make super yachts more sustainable. You bring a very different point of view. How do you find this year's COP, and does it connect to the issues of the 3 million women you represent?
I go back day after with a mixed feeling. First of all, it's a huge COP gathering. On the one hand, we are talking about 1.5 degrees meeting that target, reduction in the emissions, transitioning, but 100,000 people flying from all over the world. This is my first time at COP like this. So, but I think there are some optimistic and hopeful outcomes that one would look for. Well, first, that the loss and damage creation of that fund has been accepted. It would be housed within the World Bank, and therefore it's up to us that how do you make that fund work for the kind of women workers that I am talking about, not that the fund is available only to the governments and, to the multilateral agencies, but how do you also create instruments which enable the cooperatives, the workers' organizations, the trade unions, and the associations and federations, because they are the ones who are dealing with loss and damage every hour, every day. As we speak here today, I was just assessing in the last 9 months, we had 6 climate shocks that these women have really been, facing. And these are the women who need access to loss and damage fund. And that's why there was a call for creating a global climate resilience fund for women. This could be a blended pool of finance which is available to these tiny micro enterprises, to the trade unions, to the women's organizations, to build resilience of these workers. Time for adaptation and mitigation is gone. All you need is how do you build resilience of these poor women workers?
That's an important point to underline. That time is gone. Our time is also up, but I want to ask you one final thought. I know of SEVA. I mean, everybody in global development knows SEVA as a development organization, as an anti-poverty organization. And it seems like now you're a climate organization too. Is that fair? Is that the way you think of yourself? And is that emblematic of kind of where we're all going?
Definitely. If SEVA completed 50 years of organizing, and as we were talking to our founder, Ela Bhatt, that, how do we celebrate? And she said the real celebration would be if SEVA is able to celebrate 100 years. And in order to celebrate 100 years, one has to equip to work on how do you build resilience of your women workers towards this climate crisis. And that's why we've launched a whole campaign. We call it as Building Cleaner Skies, as we feel that, and not we feel, but we believe that access to a clean and healthy environment is a fundamental right of every worker, male and female worker in the informal sector. And that's why, climate action has become a priority for SEVA as well.
Oh, please join me in thanking Rima Nanavati. Such an honor to have you here on the Devex stage. Thank you.
And I would just like to convey a message on behalf of my sisters that we shall overcome, we shall overcome, we shall overcome someday. Oh, deep in our hearts, we do believe we shall overcome someday. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to ask my colleague, Kate Warren, to the stage.
Did it end the day?
It was. Yeah, a better way. And I want to thank everyone who's still here with us in the room. I know it's been a long day.
It's been a long day. It's been a long week. As someone I was speaking to earlier said, it feels like it's been all one long day with a few naps in between. So I know today was supposed to be a day of rest. I saw a few people really relaxing on those beanbag chairs.
Taking advantage of
Maybe,
that opportunity.
yes. But now we are going to be able to break for reception. But Raj, what are some of your highlights or takeaways?
I feel like I learned a lot today. I mean, I'm looking at some of the panelists who are still here, and I think I'm pulling together the threads of really what Climate Plus is meant to be all about, and kind of what I asked Rima there at the end, this idea that finance, energy, food systems, and health, there's no way to look at those anymore as silos. There's no way to look at them separate from climate. And I hope that we've sort of cemented that across this day for people here and in the world as we're.
And I think another theme throughout COP and our panels today was around climate justice. And those that are most impacted by climate change are those that are the least contributors to the problem. And when you think about who's on the front lines of climate justice, it's really the development community, right? And you mentioned with Rima that I asked, are you now a climate organization? I think any development organization has to be a climate organization because it's really impacting all of the SDGs and everything that we're doing.
I think that's absolutely right. Well, I want to thank our incredible team who has helped to put this day together. Please put your hands together for the team. It is an incredible group. Kate Warren and Catherine Cheney and Jess, we have an incredible team here. And I just want to say a huge
Here in
thank you to
person
everybody.
and back at home,
And
wherever
back
they're
at
home
home,
or
people all
viewing.
over the world working on this. It takes a huge effort to put together an event like this, as you might imagine, and incredible partners.
And incredible partners. So I do want to thank our partners, our innovation partners, CropLife and Syngenta Group. We also want to thank our ecosystem partners, HSA Yemen and Open Society Foundations, and our supporting partners of HI 360 and SNV. We couldn't do this without you.
Yeah, we could not. And it is such a pleasure and an honor to get to do the work we do every day at Devex. And I want to thank everyone who has followed us along online and those here in the room. Thank you.
And make sure you are subscribed to Newswire because we will have a special edition coming out on Tuesday where we'll have all of our COP coverage, our reporting, our analysis, maybe a little bit of gossip too. So look out for that in your inbox next week.
Will do. Thank you, Kate.
Thank you.